Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
No way. How could rebels from a backwater country get their hands on a nuclear bomb? I'm not dead. Where am I? A faint groan slipped out as the silver-haired boy opened his purple eyes. The world in front of him sharpened bit by bit. He didn't recognize this place, but he knew it definitely wasn't a hospital. The pale lavender walls were old and chipped. The windows creaked lightly in the wind, and the thin purple curtains fluttered with a kind of lonely, abandoned weight. He soon realized he was lying on a wooden table cluttered with bottles and jars. The sharp sting of alcohol hung thick in the air. My head hurts. It felt like someone had shoved a live wire into his skull and twisted. From his limited drinking experience, this was a hangover, but even calling it that felt generous. This pain was brutal. Then everything crashed over him. Memories, raw, chaotic, poured into his mind. Let her go. Brother, stop. I'm sorry. Danny, buy me more wine. Haha. Viserys the Third? More like the Beggar King. How much for this crown? Brother, where are we going? Danny, wake up. Assassin. Prince, you must protect yourself. Prince Rhaegar is dead. Mother, the Targaryens have no dragons. The memories spun backwards like a film rewinding out of control. I'm Viserys Targaryen. Two sets of memories slammed together, and the truth settled in. He had gone from a wandering mercenary to a character from a show. Not just any character, Viserys the Third. A man so obsessed with restoring his kingdom that he drove everyone away, only to die when a horse lord crowned him with molten gold. The merging memories made his temples pulse. His hand slipped, knocking bottles and glasses to the floor. Clink, clang, crash. The glass and clay shattered loudly. Before he could gather himself, a small figure in a faded blue dress rushed in and knelt down, trying to pick up the pieces. Her dress might have been fine once, but now it was worn thin and stained. It barely reached her calves. The top was too tight, like it hadn't been replaced in years. Not quite a beggar, but definitely a neglected child. She had the same silver hair and purple eyes as him. Her small, bruised arms trembled as she worked. The sight tightened his chest. This was Dany, his little sister, Daenerys Stormborn, Khaleesi, Mother of Dragons, Breaker of Chains. But right now, she was just a scared girl who had been mistreated for far too long. And the one who had mistreated her was him. The original Viserys, twisted by desperation, failure, and humiliation, had taken it all out on her. He drank. He raged. He hit her, the weak venting on someone even weaker. He hated it. He hated what this body had done. He bent down to help her, but the moment he reached out, Dany flinched, dropped to the floor, and covered her head. Brother, I'll clean it. Please don't hit me. The trembling in her voice cracked something inside him. What kind of brother treats his sister like this? He exhaled slowly, forcing the anger at the original Viserys down. He gently lifted Dany to her feet. She tensed and squeezed her eyes shut, bracing for a blow. Her little face scrunched up, fist tight, shaking. Instead, she heard a calm voice. You go rest. I'll clean up. He brushed her hair lightly and began picking up the shattered glass himself. Dany stood frozen. She hadn't seen this version of her brother in years. The brother who told her stories, who taught her languages, who comforted her. Since they'd fled the Red Keep, that brother had vanished. A year ago, after he sold their mother's crown to throw a drunken feast, he had become someone else entirely. Now he was cleaning, quietly, carefully. Viserys ignored her stunned stare as he organized the room. His new body, though Targaryen by blood and trained in swordplay, was wrecked from months of drinking and neglect. Even this light work left sweat on his back. Their situation was bleak. Ser Willem Darry was dead. Their money was gone. The house they lived in was barely theirs anymore. And Robert Baratheon kept sending assassins. They had survived only because Viserys had stayed paranoid and lucky. He needed a plan. Based on their ages, the events of the main story wouldn't begin for 4 or 5 more years. He had to survive until then. But he had no strength, no allies, and no money. He considered going back to mercenary work, but his body wasn't ready. First, he needed to rebuild himself. That required food. Food required coin. He rubbed his forehead, trying to think, and then a blue screen flickered into existence right in front of him. Oh, right. There's also that. Looking over his panel, Viserys began to understand the state of his new body. Health was the simplest to decode. With a maximum of 100, his current 62.4 meant he wasn't sick, just worn down. Some proper care would push it past 70. Spirit made sense too. The boy in the original story had been gifted, and now that two sets of memories had merged, a high value was expected. Constitution reflected his physical strength. Months of drinking had dragged it down, but training could restore it. The skill that caught his attention most was Dragon Dreams. Some of the memories he had inherited weren't memories at all. They were visions, glimpses of danger before it struck. In the original timeline, Robert sent many assassins after them, yet Viserys and Dany had escaped again and again. Now he understood why. The rest of the skills looked normal at first, but each one had a small plus and next to it, meaning they could be altered. Skills had 4 quality tiers, and both proficiency and points were adjustable. Let's test this first, he thought. He didn't dare touch Dragon Dreams yet. Instead, he chose the skill closest to leveling, combat. He added 6 points of proficiency. The bar flashed silver, and the rank jumped. Combat. Master, 1/10,000 plus. A wave of clarity hit him. Every sparring match he'd fought, every brawl he'd survived, every fight he'd ever watched, all of it snapped into place as instinct. He wasn't just better. He felt like someone who had lived and breathed combat his entire life. He stood and performed a quick series of close-quarters techniques. They weren't pretty, but they were deadly. He didn't notice Dany pressed against the wall, pale and shaking. To her, this looked like another eruption of the sleeping dragon. He stopped after a few minutes. Sweat soaked his clothes, and his legs buckled before he could finish half the routine. His body couldn't keep up with his new skill level. Returning to the panel, he tapped a few minus signs. First, court etiquette, completely useless right now. After 100 taps, he'd only earned 1 general proficiency point. So he tried firearms instead. 10 taps earned him another point. He stripped a bit from warfare as well and gained 1 more. Now, he understood how it worked. High-quality skills converted into more general proficiency. Those points could then be placed into any skill, regardless of quality. Diamond-level skills, however, couldn't be reduced. The minus sign was grayed out. Since assassins were still a threat, he needed to optimize. In Bravos, everyone spoke Valyrian, so the common tongue could be lowered to basic functionality. And firearms didn't exist here, so that skill could go too. After reorganizing several skills, he earned 400 general proficiency points. He poured all of them into swordsmanship. Sarah Willem's voice echoed in his mind. Prince, focus on how the power travels through the blade. Treat the sword as part of your own arm. Swordsmanship. Proficient 329/1000 plus. Master-level combat paired with proficient swordsmanship left him buzzing with confidence. But his low constitution capped how much of that power he could actually use. He still had 0.1 assignable points left, so he invested it in constitution. A warm flow spread through his limbs. Not dramatic, but enough to feel a small improvement. Across the room, Dany watched him silently. He stared into empty air, frowning, smiling, muttering to himself. None of it made sense to her. By the time he snapped out of it, the sky outside had already darkened. In the courtyard, the last light of the sun painted the stones gold. The breeze carried the faint smell of the sea. He heated some water. Dany stiffened the moment he touched her hair. Her arms were bruised and held tight to her chest. Normally, having her head seized meant a beating. But this time, his hands were gentle. Warm water ran down her hair and cheeks. She didn't know whether she was crying from fear, humiliation, or relief. Her quiet sobs were lost in the sound of water, and Viserys didn't notice. He only knew she had been neglected for too long. She was 8 now, so for her comfort, he washed only her arms and legs. The limited water became unusably dirty afterward, so he wiped himself down with what remained. That night, she spread her bedding on the floor out of habit. That alone made him wince. He lifted her into the bed and lay beside her. For the first time in years, she fell asleep in her brother's arms, listening to him murmur a simple story. Once upon a time, there was a mountain, and in that mountain, a temple. The story made no sense, but his steady voice put her to sleep. She hadn't rested this peacefully since the house with the red door. While she slept, Viserys thought about what came next. Braavos was a city of 100 islands, a place built by escaped Valyrian slaves. Wealthy, dangerous, full of assassins and bodyguards. The Iron Bank ruled half the known world with its gold. And somewhere in this city, people he owed were still looking for him. Should he leave Braavos? Stay hidden? Fight? His weak body grew heavy, and he drifted off. Beggar King, pay up. Ah, brother, save me. No, let her go. No. He jolted awake. The dream had been too vivid. A man and his thugs kicking in the door, knocking him down, dragging Dany away. It wasn't just a nightmare. It was a dragon dream, which meant it would happen soon. Very soon. He looked at the small girl curled beside him. There was no time. Run or fight. According to the original plot, Viserys did not give up on his sister. The two of them spent several more years wandering until they were found by Illyrio Mopatis, a wealthy merchant of Pentos, who invited them to live in his mansion. Later, Illyrio arranged for Dany to marry the Horse Lord, Drogo. Following this pattern, the original Viserys would have chosen to stay. Viserys analyzed the situation from his dream. There were 4 intruders, 2 young men of medium height and 1 tall, bald man. The bald man was about the same height as Viserys, but much stronger, akin to comparing the strength of a thumb to a pinky. In the dream, the bald man pinned him to the ground as the others took Dany away. Despite this, Viserys didn't want to flee. Leaving the courtyard would mean a return to a life of wandering, with no home and no food. This was unacceptable. Moreover, having foreseen the other party's tactics and being a master of combat, he believed he could handle them. These men were ordinary people, while he had extensive training and experience. Viserys glanced at Dany, who was still sleeping. Quietly, he took his sword from under the bed and left the room. Be careful, don't hurt the little girl. Yes, sir. The 3 men responded in unison. As for that Viserys, Helbo's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Regis, break his leg. In those days, a broken bone often meant death due to poor medical conditions. Helbo believed that as long as he didn't kill Viserys on the spot, the people behind him would handle the rest. Don't worry. The bald man, named Guys, replied in a deep voice, subconsciously clenching his fists, producing a crunching sound. Helbo, having given his final instructions, was about to tell his servant to knock on the door. It was still dark, and they planned to take advantage of the situation to catch Viserys off guard. Bang, bang, bang. Beggar King, come out. Pay up. The voices of the men grew louder, drawing the attention of curious neighbors who peeked out of their windows and doors. When they first learned their neighbor was a former nobleman from Westeros, there was some talk. But after seeing Viserys' true state, they lost interest. In Braavos, commercial city, a nobleman without money was despicable. What status could a descendant of a former dynasty have? As people woke up and prepared to watch the spectacle, Dany, who had been sleeping soundly with her face buried in Viserys' side, was awakened. Her purple eyes were full of unease. Brother, where's my brother? Dany looked around, but didn't see Viserys. She suddenly felt lost and helpless. She walked out of the room and saw Viserys standing in the courtyard. Brother! Before she could finish speaking, Viserys turned around and gestured for her to be silent, then motioned for her to go back into the room. Dany nervously retreated and peeked out of the window. What are you yelling about? I'm coming. Viserys pretended to be impatient. Seeing that his plans seemed to be working, Helbo was pleased. He could easily handle a rundown prince. Regis, when he opens the door, you hold him down. The rest of you come in with me and grab the little girl. Yes, yes. The large, bald-headed guys stood at the door, waiting to pounce as soon as Viserys unlocked it. The others listened carefully to Viserys' footsteps and slowed their breathing. Beggar King, open the door. Helbo pretended to be in a hurry. What are you yelling about? Is your mother my bet? Viserys shouted vulgarly to disorient his opponents, pulling the latch while shifting his weight backward to avoid any possible attack. Viserys' cursing took Helbo by surprise. This was harsh. Is it really Viserys behind the door? But the voice was right. Oomph. I'll break both your legs and rip your mouth off. Helbo thought viciously. Regis, standing in front of the door, saw Viserys twitching the latch. He raised his thick arms like a bear, ready to pounce as soon as the door opened. Even the neighbors watching the spectacle knew what was about to happen. They held their breath, and Helbo's warning look made them even more afraid to make a sound. Crack! As soon as the old, mottled wooden door opened, Regis couldn't wait to slam it shut. Bang! The impact sent the door crashing back into the frame, and Viserys saw only a huge black figure lunging at him. He swiftly sidestepped to the left, avoiding the attack from the bald guys. Then he landed a precise hook on Guy's chin. The technique, speed, and precision were impeccable, but the punch lacked power. Guy staggered, slightly dizzy but not knocked out. The three men outside the door had not yet reacted when Viserys threw two more hooks, one to the left and one to the right, knocking them off balance. The last two fell because they didn't stand straight. Viserys had the skills of a combat master, but his physical condition was lacking. After a brief moment of dizziness, the three men regained their footing and prepared to launch another attack. However, Viserys' sword was already at Helbo's neck, making them afraid to move. Helbo was the most frightened. As an experienced thug, he preferred recruiting 13 or 14-year-old boys. Boys that age could be deadly, and he always went for the real thing, a white knife going in and a red knife coming out. Facing such a young man, he was acutely aware of the potential danger. If he couldn't resolve this quickly, he'd be dead by the end of the day, especially since he could smell the faint odor of alcohol on Viserys, indicating unpredictability. Helbo looked at Viserys, whose half-face was obscured by long silver hair, and stuttered. Calm down. Calm down. Give me the money, and I'll leave. I won't hurt you. The situation had escalated so rapidly that Helbo didn't have time to organize his words. The neighbors watching from outside were equally shocked. They had seen Viserys before. He was tall, but still thin, seemingly no match for the men confronting him. Yet, this sudden turn of events was unbelievable. You dare to sneak up on me? You want to die? Viserys shouted angrily, his voice filled with fury. It seemed as though he might slit Helbo's throat at any moment. Dany, who was lying on the windowsill, watched the entire confrontation unfold. Seeing her brother, Viserys, display his dragon-like might with his purple eyes shining, she momentarily forgot about the wounds on her arm, wounds inflicted by Viserys not long ago. Under the threat of the sharp blade, Helbo instructed the three men to wait outside the door, leaving him alone with Viserys to negotiate. Prince, we are only here to settle the outstanding payments with you. We really have no other intentions, Helbo said with a servile smile, his gold teeth twinkling and making his words even less credible. Do you think I'm stupid? Do you smell your own farts? Viserys retorted, delivering each word with a staccato slap to Helbo's fat face, humiliating him with every strike. He suspected that the man before him was not a nobleman at all, but a street thug. Dany, watching from behind the window, felt very satisfied. This thug had often appeared when Viserys was drunk, stealing things from their home and looking at her with ill intent, even attempting to touch her. To Helbo's surprise, Viserys began discussing the debt after humiliating him. If Helbo were in control, he would have demanded an unreasonable sum. But now, he had to tread carefully. You owe us 132 gold coins, 26 silver moons, and some change. Viserys glanced at his neck, and Helbo quickly revised his statement. 130 gold coins. You give us 130 gold coins, and we'll call it even. Viserys couldn't even come up with 3 gold coins, let alone 130. Actually, it's all negotiable. We can give you a discount on the rest of the debt. Or 125. Viserys remained silent, and Helbo, increasingly desperate, continued to haggle with himself. It can't be less than 120. I can't give you a lower price. Viserys still didn't respond. 120. I'll find a way to get you the rest. 120. What do you think? Viserys still didn't say anything. It really can't be less, Prince. Would you like to name a price? Helbo said, his respectful tone barely masking his desperation. Viserys smacked his lips and then looked Helbo in the eye. I don't have a single gold coin right now. Helbo's expression froze. But I have other repayment options. Other? Helbo's eyes shifted toward the house. Sensing his gaze, Dany gasped and quickly hid under the window. Watch your eyes, or I'll pluck them out. Viserys threatened coldly, his expression full of menace, as if he might bite Helbo's throat at any moment. Helbo shivered and quickly apologized. I didn't mean it that way. I thought you were talking about the house. You said that. Ignoring his flawed reasoning, Viserys asked, Let me ask you a question first. If you receive 130 gold coins from me this time, how much will you get? Helbo, though he had a hunch about Viserys' intention, answered honestly, Well, I can get about 40. The debt collection industry is indeed highly profitable. Viserys' eyes lit up. This figure aligned with what he knew from his previous life. Depending on the difficulty of the collection, the debt collector might receive half or even more of the total amount owed. Some creditors were only interested in recouping a fraction or causing trouble for their debtors. If he joined the industry, he could quickly earn enough to take care of his health and Dany. After recovering, he would join the mercenaries, maximizing his talents. Viserys said, Braavos is a big city. I'm sure I'm not the only one who owes money, right? Helbo was cautious. What you mean is... Yes, that's what I meant. Helbo lowered his head, reaching for his beard before thinking better of it, and touching his face instead. He had not come here for gold, but for Dany. He had assumed Viserys was an easy target, but realized he was wrong. The original plan had to be abandoned, making it difficult to explain to his employer. Seeing his hesitation, Viserys added, Selling people in Braavos, I think it's 10 years of hard labor, right? He pinched Helbo's neck, still smiling, but the gesture was menacing. Helbo felt his soul being squeezed. He had made all the preparations, yet here he was, the passive party. The reward for capturing Dany was 200 gold dragons, but now that money seemed too risky. Viserys' proposal had merit. Compared to ordinary teenagers, Viserys dared to fight and had martial arts skills. If he joined Helbo's team, it could be beneficial. Helbo had several businesses lined up. Yes, I accept your offer. In a few days, I'll come to see you. How about we go together to help people who need to pay off their debts? Helbo suggested with a smile. No problem. Then you can lend me some money first, and I'll deduct it from my salary, my compensation. Helbo swallowed hard, feeling suffocated. When had he become a debt collector who not only couldn't collect money, but also had to leave some behind? Okay. He took a heavy purse from his bosom and handed it to Viserys. Well, thank you. From now on, I'll call you Sir. No, you don't have to. Helbo bowed slightly and turned to leave. Seeing a crowd of onlookers gathered outside, his face fell. Today's business trip was a failure, severely damaging his reputation. He put on a fierce look, trying to regain some dignity. But he had not taken 2 steps when Viserys stopped him. Wait. Helbo felt a bitter taste in his mouth and quickly squeezed out another smile, the rapid changes in expression causing his facial muscles to twitch slightly. Is there anything else, Prince? Viserys pointed to the broken door and said, The door is worth 2 gold coins. Take it out of there. Dany was overjoyed. Every time Helbo came, he always took something away. But this time, not only did he leave empty-handed, he also left a significant amount of money. The money would be enough for the 2 siblings to live on for a long time, assuming her brother Viserys didn't drink it all away. Suddenly, a distant roar echoed through the air. It was the Titan of Braavos, the colossal statue that signaled the start of the city's day. The people of Braavos began their work with the roar of the Titan. Let's go. Let's get something to eat, Viserys said. Okay. Dany followed cheerfully. Unlike the little girl's excitement, Viserys knew that their troubles were far from over. He remembered that the man who had lent him the money seemed to be a shipowner with 3 or 5 ships under his command. In those days, good sailors were hard to come by, and any shipowner capable of managing them was naturally formidable. If the shipowner couldn't get Dany, he might try something else. Helbo had proven useless, so the shipowner would probably find someone more competent. The two of them were already at each other's throats. Considering the laws of Bravos, if a creditor died, the debtor would also be suspected. Viserys decided it was crucial to pay off the debt first, and then find an opportunity to eliminate the threat. According to Viserys' judgment, Bravos might have once been a massive meteor crater. Its outer perimeter consists of a series of long, narrow mountain islands, resembling protective walls encircling this city of 1,000 islands. Not long after leaving the house, Viserys could see the statue of the Titan of Bravos, which had just roared. This nearly 300-meter-tall statue is one of the 9 wonders of the world. Every corner of Bravos offers a view of this magnificent statue. It may have been carved into the mountain, but it could also be magic, Viserys mused. After all, magic existed in this world, and it was present in his own panel, so the assumption was not far-fetched. Danglar lived in the wealthy district. Early in the morning, water vendors delivered sweet water to the area. To access this sweet water, the Bravosi built a waterway running through the city called the Long Waterway. Wealthy families who lived farther from the Long Canal relied on water vendors to pull the water and sell it. To fetch a good price, these vendors dressed very cleanly. When Viserys and Dany first left home, their somewhat shabby clothes didn't stand out. But compared to the well-dressed people around them, their attire was conspicuous. Viserys resolved to buy Dany a clean, well-fitting dress once he had some money left after paying off the gold coin Helbo had left him. As for himself, he would have to make do for now. Following his memory, Viserys led Dany to the house of Danglar. It was a house with a courtyard, almost a mansion. As they arrived, a servant of the Danglar family was running out to buy water. Upon seeing the Viserys siblings, he instinctively tried to drive them away. But recognizing their silver hair, he sneered. "When will you pay me back, Beggar King?" His voice carried, attracting the attention of passers-by who turned to look. In Bravos, it was a great shame to be in debt, and this was a wealthy area where many had heard of the Beggar King. "He's the Beggar King. Look at his clothes. He really is a beggar. Hey, he's even got a little beggar with him." Feeling the stares of the crowd, Dany hid behind Viserys' back. Viserys glanced at the people still talking and, with a cold gaze, made them choose to shut up. "Now," Viserys called out, pulling out his money bag and making a clattering sound with the coins inside. The metal coins produced a beautiful chime as they bounced around in the silk purse. The servant reached out to take it, but Viserys quickly dodged. "Tell your master to come out with my debt note, and we'll be even." Danglar, with his extensive experience as a sailor, appeared. He had lost an ear on a ship in his early years, leaving an unpleasant black hole on his left cheek. He couldn't fathom how Viserys had managed to gather the money. According to his plan, Dany should have been captured by Helbo and taken to his ship. But now, he saw the brother and sister standing before him, unharmed. Viserys had a long sword on his back and was looking at him with cold eyes. "This kid, he's different," Danglar thought to himself, narrowing his brown eyes. Viserys, once a spirit on the verge of collapse, had been tricked into owing a large sum of money. But now, he was like a blade unsheathed, exuding a chilling presence. "Count it." 135, Viserys said, tossing the money bag to Danglar. Danglar didn't bother counting the coins. He simply weighed the bag in his hand, then took out Viserys' debt note. Viserys crumpled the note and gave Danglar a meaningful look. "Now we are even. Whatever misfortune befalls you in the future has nothing to do with me." Hearing this, Danglar's heart sank. Viserys knew he couldn't appear weak. A proper display of intimidation might actually buy him more time. As the siblings left, Danglar turned to his servant and ordered, "Go ask that Helbo guy what the hell he's doing." His face darkened. He wasn't just a small shipowner trying to get Dany. He was merely the white glove of a much larger and more powerful man. Black-belly fish. Fresh black-belly fish. Onions just in from the mainland. After leaving Danglers, the siblings headed to the market. Unlike the wealthy district, the roads here were riddled with puddles and hidden mines underfoot. The two walked through the market, with Dany trailing behind Viserys like a duckling after its mother. Braavos, a sprawling city, was divided into 7 or 8 smaller towns. Viserys and Dany lived in Bitterwell Town, aptly named for its poor-quality drinking water but cheaper vegetables. The staple food for the common people in Braavos was fish, and vegetables were a rare commodity. Viserys had previously avoided places like this market. But now this place, devoid of industrial civilization, felt novel to him. Although he used to be a commoner who often begged for money, his targets were usually the upper class of Braavos. Among the common people, he wasn't well known. Additionally, while Braavos had its own descendants of Illyria, white hair and purple eyes were rare but not sensational. His handsome face, however, still brought him some advantages. "Hey, sister, how much is this fish?" Viserys asked, a smile on his lips, his good looks evident. The female stall owner, wearing a dark green vest, blushed slightly. 5. I mean 3 iron coins for one." 3 coins, a reasonable price. "Okay, please pick me out a few." "Okay," the stall owner's voice softened, almost like a whisper. Somehow, the fish today were particularly slippery, and the woman was a little flustered. Even so, she picked out the fattest sea fish for Viserys. Under the guise of handing the fish to Dany, she slipped a few extra oysters into the bundle. As the brother and sister left, the woman felt a surprising sense of loss, so much so that she didn't hear her customers calling out to her. "Boss, are you still open for business?" A grumble pulled her back to reality, and her previously cheerful expression turned sour. "What are you yelling about? Pick what you want." After leaving the market, Viserys bought 2 more daggers. With these, his close combat killing power would reach a new level. Additionally, he anticipated needing more tools next time, so he found some elastic rope at the market and planned to make 2 simple crossbows. He then bought Dany a linen dress. Although the material and color were not as fine as her blue dress, it was clean, suitable, and Dany liked it very much. Just as the siblings were about to leave, a commotion arose around the market. There's a duel between 2 swordsmen in the square. A boy in a yellow long-sleeved shirt shouted as he ran, drawing everyone's attention. Instantly, many people paused their activities. Idle chatter ceased, leisurely strollers stopped, and even young lovers were momentarily distracted. "Let's go, wait for me." "Hurry up." This time it's Kells, the swordsman under Lady Leda. He's a master of the water dance. Dance of the water. Isn't that the famous skill of the little wolf girl Arya Stark? Intrigued, Viserys decided to take Dany over to watch. As news of the duel spread, the market didn't empty out entirely, but grew much quieter. Dany's eyes sparkled with excitement, clearly wanting to go. Ordinarily, Viserys would have forbidden her from running around, but seeing her eagerness, he relented. "Let's go. Let's take a look," Viserys said, putting the water jar in a relatively hidden spot. He took Dany's hand, and they hurried toward the square. Dany's face flushed with excitement as she tried to keep up with Viserys' pace. Viserys was very interested in the so-called water dance. Arya Stark, Ned's daughter, had learned the water dance from a Braavosi swordsman in King's Landing, and she used this skill to kill the Night King. These techniques were truly remarkable. Realizing Dany's short legs couldn't keep up, Viserys picked her up under his arm and strode toward the square with long steps. They arrived just as the 2 swordsmen were in the middle of a fierce battle. "Dany, come." Before she could react, Dany found herself on Viserys' shoulders. At first, she felt a bit embarrassed, but quickly settled, feeling this was better than when she was little. Perhaps it was a compensation from the 7 gods? Dany soon focused on the 2 swordsmen. To Viserys, the water dance technique resembled the fencing competitions he had seen. The 2 swordsmen appeared to be around 20 years old, standing sideways and fighting on a single line. One wore a light yellow shirt, the other a dark red one. They moved swiftly and gracefully, like deer in the mountains or squirrels on tree branches. The light from their swords flashed, drawing cheers from the crowd. Despite the elegance, the fight was brutal. The man in the yellow shirt had several wounds, with bright red blood soaking his clothes, making him look miserable. The scene scared Dany, who nervously grabbed Viserys' shoulder. Viserys, however, was fully engrossed in the duel. He observed that the water dance swords were very narrow, aimed at speed. Though not as thin as fencing swords, they were only about 2 fingers wide, likely ineffective against armor. Still, the swordsmanship had merits, especially in footwork. Unlike the stability-focused swordplay of Westeros, the water dancers prioritized agility. Viserys decided that if given the chance, he would learn this technique and teach it to Dany too. In their current situation, acquiring more skills could only help. Predicting the duel's outcome, Viserys noted that despite the yellow shirt swordsman's injuries, they were superficial. The maroon shirt swordsman, though appearing fine, was in worse condition. His steps were already disorganized, his deeper injuries masked by the color of his clothes. As their bloodied clothing soaked, Viserys saw that Dany seemed scared. "Let's go," he said, taking her away. "Yes," Dany nodded, relieved. Dany was very happy. To her, Viserys was becoming more and more human. Not only had he stopped abusing her, but he also carried her around to watch duels, and now he even cooked for her. The sweet, braised fish melted in her mouth. The joy brought by a satisfying meal was incomparable. Soon, the 2 siblings had eaten their fill. Dany tried to help with the dishes, but Viserys stopped her. "We just finished eating. Let's talk about it later." Dany nodded and sat down next to Viserys. She felt that her brother had changed a lot, but she couldn't figure out why. Her little brain worked hard to understand. She inched closer to Viserys, and when he didn't object, she rested her head on his lap. Viserys opened his arms and let her rest, soon hearing the light sound of her snoring. He opened his panel to see if he could improve his skills. As he did, he noticed something strange. "I remember that firearms became an entry-level skill yesterday, but now it's an ordinary skill." Viserys had reduced his firearm skills to entry-level, 100 plus, but now it had become ordinary, 87/300 plus. He looked at his skills in court etiquette and common language, and sure enough, they had both increased by dozens of points. The other skills that had not been deducted remained unchanged. Despite the oddity, Viserys was excited. This meant something significant. If he learned more skills and mastered them to a certain extent, he would gain a steady stream of proficiency points. He checked the assignable points again and found they had increased from 4 to 17. I've gained 13 points. He saw that the assignable points had now become 0.1, seeming to refresh every day. Assignable points seemed to increase by 0.1 daily, and proficiency point fluctuate, he mused. He had only been in this world for less than a day, so there were too few samples to draw concrete conclusions. However, Viserys realized his system was more powerful than he had initially estimated. For now, upgrading his swordplay and combat skills would take time. Therefore, he needed to start making crossbows as soon as possible. He glanced at the gutted fish on the ground. The merchant had told him that the fish contained paralytic toxins and needed to be cleaned thoroughly before eating. After carrying the already asleep Dany back to bed, Viserys began working on the crossbow. In addition to the crossbow, he also wanted to set up some warning mechanisms. As he looked at the wooden doors and the wall, an idea began to form in his mind. Danglar had experienced a string of bad luck over the past 2 years. He once commanded 5 ships, but 4 had sunk, and the 5th was still missing. Now, he was teetering on the brink of bankruptcy. At this desperate moment, a Bravos nobleman from the upper reaches of the Long Canal approached him. This nobleman, of course, didn't show his face, but sent a servant to offer Danglar a hefty sum of 1,000 gold dragons to acquire Dany, the princess of the fallen kingdom. The nobleman chose Danglar because, even before he became wealthy, Danglar had been a hooligan with a lot of experience in shady dealings. He was a qualified white glove, capable of handling delicate and dirty work. So, when Helbo failed, Danglar immediately sought help from another group. He turned to Bannergar from the Fierce Fish Company. The Fierce Fish Company was notorious among the lower classes of bravos, implicated in more than a dozen murders. To this day, no fewer than 20 members were fugitives, each with at least one murder to their name. Take Bannergar, for example. In his early years, he had been involved in a gang war and had his left cheek slashed off. Due to limited medical care, it couldn't be stitched up, leaving his left teeth exposed. He looked like a zombie from a movie, his face grotesque and menacing even without making facial expressions. When he smiled, he looked ready to bite someone's neck off. I don't care what method you use. After the job is done, 300 gold dragons, Danglar demanded. Bannergar sneered. I've seen that little bitch from the Fallen Kingdom. Even without her status, she's worth 500 gold dragons just for her face. Do you think I'm stupid? As he spoke, Bannergar twisted his neck, deliberately showing Danglar his yellow, mottled teeth. But Danglar was no saint either. This is Bravos. Do you know how much it would cost to settle this just because she's a fallen princess? Danglar countered. Bannergar was unmoved. He took a sip of wine and stood up, then find someone else. He pretended to leave, testing Danglar's resolve. 1 step, 2 steps, and Bannergar was about to leave. It was only about 10 steps from Danglar's desk to the door. Danglar finally caved. Name a number. Bannergar smiled and turned around, his relatively intact right cheek submerged in darkness, while the light from outside shone on his broken left cheek, making him look like a ferocious fish with its teeth bared and claws outstretched. 500 gold dragons, plus 20% of the last ship you own, Bannergar demanded. Danglar knew that Bannergar was also trying to clean up his act and planned to buy some property. Done. Danglar agreed. Raise your hand higher. Shoot it at me. Viserys instructed. Dany held the crossbow that Viserys had made for her, her small, thin arms trembling as she fired it. Whoosh! The arrow flew, but Viserys barely had to move to avoid it. He simply stood there, and the arrow didn't even come close. Why are you closing your eyes again? If you keep doing that, you'll have to do extra training at night. Viserys scolded. Dany pouted, feeling a bit aggrieved. Why is Viserys so strict again? Since he made the crossbows, he had been making her practice every day. Her arms were sore, and her delicate hands had blisters. It wasn't until Viserys sewed her a simple pair of gloves that the problem was alleviated. In truth, Dany couldn't be blamed. She wasn't yet the mother of dragons she would become. She was just a shy little girl, and Viserys, with habits from his previous life, sometimes let his tone become harsh or irritable without realizing it. This made her think the old, cruel Viserys had returned, which scared her. Seeing her expression, Viserys knew he had pushed her too hard. He desperately hoped that Dany would be able to protect herself to some extent, but she was only a little girl under 8 years old. Not every child was as ruthless as Arya Stark, who was brave enough to kill at a young age. Judging by the future performances of Dany and Arya, Dany would focus her talents on politics, while Arya would excel in martial arts. Viserys went over to Dany and rearranged her hair, which was damp with sweat and sticking to her forehead. Take a break, he said, taking the crossbow from her hands. But she pulled back and shook her head. No, brother, I'm not tired. She retrieved another wooden arrow from her waist bag and expertly loaded it. Okay, this time we'll change the target to that wine jar. Viserys positioned himself behind Dany, taking her hand, holding the crossbow, and pointing it at the wine jar 20 paces away. When shooting, you must look at the target, not the crossbow, and definitely not close your eyes. Viserys' patient teaching calmed Dany's nerves. You have to look at your target and imagine the crossbow in your hand as part of your body. Nothing will escape your eyes. Fire! Dany pulled the trigger, and the clay wine jar was pierced with a dark hole. I hit it, she exclaimed, turning to Viserys with her violet eyes sparkling with excitement. Good. Practice more and get the feel for it. Dany nodded vigorously and took out another crossbow bolt. In just over half a month since Helbo and his gang last paid a visit, the siblings' self-defense skills had improved considerably. Dany, for instance, could hit a target within 10 paces 5 or 6 times out of 10, and within 5 paces almost every time. She was no longer the helpless lamb she had once been. Viserys, meanwhile, had focused on improving his constitution over the past 10 days. He had already increased his physical strength to nearly 45 points. The main reason for this improvement was that he had stopped drinking, allowing his body to recover naturally. Any further gains would have to come gradually, but he estimated that with half a year, he could raise his constitution to around 60 points. This would be the level of an adult strongman, capable of serving as a heavy infantryman or heavy cavalryman in the army. With a year of training, reaching 80 points seemed attainable, equating to the level of an ordinary general. Factoring in the system, which could provide 36 attribute points per year, he could undoubtedly grow into a first-class general. The Cell's words scattered across the continent would be a paradise for him to excel in. Additionally, some of his skills had recovered significantly. His firearm skills had returned to the proficient level, and he had made progress in other areas as well. However, he still had a long way to go before advancing from proficient to expert in swordsmanship. During these 10 days, Viserys had noticed several unfamiliar faces around his house. These individuals thought they were being discreet, but to a skilled scout, they were glaringly obvious. By following their trails, Viserys had managed to get close to their lair at night and discovered their origins. If his physical fitness were even half as good as it had once been, he was confident he could track them down completely. He estimated that the group would make their move within the next 2 days, which was why he had been so insistent on Dany practicing with the crossbow. In Bravos, items like bows and arrows were controlled, but a sharpened wooden stick could be just as effective. The gang would never come after him in armor, so a sharpened stick would be enough to pierce human skin. "Fierce Fish Company. Let's see how fierce you really are," he muttered. Raising his hand, he shot, skewering 2 leaves and nailing them to the door. Bannergar took Viserys' business very seriously. This was his chance to rise from the ranks of the landless riffraff to the merchant class and improve his social status. In Bravos, merchants were a respected profession, considered the backbone of the city. They even had a better chance of being elected as the Sea Lord, the supreme ruler of Bravos, than the average citizen. The requirements for becoming a merchant were very strict. First of all, one needed to own property. In Bravos, the sale of property required a guarantor, and no one would guarantee a man with Bannergar's background and criminal record. He had finally managed to get a guarantee from Danglar, so he wasn't about to let this opportunity slip away. This time, he was going all out. He learned from Helbo that Viserys was particularly good at melee combat. So, Bannergar hired a master water dancer at high price. In addition, he brought 5 of his men, each armed with a wooden spear. Tonight, they were here for Viserys' life. Unghis, let's get ready to move. Unghis was the sword dancer he had hired. Unghis, in his early 30s, had a scar on his left eyebrow and yellow eyes, one big and one small, suggesting a past injury in battle. He had fled Bravos after mistakenly killing someone, but was found by Bannergar, who promised him a generous reward for this job. Unghis replied briefly. After this deal, he would take the murder charge, leaving Bannergar worry-free. In addition to him, Bannergar had also paid off the guards in the area to make their ears less sensitive, ensuring absolute certainty in his plan. After confirming everything with Unghis, Bannergar gave his men some final instructions. Leaving one man on guard, the group slipped into the darkness, heading for Viserys' quarters. At that moment, Viserys suddenly opened his eyes. He had just woken up from a dragon dream in which he had been attacked. Dany, wake up," he called. Groggy, Dany heard Viserys call. "Stay in the room and hide. Do you understand?" Dany, still confused, took the crossbow. She saw Viserys put 2 crossbows on his waist, then pick up his sword and quietly approach the front door. From his dragon dream, Viserys knew that not only was there a swordsman with excellent swordsmanship, but there were also sentries outside. He couldn't escape. He had no choice but to fight. Viserys used wine bottles and jars to create makeshift alarm mechanisms. Whether Bannergar and his men tried to climb over the wall or sneak in through the door, they would be detected. Hiding in the shadows of the corner of the wall, he waited quietly, listening intently for any sound outside. Soon, he heard a rustling noise at the door. Before he could figure out what the men were up to, there was a loud crash. The door fell straight from its frame, hitting the ground with a thud and sending up a shower of leaves and dust. They had actually broken down his door. Several men armed with wooden spears burst in, quickly taking over the yard. Some even carried torches. This was what it meant to have a weapon in hand. Just as they were about to break into the room, two loud sounds echoed through the yard. A man with a torch and another with a wooden spear let out muffled groans. They turned to see where the crossbow bolts had come from. There stood a young man with silver hair by the wall. Bannergar recognized him immediately and shouted, "Kill him!" The two men who had been shot didn't even have time to realize where they were wounded before collapsing. Their feet seemed to melt beneath them, and they could hardly stand. Time was running out. Viserys didn't have time to reload both crossbows, so he threw the one in his hand at the man closest to him. He then took the opportunity to reload the other crossbow and fired, killing another man. "He's out of arrows. Get him!" Bannergar, the first to react, picked up the fallen torch and shouted. At this point, Bannergar stood with two others, a swordsman and a spearman. He had thought this attack foolproof, but didn't expect to lose half his men so quickly. Bannergar looked at Viserys, his exposed fangs gleaming in the torchlight, making him look like a ghost crawling out of hell. He licked his lips menacingly. Viserys and the swordsman simultaneously drew their swords and faced off. "This guy's got some skill," Viserys thought as he sized up his opponent. The next moment, the swordsman hung his attack, his speed incredible, the sound of his sword slicing through the air, sharp and menacing. Viserys quickly felt the pressure. Aengis's swordsmanship was clearly superior. Worse, the spearman beside him harassed him intermittently, adding to his frustration. Desperate, Viserys drew back, pulled the dagger from his waist, and hurled it at the spearman. A sound like fabric tearing filled the air as the dagger found its mark, piercing the minion's body. But Aengus seized the opportunity and lunged at Viserys. Despite his best efforts to evade, a gash 5 or 6 inches long was carved into his side. Viserys threw his dagger again, but Aengus easily dodged it. Bannergar, holding a torch, was shocked. He had prepared meticulously, yet this kid had managed to survive. This couldn't continue. Though Aengus had the upper hand, Bannergar decided to intervene. He threw the torch aside, picked up a wooden spear, and circled around to Viserys' back. Viserys knew Bannergar's intentions, but was too preoccupied with his to react. Soon, Bannergar saw his chance and thrust the spear at Viserys' lower back. Despite being outmatched in swordsmanship, Viserys' close combat skills were masterful. His vigilance and reflexes were top-notch. He grabbed the spear before it pierced his skin, preventing further injury. Aengus took advantage of the moment and swung his sword. Viserys blocked it with his own, holding the spear in his left hand and parrying with his right. Aengis's face contorted in a grimace of exertion and excitement at the thought of killing a prince, his brown eyes full of cruelty like a hyena. Bannergar growled and pushed harder with the spear, but Viserys felt his grip weakening. He knew he couldn't hold on much longer. Maybe 3 seconds, 5 at most, before he would be overpowered. Suddenly, Bannergar's body shook, and his strength deflated like a punctured balloon. Sensing the change, Viserys pulled and twisted, yanking the spear from his body and thrusting it forward. Bannergar, unable to control his momentum, drove the spear into Aengus. Aengus, caught off guard, had his center of gravity on his sword. It was too late to evade. The wooden spear pierced his abdomen, and Viserys seized the moment to slash Aengis's throat. Aengus dropped his sword, a wheezing sound escaping his lips as he clawed at his neck, choking on his own blood. The sudden reversal was all due to Bannergar's inexplicable loss of strength. Viserys turned and saw Dany standing there, crossbow in hand, ready to shoot. Good. It was worth practicing. Viserys thought, grateful he had made the right decision to save him and his sister. Dany dropped the crossbow and quickly ran to Viserys' side. "Brother, you're hurt." It's nothing. Just a superficial wound. Viserys reassured her. He knew that if a wound felt hot, it was usually superficial. Only if you felt weak after being injured was it truly dangerous. Although the 2 wounds on his body hurt, they were not fatal. As long as he kept them clean and prevented infection, he would be fine. He was lucky that Bannergar, perhaps fearing he might injure his own men in the dark, had not smeared his weapons with strange substances. But Viserys felt no gratitude for that. During his scouting, he had learned that Bannergar had 2 sons, both in their late teens. Bannergar planned for one son to continue his underworld business while the other inherited the legitimate businesses. Viserys knew he couldn't kill everyone. It would complicate the court's decisions. But Bannergar's 2 sons had to be eliminated. Otherwise, the entire Fierce Fish Company would retaliate against him under their leadership, with endless consequences. Besides, a young man defending his sister against intruders was already a remarkable feat. No one would expect him to take the fight to the man's home. Not only would they not think of it, but they also wouldn't believe it. If he didn't seize such a good opportunity, he would be a fool. He tied up the unconscious men and instructed Dany to shoot them if they woke up, forbidding her from communicating with them in any way. Meanwhile, Viserys slipped into the night with his crossbow and dagger. As an island city, Braavos was teeming with seagulls. Viserys disposed of the lookout without a second thought and tossed the body into the sea. Following his predetermined route to Bannergar's lair, he climbed to a high point and surveyed the surroundings. To the northeast, near the Long Channel, the lights were bright. This area housed the Sea Lord's Palace, several magnificent temples, and a great theater known as the Gate. The upper reaches of the Long Channel could be considered the center of Braavos. He then turned his gaze towards the northwest, where the Titan of Braavos stood. This iconic structure served as both the city's beacon and its first line of defense, housing an arsenal. Viserys noticed the lights there seemed unusually bright, which was advantageous. If something happened elsewhere, it would be less likely to be noticed. After confirming his direction, Viserys continued on his way. At Bannergar's mansion, "Carmen, did you hear the screams? This little bitch is hot. Why don't you go try her out?" The young man speaking had a lewd smile, clearly relishing the thought. He was Bannergar's eldest son, Caper's son. The 2 men looked remarkably similar. Caperson's puffy eyes betrayed that he was overtaxing his body. Not interested. Isn't father going to take on the Beggar King? His sister is the princess of a fallen kingdom. I'll save my appetite for that. Compared to his brother, Carmen was slightly plumper, and the 2 brothers did not look much alike. But the obscene expression and mannerisms were identical. "Hey, you're dreaming. That fallen bitch is a big shot in Braavos, and she's from one of the 3 great houses. If she's not a virgin, she's worthless." Caper's son took a sip of wine and continued, "You'd better keep your pants on and not ruin father's business." Hearing this, Carmen put down his wine glass with some disappointment. "Oomph. Damn it, what's so great about these big shots? They just have better women than we do." He unbuttoned his shirt and walked into the back room. "Hey, don't go too far. You have to give her back to old Pigskin tomorrow." "Oh, I know." Carmen waved impatiently. Caper's son walked to the window, his sparse chest hair exposed, and enjoyed the sea breeze while drinking. But after a while, he didn't hear any sound from the back room. What's this guy up to now? He wondered, but shrugged it off and continued enjoying the night view. The triennial 10-day festival is about to begin. I wonder if I'll have the chance to meet Lady Phalia, the Moon Shadow. Caper's son squinted towards the Titan of Braavos. Every 3 years, Braavos held the masked festival. On the last day of the festival, people removed their masks to the roar of the Titan of Braavos. The festival included 3 competitions: a sword-fighting competition, a music competition, and a highly anticipated beauty pageant. The prizes for each competition were generous. Caper's son reminisced about his previous participation in the festival, lost in fantasy. However, after a long time, he still didn't hear the poor girl's screams, which struck him as odd. "Carmen? Carmen!" Suddenly, Caper's son felt a chill in his throat, his hair stood on end, and his scalp felt as if it were about to burst. "What do you want?" "Hand over all the money." The voice was cold and gloomy, and Caper's son did not dare to think otherwise. Okay, I'll get it. I'll get it. He quickly went to the corner of the room, lifted a hidden floor panel, and revealed various deeds and shiny coins. The money is all. Before Caper's son could finish his sentence, he felt a cold sensation at the base of his neck, and then he fell to the ground, writhing in agony, just like the swordsman is. It was Viserys. He didn't care about Caperson's miserable state, but instead stuffed the coins from the secret compartment into a pocket he had prepared in advance. 200 or 300 gold coins and hundreds of silver moons were enough to support the siblings for several years. As for the contracts and other documents, Viserys, of course, did not take them. Suddenly, Viserys found a black dagger. Dragonbone dagger provides one assignable attribute point, daily assignable attribute point increase of 0.05. The message, as if projected directly onto his retina, made him pause. The so-called Dragonbone dagger is a dagger made from dragonbone, light, sharp, and tough. The Dragonbone dagger and the Dragonbone bow are both weapons that warriors are eager to obtain. He inserted the dagger at the back of his waist, then loaded the coins. The coins were not heavy, weighing only 3 or 4 caddies. He hung them on his body, lit the candles, set the curtains on fire, and then turned around to find the poor girl in the room. The girl was about 14 years old. When Viserys had just entered, Carmen had been about to do something to her. The girl seemed resigned to her fate, lying motionless on the bed like a pale, dead fish. Viserys slit Carmen's throat, comforted the girl, and then returned to kill Caper's son. He chose to save her because he was wearing a mask. Plus, he could tell that the girl was being forced, so at least she wouldn't say anything if anyone asked. When he tried to help her up, she struggled to resist. "Kill me," the girl said weakly, her voice like a wounded oriole, sad and melodious. Viserys was silent for a moment. He had overheard Caper's son and Carmen's conversation. There seemed to be someone else behind this, someone called Old Pigskin. He could save her now, but not forever, and he was in danger himself. "You can give me the candle, please." He knew the girl wanted to make it look like she had started the fire. "What's your name?" he asked. "Sisai," she replied bitterly. "Okay, Sisai." Viserys took her head in his arms and gently twisted it, ending her suffering. Vandergar lived in a wealthy neighborhood where the houses were spaced out. When Viserys left, his house was like a huge lampshade in the darkness, the orange glow of the fire faintly visible. Soon, the flames roared like a giant python, consuming the entire house. The fire burned for nearly 3 hours before it was discovered. By that time, Viserys had already returned to his courtyard. Dany was holding a crossbow, her eyes wide with fear as she kept watch over the tied-up intruders. When she saw a figure at the door, she quickly aimed the crossbow. Realizing it was her brother, she relaxed. She was only 8 years old and felt exhausted after the tension. As soon as she stood up, she nearly fell. Fortunately, Viserys was quick and caught her. "How is it? Have they woken up yet?" he asked. Dany shook her head. "No, they didn't get up." Seeing his little sister, so tired, made Viserys feel a pang of sadness. He carried her to bed and tucked her in. "Dany, I didn't go anywhere tonight. Do you remember?" he said gently. Dany looked confused but nodded, trusting her brother. "Repeat it," Viserys insisted. "Brother, you didn't go anywhere. You were with me the whole time." Satisfied, Viserys covered her with the quilt. He went back to the courtyard and looked at Bannergar and the others, who were still unconscious. They had come to rob him, but had lost everything instead. He couldn't let them go, but he needed to plan carefully to maximize his own interests. It was in the early morning hours that Bannergar and the others finally regained consciousness under the effects of the paralyzing toxin. This toxin wasn't an anesthetic, it was truly toxic. To verify its strength, Viserys had even personally caught a mouse to test it. As Bannergar came to his senses, he felt as if the earth beneath him was spinning. His internal organs were in complete turmoil, and the taste in his mouth was both fishy and bitter, making him feel nauseous and uncomfortable. Crack, crack, crack. Suddenly, he heard the sound of a knife being sharpened. He opened his eyes and saw a silver-haired youth holding a sword and a whetstone, polishing the blade with great force. Sparks flew from the blade as he worked. Bannergar couldn't shake the feeling that the young man before him was not merely the descendant of a fallen kingdom, as the rumors suggested. Instead, he seemed like a demon with blood-sucking fangs, always ready to pounce. In fact, Bannergar's instincts were correct. After nearly 10 years of military service, Viserys had seen plenty of blood, and a lot of it. "Oh, Lord of the Fierce Fish, you're awake," Viserys said with a playful tone. Bannergar, recalling the scene of Viserys killing his men last night, decided to tread carefully. "Danglar, my creditor, ordered me to do it. I can give you some money or pay your debt for you," Bannergar said cautiously. He thought it best not to engage in empty talk with the young man in front of him and to offer something tangible instead. Viserys did not respond immediately. Instead, he pointed at Engiz's corpse and said, "This guy is wanted in Bravos. I don't know what you're doing with him." Bannergar's mouth twitched. He guessed that Viserys was asking for a price. "Then name your price." Bannergar tried to put on a smile. "I want to know who is trying to kill me and my sister," Viserys said, putting down the whetstone and walking up to him. After 2 attacks in a row, he needed to know the truth. Although Danglar was Bannergar's creditor, Viserys believed he wasn't the one targeting the siblings. From the conversation between Bannergar's 2 sons last night, Viserys suspected there was someone else behind it. Even if he hadn't overheard the conversation, he could have guessed as much. After all, Viserys had seen the script. He remembered that the merchant Illyrio, who had arranged a marriage between Dany and the Horse Lord in the original story, had once said he wanted to marry Dany. But he also thought Dany was too cowardly, so he gave up on the idea. However, in Viserys' opinion, this was nonsense. How could a businessman who valued profit above all else be so unobjective? The only reason was that he thought he couldn't keep Dany. It would only cause trouble. Illyrio was someone who could negotiate with the Horse Lord, and he was a cut above Danglar. If Illyrio wouldn't dare to think about Dany, Danglar certainly wouldn't. So Viserys wanted to get some clues from Bannergar. Of course, Bannergar denied knowing anything. Although he didn't know the identity of the big shot, he knew that he definitely couldn't afford to provoke him. "You really don't know?" Viserys asked, his voice laced with menace. "I really don't know." Bannergar insisted, gritting his teeth. He decided to stand firm. After all, could this young man really kill him? Viserys had already killed 2 people. If he killed too many, the consequences would be severe. Viserys also had a young sister to think about, so he would likely choose to stop before things got out of hand. But Viserys simply snickered and pulled out a hemp rope from somewhere. He had tied a long nail to the end of it. Holding it against the throat of one of Bannergar's henchmen, he asked again, "You really don't know?" Bannergar felt his tongue go numb, still refusing to believe that Viserys would kill them all. "I really don't know." Viserys looked down at the henchman, who was already shaking like a leaf. Without hesitation, he drove the long iron spike into the man's jaw. With a scream, the spike passed through his jaw and out of his mouth, making the man writhe in agony like a fish on a hook. "Still don't know?" Viserys asked, his voice rising. Bannergar felt the stiffness spreading to his neck, but he still managed to shake his head. Viserys repeated the process, driving the nail through the jaw of another henchman. Still not remembering? Bannergar felt a chill run down his spine. His earlier bravado was gone, and his molars, usually a sign of his menace, now chattered with fear. Viserys grabbed his throat and drove the iron spike through his mouth, eliciting screams of pain that echoed through the neighborhood. Viserys was frustrated. Bannergar's refusal to divulge any information suggested that whoever was targeting the siblings was powerful. But the fact that this person was hiding meant their reputation was important. If Viserys and his sister were to survive in Bravos, they needed to show they were not to be trifled with. Viserys strung up the bodies of the living and the dead alike. He noticed someone peeking out from behind a door. It was a water vendor who lived nearby, usually selling sweet water from the long canal with a donkey in tow. "Hey, you come here," Viserys called out. The skinny water vendor was taken aback and pointed at himself in disbelief. "Yes, you. Your donkey. I like to borrow it." "Okay, Okay, the vendor replied, quickly leading his donkey over. Viserys took a silver moon coin from his pocket and tossed it to the vendor. I'll pay you back tomorrow. Okay, you go ahead. The vendor stammered, not daring to refuse. A silver moon coin was worth a week's food for a family of 5, and also represented 2 days' income for him. Viserys tied the wailing Bannergar to the back of the donkey, preparing to take them to the mayor. Braavos was too large for the Sea Lord, the supreme ruler, to manage every corner of the city personally. When Viserys had first arrived in Braavos, the Sea Lord had seen some potential in him, meeting with him and even acting as his best man. But now Viserys had lost much of that favor. Perhaps there was still a bit of affection left, but it wasn't something to be relied on now. Dany, let's go out for a while and come back in the afternoon to sleep. Viserys called to his sister. Oh, okay, Dany replied, getting up from the bed a little dizzy. She followed Viserys to the mayor's office. Oh my God, what am I seeing? Those people, is he the beggar? A passerby was about to utter the Beggar King, but quickly swallowed the words. There was no mistaking the terror that Viserys inspired at that moment. His clothes were soaked in blood, and he was dragging several people behind him like fish on a line. That's Bannergar. Oh my God, it's Bannergar. The street was bustling with early morning activity as people began their day. It didn't take long for someone to recognize Bannergar, a man with a terrible reputation, now in such a pitiful state, and the young man leading the donkey was clearly responsible for it. Viserys, leading the donkey, exuded a chilling aura. Dany, sitting on the donkey's back, blushed at the attention they were receiving. Behind the donkey trailed Bannergar and his men. Their mouths were pierced by hemp ropes, and they had to support the dead bodies of his and another henchman, all strung up like fish by Viserys. As they made their way through the streets, the residents of Bitterwell town parted to make way for the grim-faced teenager. Everywhere he walked, a long trail of blood followed. From that day on, in Bitterwell, the name Viserys the Fierce Fish-Eater officially replaced the Beggar King. My lord, that's what happened. They broke into my house in the middle of the night and tried to kidnap my sister. Braavos has strict laws against human trafficking. Not only that, they were mixed up with the most heinous of wanted criminals. Viserys recounted the events of the previous night to the mayor, carefully omitting any details that might cast him in a negative light. He had imagined the court in Braavos to be like those depicted in historical dramas. The Lord of Justice presiding in the main hall, a crowd of onlookers gathered outside, and a magistrate clapping a gavel to the applause of the people. However, the reality was quite different. He found himself in a relatively spacious hall with fireplaces around the room and stone slabs covering the floor. There were no ordinary people outside, but a number of important-looking individuals who had come to watch the proceedings. These observers, dressed in black or white, scrutinized the siblings. Despite the serious atmosphere, their good looks worked in their favor. Some of the noble ladies seemed to have already passed judgment, charmed by timid Dany's lovable demeanor and thin but determined Viserys. Viserys noted the unusual fashion. In Braavos, black and white clothing was worn by the rich and nobles to flaunt their status, which was the exact opposite of other places. The effect was somewhat gloomy, reminding him of grim messengers of death. Despite this, Viserys remained respectful and courteous, trying to win the sympathy of the Lord Mayor. The mayor of Bitterwell, Franz, was a middle-aged man in his late 40s. He had been in a foul mood since early morning when he heard about the murder in town. It was his youngest daughter's 14th birthday, and the news had spoiled his day. He was surprised to hear that the so-called Beggar King was involved in the incident, but it was only a fleeting surprise. After all, Braavos was a haven for refugees, and the siblings, despite their different identities, were no exception. Franz's mood improved slightly when he learned that one of the dead was a wanted criminal, seeing it as an achievement of his own. However, he still had some doubts about the case and needed to ask a few questions to clarify. You mean to tell me you defeated 6 of them single-handedly? With this, Mayor Franz long held up the broken crossbow, skepticism evident in his voice. Yes, I soaked the wooden arrow in the intestines of a black-belly fish, Viserys began to explain. Intestines? Franz interrupted, confused. It was clear the mayor wasn't familiar with handling such things himself. A maester-like figure beside Franz leaned in and whispered an explanation. Franz nodded, his doubts easing. Vannegar was notorious, and Anghis was a fugitive. From a practical standpoint, Franz favored the siblings. Besides, Viserys' respectful and sincere demeanor made a positive impression. Franz nodded and commanded, "Bring Bannergar and the others here." A few guards dragged Bannergar and his men forward, having cut the ropes binding them for the Lord Mayor's questioning. Franz looked at them with clear disdain. "You broke into their home at night and were found with a wanted criminal. What were you up to?" Franz demanded. Bannergar, with a cut on his lip, struggled to speak clearly, but knew he had to respond. "I don't know this Anghis. I don't know him," he lied, his eyes unflinching. Viserys watched in amazement at Bannergar's blatant deceit. "He owes us money, and we came to collect. Instead, he attacked us and killed our men. Lord Mayor, please arrest him." Bannergar continued, attempting to flip the situation. "What the hell? He's turning the tables on us." Viserys thought, incredulous. "Oh, is that so?" Franz turned to Viserys, his initial sympathy waning. The Bravosi despised bad debtors, and failing to pay debts carried a moral stigma. Viserys quickly responded, "My lord, it is true I owe them money, but I've been diligently looking for work. I've secured a good job and will repay my debt in 2 months at most." And he pointed to Anguis's body. "This wanted criminal is worth a few gold coins as well. I'll be able to pay back soon. Lord Mayor, I owe the money, but they tried to take my sister, my only family. What could I do against such debt collectors?" Viserys pleaded. Franz frowned, turning back to Bannergar. "You tried to kidnap a child?" Bannergar hesitated, knowing the gravity of the accusation. Bravos had a particular hatred for traffickers, even more so than for debtors. "He's lying. We never said anything like that." "No, we didn't." Before Viserys could finish his retort, Dany suddenly collapsed next to him. The ladies who had come to watch the proceedings gasped in horror. "Dany!" Viserys quickly picked her up, feeling her forehead. She had a fever. He remembered that children had weaker constitutions and were prone to illness, often due to exhaustion or emotional distress. Dany clearly belonged to the latter. "Dany, what's wrong with you, Dany?" Viserys held her tightly, his voice full of anxiety. Though they had only been together for half a month, they had already faced life and death together. Despite his harsh treatment of her, the bond between siblings couldn't be denied. They had been together for 7 or 8 years, and those feelings had transferred to Viserys. Seeing Dany faint made him panic. In the Middle Ages, fevers could be fatal. "Dany, Dany, don't scare me," he cried, letting his emotions flow freely. A tear rolled down his cheek. "You bastards! If anything happens to my sister, I'll kill you all." Viserys' eyes were bloodshot, his voice like the roar of a furious dragon. The nobles who had come to watch were now firmly on the side of the siblings. Some were parents themselves and knew how easily children could fall ill from fright. It was now clear whether Bannergar and his men had malicious intent. Their long history of bad behavior didn't help their case. "My lord, this scum should be locked up." "Yes, lock him up." The crowd's outcry swayed Franz's judgment. Bannergar realized the situation was turning against him and tried to speak up, but another announcement came from outside. "Lord Mayor, there was a fire at the Fierce Fish Mansion on Blue Water Street last night, killing 3 people. "The Fierce Fish Mansion, isn't that my house?" Bannergar asked, panic rising in his voice. "Who? Who was burned to death?" The man seemed to know Bannergar and replied with a strange look. "The identities haven't been confirmed yet, but it appears to be your 2 sons and a prostitute." "Ah!" Bannergar screamed and fainted. With less than half a year remaining until the 10-day festival in Bravos, Mayor Franz was under significant pressure to close the case quickly. As a result, he didn't delve deeply into the investigation. The wanted criminal, Anghis, was killed, and the reward was given to Viserys. Bannergar was sentenced to 10 years of hard labor for attempting to traffic humans. He will be sent to Bravos to plant windbreaks. As for the incident on Blue Water Street, it was concluded that the humiliated prostitute had set fire to the house, with the lampstand found in her hand serving as evidence. This incident was also reported to the Sea Lord of Bravos, who naturally sided with Viserys. It wasn't because Viserys had any particular influence, but because the Sea Lord needed to protect Bravos' image. The death of a fleeing prince within Bravos' borders would tarnish its reputation. It was acceptable for Viserys to be killed by a foreigner, but not by a local. With the Sea Lord's approval, the Fierce Fish Company ceased to exist. This incident drew the Sea Lord's attention, causing Danglar, or whoever was behind him, to temporarily halt any plots against Dany. This allowed the siblings to finally breathe a sigh of relief. The destruction of the Fierce Fish Company quickly spread throughout Bitterwell town. Of course, hanging people like fish, that Beggar King, that Viserys, is definitely no ordinary person, exclaimed a fisherman, gesticulating excitedly and holding up a fish to demonstrate. So the Fierce Fish Company is finished? Asked a woman with a charming smile. Of course. Vannegar was thrown into the windbreak forest to plant trees. His 2 sons were also killed in the fire. That's not bad, she replied. Yes, others agreed. Naturally, this news reached Hellbow's ears. Is it really possible that a 14-year-old prostitute could have done all that at Blue Water Street? Hellbow mused, dipping his hand in water and scribbling on the table as if trying to calculate the distance from Viserys' residence to the Fierce Fish Mansion. No matter how he calculated it, he couldn't believe that Viserys wasn't involved. His intuition told him otherwise. But with the mayor having closed the case, there was no point in pursuing it further. In fact, he and Bannergar had been competitors, with Bannergar often getting the upper hand. The destruction of the Fierce Fish Company was a win-win for both Hellbow and Viserys. Hellbow could now take over Bannergar's market share, and he planned to approach Viserys to formally invite him to join his team. With such a ruthless man on his side, Hellbow was confident they could grow bigger and stronger and achieve new glories together. But Viserys didn't care about the outside world at the moment. His entire focus was on bringing down Dany's fever. He bought some strong alcohol to wipe her body, followed by sweet water to wash her. With no serious fever-reducing medicine available, he relied on physical means to reduce the fever. He soaked all the gold and silver coins he had obtained from Bannergar in cold water, using the thermal conductivity of the metal to help cool her down. He placed the chilled coins on Dany's neck, armpits, and thighs, changing them as soon as they warmed up. This made Viserys wonder if the fever had anything to do with being a Targaryen and their supposed immunity to fire. In the midst of this, Hellbow came by, but he didn't enter the room, sensing it wasn't the right time. However, he soon sent someone with medicinal herbs, water, and food, which Viserys gratefully accepted. Neighbors also came to visit, leaving behind a pile of daily necessities. They saw the opportunity to improve their relationship with the murderer in the neighborhood, displaying the shrewdness typical of Bravosi people. Consequently, Viserys' status quickly changed from refugee to that gentleman. Thanks to Viserys' efforts, Dany woke up the next morning. Feeling suddenly very uncomfortable, she reached out and grabbed something, finding herself holding a handful of gold coins. Little Dany thought she was hallucinating and clutched the coins for a long time. At that moment, Viserys appeared, placing his hand on her forehead. Seeing that the fever had subsided, he gently asked, "Feeling better?" Dany nodded, and her stomach made a gurgling sound. Viserys smiled, knowing that hunger was a good sign. "What would you like to eat? Braised fish, steamed fish, fish with pickled vegetables, or steamed eggs?" Dany pursed her cherry-red lips and said, a little embarrassed, "Steamed eggs." "Okay, wait," Viserys replied. Dany lay on the bed, watching Viserys' busy figure, and felt like the happiest person in the world, even happier than when she was at the house with the red door. Soon after, the golden steamed egg was brought to Dany's lips. After she finished eating, she quickly fell asleep again. Seeing her little face regain its color, Viserys knew that the little girl was going to be fine. Viserys himself had a little something to eat and took the opportunity to open the panel. Everything seemed normal until he saw the assignable points and realized something was off. The assignable points had actually become 1.15. According to his previous experience, assignable points should only increase by 0.1 every day. But today it had increased significantly more. This was perplexing. Viserys tried to recall the events of the previous night. There were 5 people who had died because of him. Could it be that the extra points were provided by their deaths? Was this some sort of murderous system? Wait, could it be the Dragonbone dagger? Viserys took out the Dragonbone dagger and touched the dark blade. For a moment, he couldn't make sense of it. Tisk, why can't it be like other systems with a message that says detected dots? Do you want to absorb them? Okay, don't worry, you have a system. So what are you complaining about? Just wait and see, he thought to himself. In his heart, Viserys hoped it was the latter. But if the system really required him to become stronger through killing, then he would find a way to join the cell's words as soon as possible. He estimated that after this incident, the lives of him and his sister should be able to calm down for a while. He planned to use this time to become stronger as soon as possible. As for leaving Braavos, Viserys had considered it but decided to stay. Even though there was someone lurking in the shadows with designs on Dany, the law in Braavos still had a considerable deterrent effect. Merchants valued stability, and the people of Braavos respected the law. At the very least, there was no open human trafficking, which was a very favorable situation for the descendants of a fallen dynasty like the 2 siblings. Viserys also had some ideas for making money that could only be realized in Braavos. He planned to join a sellsword company once he had improved his skills a bit more, and then move further away from Westeros to reduce the chances of being assassinated. Soon, the exploits of Viserys spread to those who had a vested interest in his activities. One such individual was the Pentoshi merchant Illyrio Mopatis, who had previously been in contact with the Targaryen siblings. Illyrio, the same man who had once considered marrying Dany to secure an alliance, took a renewed interest in Viserys after hearing about his recent actions. Viserys' decisive and ruthless handling of the Fierce Fish Company had shown Illyrio a different side of the boy. This display of cunning and strength suggested that Viserys might have more potential than he had initially thought. Illyrio decided it was time to meet the young man again and reassess his value and potential role in the broader scheme of restoring the Targaryen dynasty to the Iron Throne. Illyrio had been preoccupied with his own business ventures, but had always kept an eye out for promising allies. He was also considering potential supporters for Viserys in his quest to reclaim the Iron Throne. The Horse Lords of the Dothraki had already caught his attention as a possible avenue of support, but this plan needed careful and strategic planning. In the next 2 months, Helbo took over most of Banergar's business, rapidly expanding his influence. When it came time to collect debts, all he needed to do was bring Viserys along, and the debtors would quickly comply. Helbo was considerate enough to avoid involving Viserys in actions that would harass widows and orphans, knowing that they usually had no money to pay. Despite this limitation, Viserys amassed nearly 500 gold dragons in less than 2 months. With this fortune, he could comfortably raise Dany to adulthood. Additionally, Viserys integrated the black dragonbone dagger into his fighting techniques. This dagger, sharp and tough like night claws, was perfect for assassination. During one of their debt-collecting missions, they acquired half of a fossilized dragon egg from a bankrupt merchant, which increased Viserys' assignable points by 3 that day. Although he wanted to buy an entire dragon egg, the exorbitant price, worth thousands of gold dragons, deterred him. However, this encounter pointed him toward a new path for gaining strength quickly: collecting dragon eggs or dragonbone products. Both required significant amounts of money. According to the original plot, a significant event would occur in a few years, the Bleeding Star. A red comet would pass by, heralding the return of magic. This event would allow Dany to hatch dragon eggs. Therefore, whether for the sake of hatching a dragon or for Viserys to become stronger quickly, they needed to amass wealth and collect dragon eggs. Meanwhile, the siblings' lives improved dramatically. They moved back to a wealthy district and hired 2 maids. Although it was still far from the house with the red door they once lived in, They now had daily access to sweet water and could take proper baths instead of sharing a wash basin. The timid little girl who had first arrived in Bravos began to change. Under her brother's care, Dany became more cheerful. The maid's attention restored some of her former elegance, and with Viserys teaching her swordsmanship, she became more energetic than ever. The scars on her body had long since healed, proving that love can grow new flesh and blood. One day, Viserys was practicing swordsmanship with Dany on the lawn of their new house in a wealthy district. The spacious yard provided ample room for training. Dany wore a blue training outfit and white whaleskin boots, mirroring Viserys' every move. Viserys noticed that his system was quite scientific. His proficiency increased more quickly when teaching or sparring with others. He chose the former, and his swordsmanship was now just a step away from reaching expert level. Dany, pay attention to me. When you swing your sword, it's not just the power of your arms, but the power of your torso. Your shoulders are the bridge. Suddenly, the bright blade of Viserys' sword traced a crescent moon, leaving a deep mark on the target. For a moment, he felt as if he could hear the sound of the sword reverberating in his ears. It was the memory of the original Viserys in the Red Keep, where the sound of the King's Guard practicing their swordsmanship played like a distant echo. Among them were his older brother Rhaegar, Arthur Dayne, the Knight of the Dawn, the fearless Barristan, and the Kingslayer, Jaime Lannister. These fragments of memory seemed to come to life, replaying in his mind and integrating into his muscles. At this moment, the long sword in his hand truly became an extension of his body. Swordsmanship. Master. 1/10,000. Viserys didn't need to open the panel to confirm that his sword skills had reached a new level. Though only 15 years old, he had achieved master-level swordsmanship. If someone broke into his house again, he could easily handle them, even someone like Unghiz. Dany saw a scene reminiscent of when Viserys first arrived. He seemed to enter a state of ecstasy, wielding his sword with such grace and precision that it was almost like watching a dance, but better. The rhythm and charm in his movements were mesmerizing. After about 10 minutes, Viserys stopped, looking at Dany with a bit of embarrassment. "Oh, let's continue," he said. Just as the siblings resumed their practice, Helbo arrived with a gift. Behind him was a young man with a scholarly air, brown curly hair, and a kind smile, said to be an accountant. Helbo would have preferred to bring Bald Regis, but knowing Dany was a little scared of him, he chose the accountant instead. Lord Viserys, Helbo greeted respectfully. At Viserys' request, he no longer called him prince. Considering Viserys' current status as a king without a kingdom, he preferred to avoid such grand titles. Helbo, Viserys acknowledged with a nod, while Dany curtsied slightly and responded politely. "Good day, Helbo. My lady Dany, you are becoming more and more beautiful." Helbo complimented, genuinely impressed. With proper nutrition and love, Dany was blossoming into a lovely and cheerful young lady. Every time Helbo visited, he couldn't help but admire her, but under Viserys' watchful eye, he restrained himself. From the gift box, Helbo produced a dagger with a silver handle adorned with precious stones. This was his gift for Dany. Her violet eyes lit up with delight. "Thank you," she said, her appreciation clear. "Haha, I'm glad you like it." Helbo responded warmly, handing the dagger to Dany with care. "More work?" Viserys asked, sticking his sword into the ground, ready to discuss business. Helbo placed the other gifts on a side table and nodded. "Yes, this is a big deal, but it's not debt collection." Viserys turned to the maid. "Jill, please take Dany to play." "Yes, lord," Jill responded, leading Dany away. Dany, understanding that her brother was about to discuss business, obediently followed. "Go ahead, what is it?" Viserys asked once they were alone, sitting down at the table. "In the town, there is a workshop that specializes in making whale oil candles. They are recruiting guards," Helbo explained. Viserys, about to take a drink, paused, puzzled. "You found me a guard job?" No, Helbo hastily clarified. "If it were just a guard, I wouldn't have come to you. There's been trouble at the factory recently. Someone has been causing disturbances at the door. The owner needs guards to ensure normal production for a month, and will pay a generous reward afterward. Viserys considered this, recalling historical instances of capitalists hiring private armies. In this medieval-like setting, it wasn't surprising that a factory owner might need thugs for protection. However, he wanted to ensure the workshop's financial stability to avoid working for nothing. "You can rest assured," Helbo assured him. "This workshop is backed by the shares of Lady Moonshadow Phalia. She will not default on our payment." "Moonshadow Phalia?" Viserys echoed, intrigued. When Viserys first arrived in Braavos, he was focused on restoring his kingdom and searching for potential allies. Thus, when Helbo mentioned Phalia, Viserys immediately knew who she was. Phalia, known as Moonshadow, was a prominent figure among the elite courtesans of Braavos. Braavos, with its bustling business community, hosted numerous gatherings, creating a niche for social butterflies who bridged the gap between wealthy businessmen and influential individuals. These high-end courtesans facilitated deals and alliances with their charm and intelligence, sometimes even establishing their own businesses. Reputation was paramount among these courtesans, and they employed protective swordsmen to maintain their honor. These bodyguards came from two main sources: suitors who were deeply in love with the courtesans, or hired swordsmen. The latter were necessary when suitors lacked the skills to defend their honor. These protective swordsmen were similar to the loyal knights who followed noble women in Westeros, such as Jorah Mormont or the leader of the Second Sons. High-end courtesans, like Phalia, were distinct from their lower-end counterparts who traded their bodies for financial gain and could be compared to medieval prostitutes. Phalia, however, was a respected figure with numerous wealthy merchants vying for her favor. She was also a favorite in the 10-day festival's beauty contest, reflecting her high status and wealth. After Helbo's introduction, Viserys immediately accepted the job. He needed to save money to buy dragon eggs and strengthen himself as quickly as possible. Recently, he had a dream of a man in black crossing the sea, which he interpreted as a sign that Robert Baratheon had sent another assassin. "In that case, I'll take you there tomorrow," Helbo offered. "Of course, no problem." Viserys agreed readily, surprising Helbo. Helbo was uncertain about Viserys taking on the bodyguard job. He knew it wasn't glamorous work, much like debt collection, but he remembered how Viserys had been fixated on restoring his kingdom. The young man's reputation for spending money to entertain himself was well known, making him a laughingstock in Braavos and the Free Cities. Helbo doubted Viserys would be comfortable working as a guard, given the significant difference in prestige. To his surprise, Viserys agreed readily. "Is he trying to save up to buy an army?" Helbo muttered to himself. It didn't seem to be a very good idea to him. Even after climbing into the carriage, he couldn't help but look back, puzzled by Viserys' eagerness. Helbo had recently expanded his operations, partly due to acquiring Bannergar's shares. His earnings had increased, and he now managed nearly 50 men, none of whom matched Viserys' prowess. He had moved into a better house with water piped in directly from the Long Canal, a status symbol in Braavos. Viserys had considered the same for his home, but abandoned the idea upon learning the pipes were made of lead. He tried to persuade Helbo of the health risks, but Helbo saw it as a mark of status and dismissed his concerns. As the saying goes, it's hard to convince a stubborn mind. Viserys had to respect Helbo's decision, even if he disagreed with it. The next day, Helbo arrived in his carriage to pick up Viserys. Anticipating potential conflicts, Viserys was prepared. He wore a suit of leather armor, with a dagger and crossbow at his waist and a pair of two-handed swords on his back. His constitution was nearing the level of a healthy adult, and he wondered if reaching the next level would bring a similar surge of strength as his skill advancements. If Viserys had once resembled a tall but bare sapling upon his first arrival in Braavos, he now stood like a spear. His body was straight, and after cutting his hair short, his facial features appeared less sinister and more handsome. "Brother, when will you be back?" Dany asked, already reluctant to let him go before he had even left the house. "Maybe it will be a few days. You should study more, practice more, eat fewer snacks, sleep more, and don't run around," Viserys replied. "Oh," Dany nodded, having begged him to take her along the previous night, but he had refused. To ensure her safety, Viserys instructed Helbo to leave someone behind to keep watch and maintain constant contact. He could return home immediately if anything happened. Soon, the two of them arrived at a small harbor. Take the boat. It's only 3 iron coins to Greenwater town. 1212. Fresh onions. Just arrived from the mainland. Hey, M-Lord. As a city of 1,000 islands, Bravos had a dense network of waterways. Shipping was an integral part of life. Boatmen touted their services, bare-chested porters hauled goods, and vendors hawked their wares. Even prostitutes flirted with potential customers. Viserys and Helbo walked through the bustling crowd and boarded a boat at a small harbor. Bald Regis was giving a speech to a group of newcomers when he saw Viserys and Helbo arrive. He quickly put on a somewhat cheap smile. "M'Lord Viserys, M'Lord Helbo." When Viserys first joined Helbo, Regis had been a bit upset. He thought Viserys had ambushed him and didn't believe that he had killed the fierce fish Bannergar. Viserys had volunteered to accept his challenge at any time. Initially, Regis held his own due to his weight, but as time passed, Viserys easily knocked him down with just one hand. Afterwards, Viserys taught him a few tricks, earning Regis's respect and admiration even more than his boss, Helbo. Viserys glanced down and saw about 30 people in total, with 4 boats between them. He and Helbo sat in one boat, while the others filled the remaining boats. Although it was a bit crowded, no one complained. Stretching out their legs was a privilege reserved for the big boss. Among the group, Viserys stood out. Not only was he tall and well-proportioned, but his silver hair was also eye-catching. Along the way, young wives and girls couldn't help but take a second look. Soon, someone recognized his identity. "Don't stare, silly girl. He's the fierce fish eater." The fierce fish eater? Those who recognized Viserys whispered about his deeds to those around them. Some timid girls covered their mouths, looking at him in disbelief. A young man who appeared gentle and scholarly could actually be so ruthless. However, once they left the town of Bitterwell, Viserys' reputation was not as well known. By noon, Helbo and his party arrived in the town of White Sails, where the candle workshop was located. On the shore, a middle-aged man with a bald head and gray hair waited with a few people. Helbo saw them first and stood up to greet them. The middle-aged man slightly bowed with his hands on his chest, then personally came forward to greet him. The owner of the workshop was a bald, middle-aged man named Morel. His face bore 2 deep wrinkles between his eyebrows, as if he carried a lot of pent-up frustration. Standing beside Morel was his son, Rabbi, who, influenced by his father's demeanor, seemed to lack vigor. Even managing a smile was a struggle for him. "Helbo, why did you bring such a young man here?" "He looks younger than me," Rabbi muttered, casting a doubtful glance at Viserys. His skepticism was understandable. Viserys looked far too young, especially with his short hair, making him appear more like a half-grown boy than a seasoned leader. Although he had an appealing look, he resembled more a squire than a knight ready for command. Morel shared his son's reservations. In his view, the shiny-headed Regis seemed more reassuring than Viserys. Seeing Viserys in the center of the group from a distance made Morel and his son uneasy. However, changing their minds now would affect their reputation as businessmen and upset Helbo, so they had to proceed as planned. "Okay, don't say that again," Morel pressed, warning his son. He straightened his clothes, cleared his throat, and walked towards Viserys and the others. "Lord Helbo, you've finally arrived. I can finally relax now." Morel greeted Helbo, extending his hand. Helbo, however, did not immediately take Morel's hand. Instead, he looked around at the workshop. "Your workshop is really huge. It would take 2 hours to walk around it," he remarked, pulling himself together and projecting the image Morel wanted to see. A traditional merchant like Morel needed to appear honest and trustworthy, while a security provider like Helbo needed to project strength and reassurance. Morel calmly withdrew his hand, then addressed the people behind him. "Oh, no. But with these fine men you brought, I have nothing to worry about." Helbo smiled and introduced the group. "This is Lord Viserys, and this is Regis." They will be in charge of the workshop's security. Regis puffed out his chest, looking very different from before. The master of the Bravo's workshop seemed to favor him. However, Morel did not show his preference openly. Instead, he praised both Viserys and Regis. Rabbi, standing behind his father, also remained quiet, feeling that the name Viserys was familiar, but not knowing where he had heard it before. I have prepared some fine wine for you. Please follow me, Morel invited. Yes, let's go. Helbo responded enthusiastically, walking at the front with Morel by his side. Viserys observed the workshop from a distance, noting its considerable size. It was not an exaggeration to call it a factory. Along the road, carts pulled large blocks of snow-white whale oil. The ground felt greasy under his feet, as if he were in the kitchen of a busy restaurant, each step making his feet feel sticky. White smoke billowed from various parts of the workshop, where wicks were drying, and both male and female workers, heads down, bustled about. They all wore oil-slicked leather aprons, obscuring their features. When Morel passed by, the workers bowed, and Morel nodded in acknowledgement. For fire prevention, the factory had a lot of water. Viserys noticed a watchtower in the workshop, though its location was a bit off. He thought if it were moved a little further east and had 2 archers stationed there, the entire workshop could be controlled. After walking for about 20 minutes, they arrived at the back of the factory, where the environment was noticeably better. Most of Helbo's men were taken to a more spacious area by Rabbi, while only Helbo, Viserys, and Regis joined Morel for dinner. This is wine from the arbor. Try it, Morel said, pouring a pale golden liquid for the 3 of them. The arbor in Westeros, vassal of Highgarden. Their fleet is powerful, and the grandmother of the little Rose is from House Redwine in the arbor, Viserys noticed, sipping the wine as information about arbor flashed through his mind. After 3 rounds of wine, Morel began to reveal his worries. In half a year, the 10-day festival would be held in Bravos, an event occurring every 3 years. During the festival, a large number of candles would be consumed, and the festival's costs in terms of supplies were immense. Behind each supply was an unimaginable profit. The cost of candles alone exceeded 30,000 gold dragons, not to mention alcohol, clothing, and other goods. I have to produce enough candles to secure a sufficient market share. Otherwise, after the celebration is over, this workshop might not survive, Morel said bitterly, pouring himself another glass of wine. Helbo, standing next to Morel, slammed his glass down on the table and shouted, "Don't worry, we'll make sure your production runs smoothly." "Thank you. I truly appreciate it," Morel responded excitedly, quickly toasting the group. At this point, Viserys spoke up. "Do you have a floor plan of the workshop that I could take a look at?" "No problem. When do you need it?" Morel asked. "As soon as possible," Viserys replied. Though Morel was in his 50s and Viserys was barely 15, he agreed to Viserys' request out of respect for Helbo. However, as Rabbi handed the floor plan to his father, he shared some disturbing news. "He is Viserys Targaryen, the Beggar King from Westeros," Rabbi exclaimed, looking at Viserys with resentment. Morel's face soured at the revelation. While the common people of Bravos might not recognize the name, the upper and middle classes of Bravos, and indeed the entire free cities, knew of him. He was infamous for selling his mother's crown and hosting a banquet for a group of Sellsword leaders, only to be tricked. Can such a person really protect my workshop? Morel wondered, his hopes, which had just been raised, collapsing by half. However, given the circumstances, Morel could only comfort himself. He noted that both Helbo and Regis seemed to respect the Beggar King greatly. Perhaps this descendant of the Targaryens truly possessed some unique talents. With a sigh, Morel sent his son away and tried to maintain a positive outlook. Viserys was unaware of Morel and his son's reservations. He only knew that this job suited him perfectly. After receiving the map, he went straight to the workshop to study it. The workshop was situated on a hill with a lower elevation to the east and a waterway to the south. The workshop's sewage had turned the waterway murky, but in these medieval times, providing jobs and feeding people took precedence over environmental concerns. Viserys quickly devised a plan for sentry posts and patrol routes. He divided the more than 30 people into two groups, with him and Regis each leading a team in two shifts. Initially, Morel shared his son's skepticism about Viserys' abilities. But upon seeing Viserys' meticulous arrangements, he felt inexplicably reassured. Despite his lack of understanding in these matters, the professionalism that Viserys exuded instilled a sense of trust. Viserys' constant presence at the various posts and his direct intervention when someone slacked off further solidified this trust. While some were unhappy with his strictness, they dared not express it openly. Most had witnessed him easily overpower Regis with one hand. Rabbi, however, still harbored resentment. Assigned to the day shift by Viserys, he felt insecure during the day and couldn't sleep well at night. A week had passed since Viserys' arrival at the workshop, and things had remained quiet. Viserys also noticed a change in his own physiology. Since his constitution upgrade, his need for sleep had decreased. Now, less than 7 hours of sleep was enough to keep him energized for the day. Burn them all. Burn. Burn. Ah! The orange flames swept through the workshop like a storm, engulfing everything in their path. The roaring inferno drowned out the cries of people and consumed the whale oil along with countless lives. Viserys, who had just fallen asleep, suddenly opened his eyes. The 1,000-degree flames had surrounded his quarters. In his dream, he had seen several figures emerging stealthily from the water, attacking the workshop and causing a massive fire. His dragon dreams had been triggered. Someone had breached his defenses, but his plan was solid. The patrols were designed to respond swiftly, with the ability to gather reinforcements within minutes. Each team member had a specific role, including one dedicated to communications. Unless faced with an army, they should have been able to hold their ground. This breach could only mean two things. Either someone had slacked off, abandoning their post, or Hellbow's rapid expansion had allowed for infiltration by enemy spies. These street thugs were no match for professional soldiers. Viserys had wisely moved the rest area to the south near the ditch, anticipating such a scenario. With no time to call for reinforcements, Viserys decided to take action himself. He quickly donned his leather armor, grabbed his long sword and dagger, and jumped out of the window. His immediate goal was to assess the situation and coordinate the patrol members to get help. At this time, a member of the patrol stood by the waterway, looking left and right. Seeing that the other two team members were not far away, he relaxed a little. Suddenly, something felt wrong. He couldn't immediately pinpoint the issue. Wait, the toad isn't croaking. The patrol member immediately became vigilant, recalling Viserys' teachings. Viserys had told them to pay attention to their surroundings while patrolling. Frogs, toads, and crickets, for example, would stop croaking if someone approached. This could help determine the direction and location of an enemy during patrols. The patrol member shouted in a threatening manner toward the waterway. "Who's there? Show yourself." This bluffing tactic was also taught by Viserys. The leader of the intruders was annoyed. Viserys' patrols were too well organized. They had been watching for days, but had not found a suitable place to breach. Even the filthy waterway was patrolled. However, since there were fewer patrols here, they decided to attack from this direction. They thought the patrol would be easy to deal with, but the patrolman's vigilance was beyond their expectations. "Who goes there?" The patrolman was flustered when he saw a dozen men appear suddenly, so much so that his voice wavered. In the moonlight, he saw the glint of knives and daggers. He quickly sounded the alarm, but it was already too late. This group had come to set the workshop on fire. Unless he could hold them back, they would cause great damage once inside. The other two team members quickly came running after hearing the whistle. But after a few steps, they saw at least 30 people in shadows. They didn't have the courage to fight off 10 men each, and they immediately thought of running away. The intruders seemed to have the same idea. The leader shouted to his men, "Charge in and burn this place to the ground." Ooh! The crowd let out strange cries, like a pack of hyenas closing in on their prey, with some even laughing cruelly. Just when several patrol members were beginning to despair, they suddenly heard a shout from behind. "Go back and get help. Lord Viserys!" They were relieved to see Viserys running over, but anxious upon realizing he was alone. "Hurry!" Without needing further urging, the patrol members sprinted away as fast as they could. Under the crescent moon in the night sky, Viserys didn't have time to question why all three had fled. With the moonlight still relatively bright, he estimated there were about 30 attackers. Although their faces were hidden in the shadows, their figures were clearly visible. Viserys' silver hair made him conspicuous, even more so now. One of the attackers suddenly said, "Isn't this the Beggar King? What are you doing here? Aren't you Targaryens supposed to be proud dragons? Why are you acting like a watchdog?" As soon as he finished speaking, the others burst into laughter. Viserys raised the corner of his mouth and replied, "Your mother didn't want to let me go, so I had to stay in Bravos for a while." Verbal attacks, centered on family, were always Viserys' favorite. Though he couldn't see the man's face clearly, he sensed the man was taken aback. "You fool! I'll see if your bones are as hard as your mouth. Attack!" Several subordinates armed with short knives surrounded Viserys. The sharp blades glistened in the moonlight, looking even more menacing. They gradually approached, their eyes flashing with cruel intent. This is a descendant of the Targaryens, a genuine noble. They would boast for years about killing such a person. Viserys calmly drew his sword, silently assessing the strength of the men and looking for a position that would be advantageous to him. Viserys couldn't recall the name of the person who he had just provoked, but it didn't matter. With lethal precision, he dispatched his enemies. His master-level combat skills allowed him to move with such speed and efficiency that his opponents saw nothing but the cold gleam of his blade. In less than a minute, 6 or 7 men lay dead on the ground. One particularly unfortunate soul had his head severed, the gruesome trophy rolling to the feet of the instigator. This man, a mercenary named Radmon, had once been a guest at Viserys' banquet. Radmon was a minor leader, hence why Viserys didn't remember him. He had coarse, flaxen hair slicked back in a style reminiscent of a wolf's tail, and a missing right eyebrow from an old arrow wound. He had lost his right forearm in battle 6 months prior, making him unfit for frontline combat, but his experience still made him valuable as a hired hand. Seeing the Beggar King who had sold his mother's crown standing against him and his men, Radmon had assumed Viserys was seeking death. He thought a single knife would be enough to turn Viserys into mincemeat, especially since he remembered him as a lightweight from their previous encounter. Radmon believed he could easily defeat Viserys in just a few moves, even with his handicap. Reality, however, proved him disastrously wrong. How is this possible? How can he fight so well? Radmon's mouth went dry. His saliva stopped flowing, a reaction typical of a rookie soldier facing battle for the first time. He couldn't comprehend how Viserys could be so competent. Viserys moved with astonishing speed, his figure becoming a blur in the darkness. The attackers, armed with short weapons and burdened with firewood, were taken by surprise. They had to cross the waterway, which further hindered their movements. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Radmon knew that failure to defeat Viserys meant the failure of their entire operation. He shouted frantically, "Give it everything! Otherwise, none of US will get Lord Anderson's reward." Viserys didn't know who this Anderson was, but he silently noted the name. As a cloud passed over the moon, plunging the area into darkness, Viserys seized the opportunity. He dropped his sword, took out his dagger, and began slitting throats with deadly efficiency. Screams filled the air as Viserys moved like a reaper in the night, his dagger harvesting lives. The attackers, now gripped by terror, swung their knives wildly, even injuring one another in their panic. Suddenly, 2 attackers couldn't bear the tense atmosphere any longer. They threw down their weapons, screamed, and jumped into the murky waterway in a desperate bid to escape. "Don't run. Gather together. Gather together." Radmon shouted at the top of his lungs, managing to gather a dozen of his men. But the group's morale quickly melted away like ice under a hot sun as they saw a light approaching from a distance. It was Regis and his team, armed with wooden spears and torches, running at full speed and yelling. The few patrol members Viserys had sent back to deliver the message now had swollen faces, courtesy of Regis. When he heard they had left Viserys alone, he was so shocked that he broke out in a cold sweat, his hair standing on end. He not only rallied everyone around him, but also dragged those who were resting out of bed. Even then, they could only muster fewer than 20 people. Though Regis knew Viserys was very strong, he was still scared that he could handle more than 10 attackers at once. Along the way, Regis kept praying, and when they reached the waterway, they could only judge the general direction of the fight by the sounds of splashing water. As the group got closer, they saw the aftermath. Wounded and dead bodies littered the ground, and only a silver-haired youth with a fierce aura stood there. "Lord Viserys?" Regis asked tentatively. Viserys, still radiating murderous intent, turned his head, causing Regis to shudder. "It's me," Viserys said, trying to calm himself. "Are you okay?" Regis asked. "I'm fine. Look around and see if there are any survivors. Deal with them later." Viserys then turned and left. Regis was shocked by the scene before him, the bodies lying on the ground and the ones still groaning in pain. Although he didn't know how many had escaped, he estimated there had been at least 30 attackers. That meant Viserys had single-handedly stopped an attack by 30 men. This realization made Regis gasp in astonishment. All of this was done by Lord Viserys. Regis muttered in disbelief. "Of course, there's only one lord here," one of the other team members said, sharing in the awe. Oh, many of the team members had never seen such a bloody scene before, and the strong smell of blood caused some to vomit uncontrollably. Regis, snapping out of his shock, yelled at the others, "There are dead bodies here. Hurry up and clean this up." The team members sprang into action, gathering the bodies scattered on the ground. Regis couldn't help but realize that Viserys was far stronger than he had ever imagined. When Viserys had been teaching him sword skills and training methods, Regis had been skeptical. Crawling on the ground and adopting strange stances seemed pointless to him. But now, seeing the aftermath of Viserys' fight, he believed. If he could someday have even half of Viserys' strength, he would consider himself very fortunate. Meanwhile, back in his room, Viserys began to reflect on the recent battle. The victory had been a combination of favorable conditions and good tactics. The attackers were unprepared, his long weapon gave him an advantage, and the environment worked in his favor. However, he knew that if the circumstances had been different, he could have easily been injured, or worse. In this era, injuries were particularly dangerous, especially during the long summer when infections were common. Caution was everything. Viserys opened his panel to check his progress and noticed that his Dragon Dream skill had improved significantly. Dragon Dreams. Ordinary, 296/300 plus. In the past 3 months, his proficiency had increased by 20 points. It seemed the skill had just refreshed for the new day. He added the remaining 5 points to Dragon Dreams, and a strange sensation rippled through his mind. Dragon Dreams. Proficient 1/1000 plus. For a moment, Viserys felt a clearer perception of future events. Previously, he had only passively perceived impending danger through his dreams. Now, it seemed he could actively predict movements and threats through his dreams. With some time left before dawn, Viserys decided to test his newfound ability. He recalled the recent dream of a black-clad assassin crossing the sea and focused his mind, hoping to see where the man was now. Viserys stretched out on the bed, gradually relaxing. The adrenaline from the recent battle still coursed through his veins, making his heart pound and the vivid images of the fight replay in his mind. Sleep didn't come easily. He tossed and turned for nearly half an hour before finally drifting off. In his dream, Viserys found himself on a dark, undulating sea. The sky was lightening, signaling dawn, but the sea remained dark and turbulent, as if recovering from a storm. Pieces of wood and cargo floated around, and a thin, soaking wet man clung to a plank. Is this a storm? Viserys wondered, feeling a sense of unexpected fortune. The assassin sent to kill him had encountered a storm en route, a stroke of luck indeed. The man seemed to have been drifting at sea for days, lying listlessly on the broken plank, like a leaf at the mercy of the waves, ready to capsize at any moment. Suddenly, the assassin sprang to life, his body electrified with energy. Like a predator spotting prey, he lunged forward and caught a 1-meter-long lobster. With practiced ease, he took out a dagger and cleaned the lobster, preparing a fresh meal of sashimi within minutes. "This is unbelievable," Viserys thought, incredulous. In his previous life, he had seen movies depicting people adrift at sea, struggling to find food and barely surviving. Yet here was the assassin, thriving in such dire circumstances. But something peculiar caught Viserys' attention. After killing the lobster, the assassin shuddered, as if he had felt the knife's plunge himself. A thought crossed Viserys' mind. Could this man be a skin changer, someone with the ability to control animals? Just as Viserys was about to delve deeper into his observation, the scene blurred. He felt dizzy, like he hadn't slept for days. The exhaustion forced him to withdraw from the dragon dream state. "It seems my magic power is insufficient," Viserys realized. Exiting dragon dreams, he noted his magic power was less than 1. He hadn't studied magic for 2 months, leaving his magic power below 10. Passively triggering dragon dreams consumed some magic, but like physical strength, it would automatically recover over time. However, there were no shortcuts to increasing his magic except by allocating points. Braavos, with its many shrines, temples, and the House of Black and White, might hold answers. Perhaps he could find a way to enhance his magic there. Suddenly, Viserys heard a thumping sound, like someone pounding on a wooden board. Someone was knocking. He opened his eyes and saw the door had been cracked open, and a bald head pushed in. It was Regis. "What is it? Is something wrong?" Viserys asked, not bothering to get out of bed. "You were sleeping?" Regis asked, somewhat surprised. "I was just falling asleep," Viserys replied. Seeing that Viserys had actually been asleep, Regis was taken aback. He thought to himself, "Viserys is incredible. He just killed a dozen people, and now he's sleeping." "Oh, I thought you were injured, so I came to check on you." "Go back to sleep," Regis said. Viserys knew Regis meant no harm, so he remained relaxed. He waved his hand dismissively and turned over to go back to sleep. Regis gently closed the door and stepped back out, the admiration in his eyes deepening. Viserys found the method of tracking through dreams too exhausting. He wanted to continue the dream, but with his magic depleted, he couldn't. He fell asleep almost immediately. He slept until noon the next day, undisturbed. No one dared to interrupt his peaceful slumber. Regis took it upon himself to watch over him. That night, the master of the workshop, Morel, was not present due to other matters. However, he learned of the events shortly before dawn and hurried back. He was relieved to see the workshop undamaged. "Lord Regis, what happened? Was anyone hurt?" Morel asked, concerned. Regis glanced at Morel, impressed that his first concern was for the people rather than the workshop. "The attackers were driven back by us, or rather by Lord Viserys." "Lord Viserys?" Morel repeated, confused, looking at his equally perplexed son. He thought, "Didn't you say dozens of people came last night? Could Viserys have stopped them all by himself?" That half-grown boy, whether others believed it or not, Morel and his son were skeptical. Either they heard wrong and there weren't dozens of attackers, or something extraordinary had happened. After all, wasn't Regis supposed to be in charge at night? Why did Viserys repel the attackers? Ignoring the father and son's doubts, Regis led them to the room where the attackers were held. Inside, there were 7 or 8 bodies and 4 or 5 injured people lying on the floor. "These are all." The sight of such a tragic scene made Morel turn pale. Regis wondered why the usually composed father and son were now stuttering. "These are the attackers. They were all killed by Lord Viserys," Regis said with a hint of pride, as if he had killed them himself. "I'll leave the rest to you. Lord Viserys is still resting, so don't disturb him." Regis then turned to leave. At this moment, Rabbi suddenly remembered something and hurriedly asked, "Is Lord Viserys injured?" "No, he's fine," Regis replied. The father and son were stunned. They couldn't fathom what kind of person they had hired. He had killed a dozen people in one night and emerged unscathed. He was a monster. Rabbi suddenly remembered what a friend of his, a water dancer, had told him. A master swordsman is very sensitive to the reactions of others. They even notice the slightest facial expression. Rabbi realized that his attitude towards Viserys had been disrespectful. He suddenly felt a pang of fear. "Should we prepare some gifts for him?" he suggested to his father. Morel nodded, indicating that he would take care of it. Helbo learned the news a little later. When he discovered that Viserys had killed more than a dozen people on his own, his reaction was even more exaggerated than Morel and his sons. He immediately prepared a banquet to honor Viserys and gathered some gifts. He knew the news would spread quickly. When it did, his own business would benefit, and his influence might even expand further. He absolutely could not let such a valuable asset slip away. As for those who were killed, they were naturally not a problem. It was a serious crime to raid someone's workshop at night, and he wouldn't let Viserys take the blame for all these deaths. He could just pin it on someone else. He had done this many times before. Dany only learned about the incident after hearing Morel's account. While others were shocked and admired Viserys for killing dozens of people, Dany was terrified. Later, when no one was around, she worriedly checked Viserys' body, relieved only when she was certain he wasn't injured. The burden of using dragon dreams to perform active divination was not small, and it took until the afternoon for Viserys to recover his energy. As he opened the door, he found Rabbi waiting outside. The enthusiasm in his demeanor was a stark contrast to their first meeting. "Lord Viserys." "Goodman Rabbi, what brings you here? Come on in." Viserys ushered him into the house, already guessing the reason for his visit, but asking nonetheless. "I have come to thank you." "Thank me?" Viserys remembered Rabbi's initial lukewarm attitude, but chose to play along. "You are too kind. It was my duty." No. Your martial arts skills are extraordinary, yet you remain so humble. You're my role model. The Titan of Bravos may be a guardian, but last night, you were the Titan of our workshop. Viserys found Rabbi's flattery amusing, but kept a straight face. Rabbi continued, explaining that he and his father had prepared a simple feast and hoped Viserys would join them in the evening. "Here is a small token of our appreciation. Please do come." Rabbi handed him a box with a sapphire-inlaid clasp, hinting at valuable contents inside. "No problem, but what about the guards at the workshop?" Viserys inquired. Rabbi quickly responded, "You might not be aware during your rest, but the mayor is taking this incident very seriously. He has sent a team of guards here, ensuring no one will dare to target the workshop for the next few days." Viserys nodded, reassured by the involvement of the authorities. He doubted Rabbi and his father would suffer financially due to the presence of the guards. "In that case, allow me to freshen up a bit." "It's already been prepared for you," Rabbi said. To Viserys' surprise, several servants carrying hot water entered the room. Two burly men carried large kegs, followed by two maids with attractive features. Viserys composed himself and took a bath with the maids' assistance. Thanks to the system's enhancements, his body was well-proportioned with smooth muscle lines, almost 60, but looking far younger. The maids seemed to enjoy their task, their gazes appreciative as they carefully wiped every inch of his skin with towels. Perhaps due to the original Viserys' frequent indulgence in such services, he felt no discomfort being naked, even under the maids' attentive care. He changed into clean clothes with the help of the maids, and outside, a carriage and horses had been waiting for quite some time. The sky had darkened, and the sun's rays were fading on the distant mountains. He wondered if Bannergar had finished his work yet. Accompanied by Rabbi, Viserys walked through the flat streets of the wealthy district and arrived at a grand courtyard. From a distance, he could already sense the excitement emanating from within. Bright white light poured out of the mansion, giving the initial impression of a fire. But as they entered, the true source of the light became clear, and it was breathtaking. Hundreds of candles lit up the courtyard, making it as bright as day. For a moment, Viserys was so captivated by the sight that he felt as if he had returned to his previous world. 3 long tables were set up, laden with an abundance of food. Not far away, a group of musicians played lively tunes, and a dozen servants bustled about, attending to the guests. Rabbi and his father had invited all the team members, who were making a ruckus and stuffing their faces with food. Regis stood out, larger than the others, wearing a lilac jacket. He danced around, animatedly recounting the battle, making it seem as if he had single-handedly repelled the attackers. Helbo, who had been watching the door, was the first to notice Viserys' arrival. He stood up and tapped his glass with a fork, producing a clear sound that silenced the noisy feast. "Hey, look, it's our hero, Lord Viserys. Let's drink a toast to him." The crowd quieted down, and those who had been flirting with the maids quickly stopped. They all turned towards Viserys, raising their glasses in his honor. Helbo handed Viserys a glass of wine. Just as he was about to take a sip, several men came up behind him and lifted him into the air. "Viserys! Viserys! 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 Viserys!" The name echoed throughout the courtyard as they carried him around, celebrating his bravery. They finally set him down after the third lap, to the sound of hearty cheers. "To the bravery of Lord Viserys." Morel proposed another toast. "Bravery," the team members echoed, raising their glasses once more. Viserys knew he had to say something meaningful on such an occasion. Though not particularly skilled in public speaking, he tried to recall the demeanor of his old instructor. He raised his glass and began. "Everyone, your hard work over the past few days has been commendable. It is because of our unity and determination that the workshop has remained safe and sound. Together, we are like a blazing fire, strong and unstoppable. Apart, we are like stars shining brightly in our own right. Let us continue to grow, become stronger, and create new glories." The speech was a bit awkward, even for Viserys himself, but Morel and Helbo were impressed. His noble background gave his words a certain authority, and the atmosphere grew even more spirited. As the festivities continued, Viserys and the other leaders gathered in a more private setting to discuss matters further. "Do you know who Anderson is?" "I heard that name from those people," Viserys asked, now surrounded only by Helbo and the Morel. "Anderson?" Rabbi looked puzzled, but Morel and Helbo exchanged glances, a silent understanding passing between them. "Anderson? Could it be him?" Morel frowned, the lines on his forehead deepening. "Is there a problem with him?" Helbo asked, setting his wine glass down. "No," Morel shook his head. "He's in the land business. We don't interact much." Viserys observed them carefully, feeling a bit like an outsider. The previous night's battle had been intense, and the heavy losses meant it would be difficult for Morel's enemies to organize another similar attack. With most of his mission accomplished, Viserys felt that the fate of the workshop was no longer his concern as long as he received his payment. The next day, Helbo approached Viserys with an apologetic expression, making him realize that the situation he was involved in was more complicated than it had initially seemed. In the courtyard, Dany practiced swordsmanship under the guidance of a skilled water dancer swordsman. Meanwhile, Viserys conversed with Helbo about the workshop's current situation. Lady Phalia and another lady named Gortave are both popular candidates for the beauty pageant at the 10-day celebration. Helbo began, sharing the latest gossip. Fernan seems to be Gortave's supporter. Gortave once said she would build a new theater in Greenwater Town. And the most suitable place in Greenwater Town, Helbo continued, piecing together information he had gathered over the past few days. Morel's workshop is in a bad situation. Many skilled workers have left, and it seems they lost a lot of money when they bought whale oil, he concluded. Helbo then turned to Viserys, his expression filled with regret. "Viserys, it's all my fault. We've expanded too quickly." He kept apologizing, assuring Viserys that he would find a way to pay his share of the compensation. Viserys, however, sat in his chair, deep in thought. "I heard there will be a tournament at the 10-day celebration. I want to sign up," Viserys suddenly announced. Helbo's heart sank. Was Viserys hit in the head? The prize for the tournament was generous, but the competition was fierce, attracting sword masters who had been honing their skills for decades. The tournaments were dangerous, with deaths occurring almost every time. Helbo tried to dissuade him. You haven't been in Bravos long enough to know, but every tournament brings out a new crop of sword masters, and almost every time someone dies in the arena, Helbo warned. My goal is not to win the championship. I have other plans, Viserys reassured him. In fact, Viserys wasn't fooling Helbo. After spending more than 3 months in this world, he had sensed some subtle changes. According to the original plot, he and Dany would have run away to another city to avoid debt. But because of his transmigration, Viserys not only stayed in Bravos, but he was also thriving. He sensed that the assassin newly sent by Robert was quite capable. According to the images in his dream, the assassin had been drifting at sea for at least 10 days, showing his toughness. Robert had been on the throne for more than 10 years, spending all his time partying and drinking and racking up a huge debt. Now, he had been in power for less than 8 years, and the financial situation had not yet deteriorated to the point of being out of control. What if he found that Viserys was growing up too fast and decided to bite the bullet and pay the faceless men hundreds of thousands of gold dragons to assassinate him? The headquarters of the faceless men, the House of Black and White, was in Bravos. Viserys hoped to raise his value as much as possible through the tournament, making the price Robert would have to pay for his assassination prohibitively high. The remnants of the former dynasty might be far away, but the gold coins in front of Robert were not. Viserys believed this possibility was very high. After all, when the Mother of Dragons was pregnant in the original story, Robert hadn't bothered to find the faceless men. Now, it was even less likely. Viserys was confident that in 3 months, his constitution would improve significantly, allowing him to fully display his sword skills. At the same time, the water dancer swordsman teaching Dany was also gaining knowledge and skill from their sessions. He would likely achieve a good ranking in the upcoming competition. Viserys had heard that the champion of the swordsmanship competition would be awarded a Valyrian steel sword, while the poetry competition champion would receive a dragon egg. These were generous prizes from Bravos, and though it was just a rumor, the value of the final prize was expected to be substantial. If he could win a lot of money through the competition, Viserys planned to take Dany and leave Bravos. He would hide and bide his time, eventually changing his appearance and joining a mercenary group. With the money earned, he could buy more dragon eggs. 3 were not enough. He needed at least 5. In a few years, Dany would hatch the dragons, and they would retrace the Mother of Dragons' path to glory. Of course, the part about marrying the Horse Lord would be omitted. Viserys was confident he could command a 1,000-man mercenary group within a few years, all without selling his sister. After hatching the dragons, he would go directly to Astapor in Slaver's Bay to recruit those who sought vengeance. These plans, however, he kept to himself. To Helbo, he only mentioned his intention to participate in the tournament. Helbo, having no reason to refuse, promised to take care of the registration. Just as the two were about to part ways, Viserys' servant entered and reported, "My lord, there is a man outside who claims to be Illyrio and says he wants to see you." Illyrio? Viserys' eyebrows raised, and his whole body tensed in high vigilance. This Illyrio was, in many ways, the most important person he had encountered since his arrival. Viserys guessed that Illyrio was far more than just a merchant. He had quite a reputation and considerable influence. Viserys thought that if Illyrio could get in touch with the Horse Lords, he could probably connect with many Sellsword leaders as well. Although Viserys no longer planned to use Illyrio to sell his sister, maintaining contact with him was crucial if he wanted to pursue the Sellsword route in the future. Helbo, perceptive as ever, noticed Viserys' reaction and realized he was not needed. He took the initiative to leave, exiting through a small door. Viserys now felt a mix of nerves and anticipation. Illyrio was the second original character he had met. If he counted himself as the first, then Illyrio was the third. This man had a lot of influence and power. He turned to the maid and said, "Jill, tell Dany that today's lesson is over. Take her change and wait in the drawing room." "Yes, m'lord," Jill replied. Viserys took a deep breath, changed into a silver coat provided by the servant, and walked straight to the front door. Outside the gate, A corpulent man sat in a lavish carriage. His golden beard and hair, combined with a red robe, exuded an aura of wealth. Rings adorned every finger, each one colorful and ornate. Despite his opulent appearance, young Illyrio was once an assassin. Through his cunning and resourcefulness, he became a wealthy merchant in Pentos. Dragon bones, dragon eggs, jewelry. These were all part of his extensive business. His luxurious carriage parked outside was a symbol of his wealth, attracting the attention of everyone on the street. Illyrio had begun gathering information on Viserys as soon as he arrived in the city. The boy had reportedly killed more than 10 people in one night. This was extraordinary. Illyrio had initially thought that Viserys would be a broken man after the Feast of the Crown, but instead, he seemed to have developed a new talent. Soon, Illyrio saw Viserys approaching. Any doubts he might have had vanished when he saw the handsome young man. Viserys exuded an aura of confidence and strength, and Illyrio could sense his presence even from a distance. The scent of blood was unmistakable. Illyrio exuded an aura of luxury, but in a more remote area, he would stand out like a fish out of water. However, his bodyguards were no amateurs. The coachman and the guards following the carriage were not to be underestimated. Especially noteworthy was the guard in the brown coat, whose broad chest and strong thighs hinted at his prowess even through his clothes. Illyrio himself had once been an assassin, and his entourage were no slouches either. They quickly sized each other up with practiced ease. "Prince Viserys," Illyrio called out as he descended from the carriage with the help of his escort, a smile on his lips. "Lord Illyrio," Viserys replied. "You are becoming more and more like Prince Rhaegar." Illyrio knew better than to compare Viserys to his father, the Mad King. Instead, he chose to flatter Viserys by comparing him to Rhaegar, who still had a good reputation despite his flaws. You're joking. I'm no match for my brother. But you're in luck. The fog and bravos has lifted a lot since you were announced to be coming." The two exchanged pleasantries and headed towards the living room. Illyrio quickly noted that Viserys had changed. Previously, Viserys had been stiff and formal in social situations. Now, he carried himself with casual confidence. Despite living in a place that was not as grand as before, Viserys made it seem stylish with his bearing. As they passed through the courtyard, Illyrio noticed the mannequins and weapons rack. While the clean weapons rack could be attributed to diligent servants, the densely marked dummy target told a different story. It indicated that Viserys had not neglected his martial arts training. Soon, they arrived at the living room. The furnishings were relatively ordinary, with a reasonable number of lamps, all courtesy of Morel. However, a few chairs caught Illyrio's attention. They were a bit too wide. When Illyrio sat down, he found them to be soft and comfortable, almost like being embraced. With the intuition of a successful businessman, he immediately recognized the value of these chairs. Could it be a new product from Bravos? No, if Bravos had such a thing, I would have heard about it, he thought. Could it be that the young prince had designed the chair himself? Suppressing his curiosity for the moment, Illyrio refocused on Viserys. "I heard that the prince has been doing some business with loans lately." Yes, it's just enough to support my sister," Viserys replied, generously explaining how he had entered this industry. His unreserved attitude impressed Illyrio. Illyrio knew that some fallen nobles could be overly ambitious yet lack practical skills, unwilling to do any real work and preferring to remain poor. As a businessman with a pragmatic instinct, Viserys' attitude resonated with him. However, if Viserys intended to live like this indefinitely without any ambition to restore his kingdom, his investment value would be significantly reduced. "What are your plans for the future, Prince?" Illyrio asked indirectly, probing for Viserys' true ambitions. Viserys' lips curled slightly into a knowing smile. Instead of answering Illyrio's question directly, he posed one of his own. "Do you think Robert's rule is stable?" Illyrio's eyes widened a fraction before he replied thoughtfully. When Robert first raised an army, he had the backing of the North, the Vale, and the Riverlands. He and Ned Stark, Lord of Winterfell, were both wards of Lord Aaron of the Vale, and the two were like brothers. Later, he gained the support of the Westerlands by marrying Cersei. Under these circumstances, Highgarden also pledged its allegiance. As for Dorne, they are somewhat isolated and weak. Viserys nodded, understanding the implications. When the Targaryens were first overthrown, Dorne had even approached him to discuss a marriage alliance, only to later swear fealty to Robert. Their willingness to engage with Viserys had diminished as Robert's rule solidified. Illyrio's point was clear. Viserys' chances of reclaiming the throne were slim, and he wanted to gauge Viserys' reaction. "My lord," Viserys began, "I believe the fate of Westeros may ultimately be decided by a woman." Illyrio raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "What do you mean? Take Robert, for example. The Baratheons are all black-haired and blue-eyed, yet his 3 children are blonde and blue-eyed. Another example, in the early years, rumors abounded that Peter Baelish boasted of sleeping with Catelyn Tully, but the one who was in love with him was her sister, Lisa. You know what happened to Lisa? She married Jon Arryn, a man old enough to be her father. Littlefinger's rise to power in the court is inseparable from her influence." Illyrio, a merchant who thrived on information, leaned in, clearly fascinated by Viserys' insights. Viserys continued, "Have you heard about Ned Stark's bastard?" Illyrio nodded, curious if there was more to the story. "It said that the boy might actually be Rhaegar's son with Lyanna Stark," Viserys revealed mysteriously. Illyrio's eyes widened in surprise. The notion seemed implausible at first, but then he realized it wasn't entirely impossible. Everyone in the Seven Kingdoms knew about Rhaegar and Lyanna, and their relationship had been one of the catalysts for Robert's rebellion. However, the implications of Viserys' statement were profound. "This is the benefit of being a transmigrator," Viserys thought proudly, feeling a pang of sympathy for his nephew. But Illyrio's instinct to seek verification quickly kicked in. "Your news." Viserys remained enigmatic. "Varys," he said simply. Illyrio's eyes widened in realization. It all made sense. When it came to information, no one was better than Varys. He hadn't considered that Varys might still be in contact with Viserys, even from within the Red Keep. Illyrio looked at Viserys with newfound respect. No wonder he had recovered from the blow of the Feast of the Crown. He had found a powerful ally. But how had Varys managed to contact him? And why hadn't Illyrio known about it? Before he could puzzle it out, Viserys changed the subject. "I recently heard a very wise saying, 'Good luck does not favor fools, and opportunities are reserved for those who are prepared.'" He continued, "A good knight keeps his sword sharp at all times, waiting for the right moment. Practicing martial arts, studying, and even saving money. These are all things I need to do and am doing." A man as astute as Illyrio couldn't be fooled by Viserys' lofty words. What truly intrigued him was the possibility that Viserys had the support of Varys. He wondered why Varys hadn't informed him, but he knew better than to reveal their secret now. Illyrio clapped his hands, signaling to the brown-clad guard. "Bring me the gift I prepared for the prince." The guard looked uncomfortable. "I'm sorry, my lord, I left the gift in the carriage." Illyrio feigned anger. "You useless piece of trash, you can't even do this simple task. Go get it." "Yes, my lord." The guard hurried out of the room, his demeanor relaxing as soon as he turned away. Viserys understood the game. If he hadn't shown potential or value, the gift might never have been given. But he knew better than to question it. They would keep their thoughts to themselves and maintain the charade of friendship. While the guard retrieved the gift, Dany finally emerged from her room. She wore a light purple dress and moved gracefully, her long silver hair adorned with delicate accessories. Her small hands lifted the hem of her skirt, revealing a vision of ethereal beauty. With her silver hair and violet eyes, she looked like a moonlit fairy, an elf among flowers. "Brother," Dany said softly to Viserys before turning to Illyrio. "This is Illyrio," Viserys reminded her. Illyrio's eyes widened in amazement as he looked at Dany. He took a moment to compose himself before returning her greeting. Viserys, noticing Illyrio's distraction, said to Dany, "Come, sit by my side." Dany obediently sat next to Viserys, her back straight and her manners impeccable. Illyrio had seen Dany before at the house with the red door, where she had been an adorable child. Now, she was blossoming into a captivating young woman. Although she wasn't yet in full bloom, she had already developed a striking presence. In the original storyline, Illyrio was supposed to meet the Viserys siblings a few years later, when Dany was around 12 or 13 and had just started menstruating. In Viserys' world, such a marriage would be considered criminal, but here, it was the norm. Even at 15 or 16, Dany had the potential to charm a Sellsword leader and make him her loyal advisor. Illyrio's reaction to seeing Dany's beauty, even at a younger age, had been one of shock. Now, seeing her a little more mature, he was equally captivated. Illyrio paused for a moment, then continued. Prince, you mentioned that you were accumulating wealth while improving your skills. With all due respect, wealth accumulation is a lengthy process for ordinary people without capital. Viserys leaned in, intrigued. Go on. Illyrio smiled, sensing Viserys' interest. Take me, for example. It took me nearly half my adult life to earn my first pot of gold. However, it only took 2 or 3 years to earn my second and third pots of gold. The same principle applies to land. It may take generations to acquire the first piece, but once you have it, acquiring more becomes significantly easier. I believe the same holds true for a kingdom. You may need an initial boost. Viserys understood immediately. You mean a starting capital? Exactly, Illyrio nodded. Marriage is a common means of alliance between nobles, much like the proposed marriage between you and Dorne. However, given the current situation, Viserys understood the implication. The alliance might fall through. But if you trust me, I believe I can find a suitable marriage partner for Princess Dany, one who might bring an army as a dowry. Dany, now part of the conversation, blinked nervously. The mention of marriage unsettled her, for she was too young to grasp its full consequences. She bit her lip, trying to keep her composure, remembering Viserys' teachings on maintaining royal composure. Viserys sensed her discomfort, but kept his focus on Illyrio. Of course, I've considered this. However, given our current circumstances, finding a suitable match for Dany might be challenging. Dany trembled slightly at Viserys' words, feeling a pang of sorrow at the thought of separation. She had always imagined being with Viserys forever, and now, the idea of parting weighed heavily on her young heart. Viserys, despite his words, had no intention of using Dany as a bargaining chip. His predecessor's approach of trading family for power was something he now disdained. He believed in the value of strength for protection, not just for its own sake. His apparent interest in a marriage was merely to keep Illyrio engaged. As a wealthy magister of Pentos, Illyrio was well-versed in Targaryen traditions. To secure his support, Viserys needed to play along. Sure enough, Illyrio approved of Viserys' attitude. Meanwhile, the guard returned with a gift. Wrapped in red silk, its shape was unmistakable, a long bow. The guard placed the gift on the table, and Illyrio himself removed the silk, revealing a black dragonbone bow. The bow, 4 or 5 feet long, was as black as the night sky, curved like a crescent moon, as if crafted from a dragon's rib. It exuded a powerful and mysterious aura. Alongside the bow were 3 replacement strings, a testament to Illyrio's thoughtful preparation. A small token of my appreciation. Please accept it, Prince. Thank you, Illyrio. I accept it with gratitude. Viserys smiled as he picked up the dragonbone bow. Pale blue text appeared in front of his eyes. Dragonbone bow provides 2.58 assignable points. Daily assignable points increase by 0.08. 2.58 points. Is it related to the size? Viserys put his questions aside for the time being. Illyrio was in the dragonbone business. If I could just take a look around his warehouse. He pulled the bowstring without making a sound, drawing it to about 70% of its capacity. This display of strength was impressive for a minor and gave Illyrio a glimpse of Viserys' potential. He carefully supported the bowstring and let it slowly return to its resting position, a gesture that did not go unnoticed by Illyrio. This showed his respect and understanding of the weapon, earning him more favor from the merchant. Any bow left unstrung could suffer damage, And as a jeweler and dragonbone merchant, Illyrio appreciated the care Viserys showed. Although the bow was now a gift, it still meant something to him that it would be cherished. The two men chatted a while longer. Illyrio mentioned he had another business meeting to attend, so he didn't stay long. Before leaving, he left Viserys another gift. Viserys couldn't help but marvel at Illyrio's extravagance. This dragonbone bow only further confirmed Viserys' suspicions. It seemed that contact with dragon products provided assignable points, and continuous contact would keep those points accumulating. As soon as his meeting with Illyrio was over, he opened his panel to check. Every morning, Viserys would add assignable points to his constitution and then reallocate proficiency points from other skills to his swordsmanship. Today, he found that his assignable points had increased from 0 to 2.58. The Dragonbone Bow had added 2.5 assignable points. With the 0.05 bonus from the Dragonbone Dagger, the 0.08 from the Dragonbone Bow, and his original 0.1, his daily assignable points had increased to 0.23, more than doubling his rate of accumulation. With less than 4 months until the 10-day celebration, this meant his constitution could increase by over 20 points, bringing it to at least 80 plus. This would make him a top-notch warrior, greatly increasing his chances of ranking well or even winning the championship. If the prize for the champion of the sword competition was truly a Valyrian steel sword, Viserys would fight for it no matter what. Valyrian steel swords were light, tough, and hard, a holy weapon in the heart of every swordsman. However, he wondered if Bravos would really be willing to give away such a weapon, suspecting there might be some shady dealings behind the scenes. Viserys also planned to participate in the poetry contest. Who says you can't be a copycat in a different world? As an art student, he had heard countless classics, and just one of his poems could spread to every corner of this world. If the prize was indeed a dragon egg, he had to try his hand at it. There was just one problem. To participate in the poetry competition, he needed the approval of someone of a high social standing, unless he was already a famous master and could enter on his own. Otherwise, no matter how good his work was, it would be useless if no one could give him the exposure he needed. The courtesans were very strict with the performers who wanted to use their fame to compete. If they performed well, they could help each other. If not, they wasted the courtesans' resources. Bravos officials took this matter very seriously, as did Highgarden and Westeros, which also had great respect for poets and singers. Thanks to these artists, Highgarden had become the most beautiful castle in the Seven Kingdoms. Even though they were thousands of miles apart, there was a subtle competitive tension between the two. If the prize for the poetry contest was a dragon egg, Viserys would definitely participate. Another great gift Illyrio had left was a large sum of money stored in the Iron Bank. Whether it was a loan or a donation was left unsaid, but Viserys didn't plan to pay him back. He suggested that Illyrio could try his hand at the couch business, which would be profitable enough. The two men understood each other perfectly without saying a word. At dinner, Viserys noticed that Dany was unusually downcast. She picked at her food, barely eating, and responded minimally when he spoke to her. "I'm full," she said, rising from her seat and preparing to go upstairs. "Wait a minute," Viserys called, glancing at the maid standing by and gesturing for her to leave. He understood that Dany's mood was likely due to Illyrio's marriage proposal earlier in the day. As the maid left and the room grew quiet, the candlelight flickered softly, casting shadows on the walls. The strange atmosphere made Dany's heart tighten. Viserys looked at her, taking in her downcast purple eyes and the way her silver braids hung down her shoulders and across her chest. Her arms, exposed by the open sleeves of her dress, glowed with a pearly luster. She was the embodiment of exquisitely beautiful. "Dany, will you stay by my side forever?" he asked gently. Dany met his gaze, momentarily stunned by the intensity in his eyes. It's just like you think, just like Aegon and his sisters," Viserys continued. Dany was no longer a child, and she could vaguely understand the implications of his words. A blush spread across her cheeks, and her ears began to burn. Viserys walked up to her and whispered, "I will never use you as a bargaining chip," he said, kissing her forehead lightly. "Wait until you grow up." Dany watched him leave, sitting in the chair for a long time, trying to process what had just happened. It felt as if she had received something precious, and she couldn't help but stamp her feet lightly a few times before finally heading upstairs. During this time, Viserys felt much more at ease. His days were spent at the workshop, and in the evenings, he cherished moments with Dany. He also found time to practice archery, adding a new skill to his repertoire. However, due to the strict laws and bravos, which prohibited the use of bows and arrows outside the home, he refrained from upgrading his archery skills immediately. He planned to do so later when he joined the Sellswords. An incident during a meal brought a serious realization. When a maid reminded Dany to be cautious of hot food, Viserys recognized the potential danger if her identity was ever exposed to the faceless man. This would increase the priority of her assassination. Robert might even consider hiring the faceless men to target Dany. Known for their unpredictability and penchant for considering assassination an art, the faceless men might offer Robert a discount for the chance to eliminate such a unique person. Determined to protect her, Viserys began training Dany to act as though she feared the heat. Without strength, there is no sense of security, he thought, watching her fall asleep. He prepared to use dragon dreams again to gather more information about the assassin. After the first time he actively used dragon dreams to search for information, he noticed his magic had increased by 0.3, bringing it to 19. This was significantly faster than his constitution, which increased by less than 0.1 points per day through diligent exercise. However, the recovery period for using dragon dreams was lengthy, taking 2 or 3 days to fully recuperate. During this time, he felt sluggish, and his efficiency in exercising or practicing swordsmanship was greatly reduced. He mused that in 3 or 4 years, when the tide of magic returned, figures like Melisandre, the Greenseers, and various magical creatures would start to re-emerge, making magic once again a dominant force in the world. For Viserys, physical prowess such as swordsmanship and constitution were essential, so he didn't focus on improving his magic attributes. After lying down, Viserys activated dragon dreams to track down the assassin once again. He figured that after more than 10 days, the assassin might have perished at sea. This time, he planned to quickly confirm the assassin's status, and then end the dream promptly. It didn't take long for Viserys to enter the dragon dream state. He heard the muffled voices of seagulls and the sound of waves overlapping. The sun was slowly sinking into the sea, creating a golden veil. Surprisingly, the assassin was still alive, but lying on a sampan like a dead fish, seemingly at death's door. In the next moment, the assassin sprang to life, rolled over, and scooped up a small fish from the water. Viserys was taken aback. "No, is this really possible?" He thought his knowledge of survival techniques exceeded. Remembering his past life as a member of the Air Force, he considered taking the assassin as his master for survival skills. With his fishing prowess, the assassin could probably survive another 10 days adrift at sea. The assassin skillfully prepared the fish with his dagger, displaying a certain elegance in his movements. However, Viserys noticed something strange. When the assassin cut open the fish, his body trembled as if he had been punched. His expression also indicated he was enduring some intense pain. Viserys decided not to watch further and interrupted the vision. He opened his panel and saw Magic 6.1. In less than half a minute, he had used up most of his magic. Fortunately, he stopped in time, avoiding dizziness or loss of cognitive ability. Viserys sat up in bed and looked out the window. It was completely dark outside. It seemed that the range of Dragon Dream's reconnaissance could span different time zones. Maybe, he thought, he could one day find out why this planet always had extreme weather. But for the time being, he put the idea out of his mind and went to his desk. "Unbelievable way of fishing," he wrote. "It's like a synesthetic response." He began to think deeply about what he had witnessed. Fish react quickly, and if the killer had used a tool to spear them, that would be one thing. But this guy was lying on a paddle boat, catching fish with his bare hands. Speed and precision, both were essential. And with his face to the sky, could it be that this guy had such good hearing that he could locate the fish by sound alone? It seemed impossible. Then there was the synesthesia. Judging from his state, he hadn't been short of food these days. There was an endless supply of sea fish, and he hadn't even lost much weight. But the reaction of shaking when he stabbed the fish was really strange. Could it be some kind of psychological reaction? Or a negative state? Or perhaps a punishment? Killing an animal and being hurt in return. There could only be one explanation. A skin changer. Viserys suddenly felt a chill down his spine. The skin changers in the novel could transfer their consciousness into the body of an animal, possessing their skills and senses. The animals they possessed were called animal companions. Eagles, goats, dogs, direwolves. One of the more famous skin changers was Bran Stark, who was a wolf spirit and the heir to the three-eyed raven. He could transfer his consciousness not only to his own direwolf, but also to Hodder. In addition, Jon and a bunch of wildlings beyond the wall were also skin changers. The information about skin changers noted that if their animal companion died, they would also be affected. If the host died, the consciousness would be trapped in the animal. The assassin's reaction after killing the fish was remarkably similar to that of a skin changer. Judging from the current situation, the assassin was able to capture an animal companion in a short period of time. And after killing the animal companion, he could continue to withstand the effects of its death. This indicated he might be a high-level skin changer, a very high-level one. With such a strong ability to invade consciousness, could he directly invade people's minds? Viserys pounded the table with some anxiety and cursed in a low voice. Damn it, Robert, that fucking lickspittle. Where the hell did he find such a fucking cheater? He must never be allowed to go ashore. Viserys felt a cold sweat break out on his forehead at the thought of the assassin's demonstrated abilities. Skin changers are terrifying. They can completely control animals to assassinate or poison without leaving any trace. Their skills are as formidable as his own dragon dreams. But Viserys quickly calmed himself. First of all, such a powerful assassin is unlikely to be at the command of just anyone. Otherwise, it would be a waste to use him for an assassination attempt on someone like himself. If the assassin worked for Robert, then why not use him to solve his debt problems first? Robert's bias against the Westerlands could have been exploited to get rid of Cersei and even the old lion, Tywin. And if the assassin belonged to Littlefinger or Varys, it would be even more impossible. These two don't trust easily. Littlefinger has always been scheming to rise to power. To kill Jon Arryn, the foster father of Ned and Robert, he had to manipulate his mistress, Lisa. And who knows what Varys is up to? If Varys could control such a powerful skin changer, he would have already taken advantage of it. So it is very likely that the true extent of the assassin's abilities is not known to others. This makes Viserys a little worried. Calming his emotions, he realized that since he had dragon dreams, he didn't need to worry too much. Although the assassin's methods are more bizarre, Viserys has the advantage of foresight. If the assassin does make it to Braavos, he can prepare in advance and even arrange an ambush. The odds of winning are still in his favor. For now, Viserys decided to visit the temples of Braavos to see if there were any clues to increasing his magic power. His first choice was the Temple of the Moonsingers. Before Braavos was built, it was the Moonsingers who led the slaves escaping the Valyrian Empire to find this sanctuary of prophecy. And prophecy is real in the world of Game of Thrones. Since they can predict the future, it means that this group of people has some real power. In the original story, the Moonsinger taught Dany this song of childbirth. Perhaps there are other songs, so Viserys decided to take advantage of his free time and visit. Dany practices swordsmanship very hard every day, so Viserys decided to give her a break and take her along. "Where are we going?" Dany asked excitedly. The last time she went out with Viserys was to buy fish. "Let's go to the Moonsinger Temple, bring some money." "Okay," she replied enthusiastically. She changed into a light blue dress, tied her silver-white hair into a pigtail, and let it fall behind her head. Viserys couldn't help but notice how well light-colored clothes complemented their hair and skin tones. In a world where everything seems a bit dirty and dark, The two of them quickly became the focus of attention wherever they went. The siblings got into the carriage and, after half an hour, passed an arch bridge, catching sight of the temple of the Moonsingers in the distance. Dany, sitting in the carriage, lifted the curtain and looked out with her purple eyes. She immediately recognized the white building as the Temple of the Moonsingers. The all-white temple stood out prominently among the other structures. It was the largest temple in Braavos, built to honor and thank the Moonsingers. The grand marble palace was topped with a large silver-white dome, surrounded by milky white glass windows depicting the different phases of the moon. As they stepped out of the carriage, they saw a pair of marble statues of maidens standing guard at the temple's main gate. The spotless stone slabs at their feet added to the feeling of tranquility and holiness. A beautiful woman, accompanied by a maid, emerged from the temple and happened to meet the siblings. "What a beautiful girl! I hope my child will be as beautiful as her," the woman said softly, touching her slightly swollen belly. "That's for sure, Lady Mediis. Your beauty will be passed on to your child," the maid replied, bringing a pleased smile to the lady's face. Lady Mediis then noticed that Dany was standing next to a young man. Observing their similar features, she guessed they were siblings. "That young man is also very handsome," she remarked. Viserys nodded slightly to the woman, and Dany smiled back, her purple eyes as bright as jewels, melting the woman's heart. She gestured to the maid standing beside her, who approached the siblings and said, "Lord, Lady Mediis would like to have a word with you. Is this a convenient time?" "Of course," Viserys replied. The maid led them to Lady Mediis. Viserys observed that the lady, likely in her mid-20s, appeared pregnant. Her round face and flushed cheeks hinted at her condition, though there was a hint of grayish-white on her blush. The slightly bulging belly suggested she was drawn to Dany by overflowing maternal love. So the so-called Temple of the Moonsingers is actually a temple for women, and this is where they tie up dolls, Viserys thought to himself. He then approached the noblewoman and said, "Lady, your beauty adorns this city." "Oh, your praise is like a spring breeze," she replied with a gracious smile. "But I must admit, the beauty of you and your sister evokes a bit of jealousy." Dany blushed shyly, realizing that the lady was praising her. This reaction only endeared her more to the noblewoman, who immediately removed a bracelet adorned with colorful gemstones from her wrist and offered it to Dany. The bracelet, crafted from gold and studded with pigeon egg-sized gemstones, was undoubtedly expensive. Viserys initially wanted to decline out of politeness, but the noblewoman's extravagance made him decide otherwise. Dany glanced at Viserys, seeking his approval. Seeing his encouraging nod, she lifted the hem of her skirt, bowed in thanks, and allowed the noblewoman to clasp the bracelet around her wrist. For an 8-year-old, the bracelet was too large, and Dany had to bend her arm to keep it from slipping off. The noblewoman, seemingly pleased by the encounter, left shortly. After, her servant helping her into a beautiful carriage. Viserys noted the depiction of 2 hands on the back of the carriage and recognized it as the Zaline House crest. Zaline House was one of the 3 great houses of Braavos, along with House Targaryen, from which the current Sea Lord hailed, and House Frigger. Though the Sea Lord was nominally chosen from the entire population of Braavos, in practice, almost all came from these 3 houses. Who says good looks don't pay the bills? This is how you pay the bills, Viserys thought with a smirk. After checking the bracelet to ensure it was genuine, he took Dany's hand and led her into the temple. After entering the temple, Viserys and Dany were struck by the pristine whiteness of the walls, dome, and statues. Sunlight filtered through windows representing different phases of the moon, creating a beautiful circle of light on the ground, giving the impression of a magical circle beneath their feet. This enchanting effect added to the temple's serene and otherworldly atmosphere. The 3 statues of goddesses at the front of the temple were the most eye-catching. Carved from marble, each statue stood 4 or 5 meters tall, reminiscent of the grandeur of the statue of David that Viserys had seen in his previous life. The central goddess held a book and wore a hood, while the two goddesses on either side, slightly shorter, held a sword and a lamp respectively. To the right of these statues stood a yellow wooden donation box, where visitors would place money after praying. Viserys noticed someone praying silently before the statues, hands clasped in reverence. Not wanting to disturb the worshipper, he led Dany to explore the murals depicting the legends of the Moon Singers. One mural caught Dany's attention. "Brother, look, the moon is cracking," she whispered. "Cracking." Viserys followed her gaze and saw that the moon in the mural indeed appeared to have a crack running through it. At first glance, it looked like a flaw in the wall, but on closer inspection, it was clear the moon was intentionally depicted as cracked. Viserys recalled the Valyrian legends of dragons emerging from a split moon and wondered why this well-known story wasn't depicted in the mural. Perhaps there was another explanation, but he decided to leave that mystery for another time. Once the prayer group left, Viserys led Dany to the statue of the central goddess. Nearby, a tall, thin holy sister wearing a white hood stood attentively, responding to the worshippers based on their donations. Her gaze lingered on the striking siblings as they approached. Viserys nodded slightly at the holy sister, who seemed captivated by his presence. He closed his eyes, furrowing his brow to convey a sense of deep worry. He knew she would be watching, and to engage her in a meaningful conversation, he needed to leverage the power of his money. Of course, his intention was purely to gain insight and help, not anything untoward. After about 2 or 3 minutes, Viserys approached the yellow donation box. He took a handful of gold coins from his pocket and dropped them into the box through the round hole in the lid. The holy sister's eyes lit up at the sight of the generous donation. She was struck by the young man's handsome appearance and apparent wealth. Clearly, something was troubling him, and she felt compelled to offer her assistance. As Viserys turned away from the box, the holy sister approached him. She first drew a circle on her chest, a gesture used by the Moon Singers, and then said, "May the goddess guide us." "May the goddess guide us," Viserys responded in kind. "I noticed your solemn expression while you were praying. Have you encountered a problem? If you have a family member traveling far away, I have a song of protection. If you have a wife giving birth, I have a song of childbirth. If you're confused about something, I have a song of guidance." Viserys slightly bowed and replied, "Thank you for your kindness. We don't have any relatives traveling far away. My sister and I are each other's only family." The holy sister's eyes widened in surprise. She had assumed that the well-dressed siblings must be from a large, affluent family, but now realized they were orphans. This incorrect assumption made her feel a bit embarrassed. "I don't have a wife either," Viserys continued. But as for the confusion, seeing an opportunity to use her skills, the holy sister interjected, "Please tell me what is troubling you." Viserys looked embarrassed, hesitating before speaking. "Actually, I don't know how to explain it. I've been having strange dreams lately, and I feel dizzy and exhausted when I wake up. I'm worried that I might have a strange disease, but the healer told me that my body is in perfect health. So I came to seek the goddess's guidance." The holy sister pondered his words. It didn't seem like a psychological issue that her usual talking therapy could address, but she didn't want to turn Viserys away without trying to help. "Is that so? I wonder if you could stay a little longer so I can fetch something that might help you," she suggested. "Thank you very much," Viserys replied, watching as the holy sister walked past the statue and through a small door. Everything Viserys had just said entered Dany's ears. She always thought that her brother was an inexhaustible well of energy, waking up before she opened her eyes and falling asleep after she closed them. She never imagined that Viserys would have such a problem with his body, and the realization made her very worried. She couldn't help but blame herself. 5 minutes later, the holy sister returned, holding a thin booklet in her hand. "Lord, I think it may be the things in your dreams that are troubling you. This is the moon song of the Moon Chanting Temple. Chanting it under the moonlight will bring peace of mind and may help you." Viserys looked at the booklet, noticing it was slightly yellowed, as if the holy sister had used it herself. "This must be your personal item. It's too precious. I don't think I can accept it." The holy sister smiled warmly, pulling the fine lines at the corners of her mouth, which made people feel at ease. Don't worry, I've memorized the contents. Consider it a gift. A gift. Viserys hesitated before accepting the booklet and subconsciously activated his panel. To his surprise, when his hand touched the booklet, his magic value immediately recovered by 5 points. It seemed to be a good thing. Realizing that the trip was worthwhile, Viserys touched himself and found that he was a little short on funds. Then he said apologetically, "I'm sorry, but I think I'll be back soon. Can I talk to you again then?" The holy sister smiled and said, "Of course, that's not a problem." However, her eyes glanced at the bracelet on Dany's hand, understanding that her little scrapbook was not worth that. After realizing the value of the Song of the Moon, Viserys decided to return to his residence with Dany. On the way, he discovered that the booklet contained about 3,000 words, with the main content being praise and worship of the moon. The text was written in Valyrian and had a beautiful rhythm, making it more of a chant with tones. It also required visualization of the moonlight while reading, which added a level of difficulty. As Viserys was engrossed in reading, Dany asked him, "Brother, have you been dreaming a lot lately?" "Ha, I'm fine," Viserys replied, feeling a warmth in his heart as he petted her head, realizing she was worried about him. Dany, however, secretly resolved to remind him to rest more from that day on. In the evening, Viserys found the moonlight particularly beautiful. The silver light scattered on the ground, creating a tranquil atmosphere. With the Song of the Moon in hand, Viserys climbed to a high place and began singing softly as instructed. He glanced at his magic value, which was currently 11.6. Following the prayer in the booklet, Viserys began to chant. The bright moon is in the sky, and its light shines on the stars. The moonlight is like a shadow, the moonlight is like water. As he recited, he felt a cool energy flow into his body. The tiredness in his spirit was relieved, and his mood became more tranquil and indifferent. After about a quarter of an hour, Viserys checked his panel and found that his magic value had recovered by 2 points, reaching 13.6. Viserys was very surprised. The recovery rate of his magic was several times faster. This meant he could use dragon dreams more frequently, giving him a better chance against the assassin. He continued to recite, and this time his magic value increased again, reaching 15.2. It seems to be recovering a little slower, he thought. He calculated that the recovery effect had decreased by about 20%, meaning he could recover about 6 points of magic in an hour, and even less in the second hour. But one night was enough to fully restore his magic. Viserys continued to sing, and after 3 hours, his magic had fully recovered. It seems the upper limit of my magic power hasn't increased. Maybe I didn't sing long enough. Viserys pondered. However, he realized that in addition to restoring his magic points, the chant also seemed to replenish his energy. It was almost 1 a.m., but he wasn't sleepy at all. Instead, his mind was sharp and active. Wait, if the Temple of the Moonsingers has such powerful benefits, what about the Temple of the Lord of Light? Viserys suddenly realized he had stumbled upon a treasure trove of opportunities. In the novels, the first mage, Melisandre, who serves the human side, worships the Lord of Light. If the Temple of the Moonsingers offered such advantages, then surely the Temple of the Lord of Light had even more to offer. Besides these two, Braavos also had the Temple of the Father of Waters, the Holy Refuge, and the infamous House of Black and White. While the last one might be difficult to access, the first two were open to those who could pay. There may be other treasures in the Temple of the Moonsingers too, Viserys thought. The Song of the Moon seemed like the basic martial arts techniques from the novels of his past life. If there was a basic exercise method for outsiders, there must be an advanced method for insiders. This visit to the Temple of the Moonsingers had cost the siblings over 30 gold dragons, but high-end items would undoubtedly cost more. We need to make money, and we need it quickly. Viserys' intuition told him he was in a period of low magic. The heads of the various temples probably didn't value these things highly, and as long as one was willing to pay, they could be obtained. However, he needed funds now, but he couldn't hastily touch Illyrio's money. It was a strategic reserve meant to keep the other side in check. Drawing from it too soon would make him appear desperate and potentially deceitful. It was wiser to let the money sit in the Iron Bank for a while longer. The next 2 days, Viserys took advantage of the good weather and the moonlight every night, planning to have Dany practice the moon song with him. However, he overlooked one problem. Dany was now considered half-literate, and there were many words she didn't understand or didn't even know. During their time in Bravos, the siblings were brought there by Sir Willem Darry, who unfortunately passed away a few years later. Dany was still very young then and couldn't learn much during those years. Her current education was almost like pre-childhood education, so Viserys had to hire another tutor to teach her to read and write properly. Viserys took the opportunity to write down some of his past life's knowledge in Chinese characters so that he would not forget it. Among the most important information were the plot points of the original novel, including various major events and the fates of the characters. Of course, this included the parts relevant to Dany. That's why he didn't teach her Chinese. Viserys enjoyed reading history books before his journey, as history often provided solutions to current problems. He would tell Dany stories from his world, changing the names and details, which also helped him deepen his understanding of those tales. Dany was surprised to find that Viserys' storytelling skills had improved significantly, moving beyond the simple once-upon-a-time formula. Thanks to the whale oil candles from the workshop, their nights were much brighter and more enjoyable. These candles produced little smoke, burned brightly, and lasted a long time, enriching the siblings' nighttime activities. Unlike before, when they could only count the stars, often obscured by Bravo's frequent fog, they now had plenty of light to read and write by. One evening, Viserys decided to take a break and was telling Dany the story of the Little Mermaid. Just as they reached the crucial moment when Ariel traded her voice for legs, Helbo sent a letter for Viserys, appearing to have something important to discuss. Though worried about the fate of the Little Mermaid, Dany obediently sat to the side. "Lord Viserys, this is a letter from Helbo," the servant said, handing over the envelope. Viserys took the envelope and gently tore it open. The letter was brief. "Lord Viserys, I have invited the Morel to discuss payment at my residence tomorrow. Please be there. Also, the prize for the poetry competition has been confirmed, a dragon egg." Needless to say, Viserys was excited about the dragon egg. Although everyone believed that dragons were extinct and could no longer hatch, the egg still held high ornamental and collection value. Illyrio was in the dragon egg business, so it was plausible that Bravos or the Sea Lord's palace could use it as a prize. There is a possibility that they might use the dragon egg as a gimmick and secretly take it back later, but Viserys couldn't afford to miss this opportunity. To win the dragon egg, he needed to find a way to contact Lady Moonshadow and become her minstrel. It was said that Lady Moonshadow was not easily accessible to ordinary people, so he had to devise a plan to reach her. While the dragon egg prize was almost confirmed, the Valyrian steel sword was another matter. Such a weapon was truly magical. It was uncertain if the Sea Lord's palace would be able to offer it as a prize. Helbo's invitation to the banquet had another motive: to get Viserys to help secure as much money as possible. Recently, a production accident occurred at the workshop. A newly recruited worker caused a small fire due to his lack of skill, resulting in a loss of hundreds of pounds of whale oil and several candle molds. The skilled workers had been lured away by another candle workshop offering higher salaries. It was evident that a powerful force with abundant financial resources was backing the rival workshop, intending to destroy Morel's business. Helbo was not particularly concerned about Morel's workshop's future, but he was worried about getting paid. Morel had the backing of Lady Moonshadow, making it difficult for Helbo to provoke him. Viserys guessed that Morel might use his assets to pay off his debts, possibly converting some whale oil into money. "Whale oil," Viserys muttered, repeating the words over and over until something clicked. Whale oil is animal fat. Besides being edible and used for lighting, it can also be used to make soap. Suddenly excited, Viserys grabbed a pen and paper and started jotting down his thoughts. Dany, standing nearby, tried to peek over his shoulder, but couldn't understand the strange square characters he was using. Viserys still hadn't taught her this language. As he wrote, Viserys became more animated, filling 4 or 5 sheets of paper before finally stopping. He looked over the stack of papers with satisfaction, as if he could see flowers blooming on the pages. "Dany," Viserys said happily, turning to her, "we'll soon have a dragon egg." The father and son were close to a desperate gamble. They had sold not only some of the family's most prized possessions, but also a large number of shares to Lady Phalia. All they wanted was to secure a significant share in the upcoming 10-day festival, 3 months later. However, as the saying goes, misfortune never comes alone. Helbo had invited the father and son to a banquet, and the implications were clear. They needed to find a way to stabilize this volatile situation. On their way to the mansion, they encountered Viserys. Both father and son felt a chill. Viserys was now the most dynamic member of Helbo's inner circle. He could transform from a reassuring ally into a dangerous adversary at any moment, putting them under immense pressure. "Master Morel," Viserys greeted from his carriage. "Lord Viserys," Morel responded, trying to maintain his composure. After exchanging greetings, they fell into a brief, tense silence. Morel managed to stay calm, but young Rabbi was on pins and needles. The sight of the dozen or so corpses kept haunting him. He had dealt with the aftermath of those deaths himself, a memory he could never forget. The thought of becoming one of them made his desperation grow. Helbo mentioned he had some fine wine. "Quite exciting," Morel finally said, trying to break the silence with an insignificant comment. Viserys took it as a simple greeting and replied, "Then let's hurry and get to the banquet early." "Yes, good," Rabbi echoed, almost too eagerly. Viserys urged his driver to speed up, leaving the anxious father and son behind. Rabbi watched the dust kicked up by Viserys' carriage ahead of him, feeling a profound sense of desolation. He believed that, in Viserys' eyes, they had already become the party being pursued for payment. Remembering the fish-eater incident only deepened his dread, causing his hands and feet to grow colder. To calm himself, Rabbi clung to the thought that Lady Phalia had a stake in the workshop, and Helbo wouldn't dare push them too far. This gave him a fragile sense of security. However, he was well aware that Phalia owned many properties, and it was unclear how much help they could provide. They were essentially using Phalia's name to gain leverage against Helbo, who was unaware of the true extent of Faria's involvement. As these thoughts churned in his mind, they arrived at Helbo's mansion. Helbo, accompanied by a young accountant, greeted them. Contrary to what they expected, Helbo had not prepared a full banquet, but had set out some wine and refreshments in the living room. Helbo's attention first went to Viserys, about to speak, but noticing Morel and Rabbi behind him, he let them settle in first. Viserys, however, had his own agenda and didn't quite agree with Helbo's plan. Though he worked for Helbo, the nature of their relationship would soon change. Everyone took their seats, and Helbo got straight to the point. "Master Morel, I heard there was an incident at the workshop recently. How is it being handled?" Morel quickly replied, "Thank you for your concern. It has been dealt with properly and will not affect subsequent production." "That's great." Helbo raised his voice. "Let's toast to the workshop." After a few drinks, Helbo continued, "Master Morel, it is an honor to work with you this time. Thanks to Lord Viserys, of course." Morel and Rabbi raised their glasses to thank Viserys, who acknowledged them with a nod. "Our cooperation will end in a few days, and I hope to receive some payment in advance." "I know this is a bit rude, but I can reduce the amount," Helbo said, spreading his hands helplessly. "I believe you understand that we are responsible for many people." "Here it comes," Morel and Rabbi thought, feeling a sinking sensation in their stomachs. They knew this was Helbo's test, and their future depended on today. In reality, the money they had was far from enough, as almost all of it had been invested back into the workshop. They hoped to buy time until the first batch of goods was delivered, which might give them some breathing room. What they really needed was for Helbo to agree to delay the payment a little longer. Morel looked troubled and said, "I'm really sorry, Master Helbo. We have obligations to others as well, and I understand your position. Rest assured, as soon as the first batch of goods is delivered, we will pay your fee as soon as possible. Yes, as soon as possible, Rabbi added, trying to sound convincing. Viserys touched his chin, observing Helbo's changing expression. He watched with interest as Helbo continued. Oh, is that so? I've heard some troubling rumors recently that the skilled workers in your workshop have all left. When exactly will the first batch of goods be delivered? The father and son exchanged uneasy glances before forcing smiles. A little over a month, 2 at the most, Morel replied. So, after the celebration? If that's the case, I'll have to charge interest and... Helbo said seriously, I may also need some collateral. Collateral? I wonder what you think we can use as collateral. Morel asked, feeling a sense of dread. Helbo raised his glass, swirling the red liquid inside thoughtfully. The candle workshop. I believe the whale oil is the most valuable asset you have. But whale oil is the raw material for making candles. Without whale oil, Rabbi began to protest, but Morel quickly silenced him. Whale oil is indeed valuable. I wonder how much you think is appropriate as collateral, Morel asked, his voice tight with anxiety. How much do you have? Helbo inquired. About 700 pounds, Morel replied. Then 500 pounds, Helbo said decisively. Morel felt a pang of despair. Mortgaging 500 pounds would leave them with only 200 pounds, making the production of the first batch of goods quite tight. Helbo's real intention was to sell their collateral to another candle workshop. If it weren't for Phalia's involvement, he would have taken it all without hesitation. Just as Morel and his son were about to argue, a voice like the sound of nature rang out. Helbo, I'm not in a hurry for my share. If my share is temporarily set aside, I think we should leave 350 pounds of whale oil for the workshop. Rabbi looked at Viserys with gratitude, never expecting that this god of death in his heart would turn out to be such a considerate person. 350 pounds would make the production of the first batch of goods much easier. Morel, more seasoned and perceptive, saw the unexpected defection at the negotiating table. It was surprising that Viserys would directly oppose Helbo in such a manner. Helbo, meanwhile, glanced at Viserys with some displeasure, but quickly masked his irritation. What's wrong with him? What is this kid doing? Viserys continued in a calm, confident tone. However, I have 2 conditions. Viserys had no plans to consult Helbo first. He hadn't even thought about it. He had seen high-ranking officials laugh and scold, and he had seen billionaires spit out their words. All that etiquette was meaningless to him. As long as he could steadily bring benefits, he would naturally have followers. Between himself and Helbo, it was called cooperation, but it was really just a job. Now that Viserys had the skills and the capital, why would he work for someone else? Despite Helbo's disapproving look and Morel's confusion, Viserys stated his conditions. However, I have 2 conditions. Please go on, Morel said eagerly. If there was a rift between Viserys and Helbo, it might be his chance. First, I hope you can provide me with a venue. I have some ideas I want to try. Yes, that's no problem. Morel agreed very quickly, and even his bald head, which had become a little gray due to repeated blows, seemed to brighten a bit. Helbo, on the other hand, gulped down a few more drinks. If Viserys didn't stand on his side, he wouldn't dare make such an outrageous demand. 350 pounds. He estimated that he would only get 200 pounds at the end of the day. As for Viserys' share, he said that he didn't need to worry about it if he didn't want it for the time being. Second, I need you to introduce me to Lady Phalia. Helbo glanced at Viserys, the corner of his mouth curling up in a mocking arc. He realized what Viserys was trying to do. He probably wanted to take a chance on this opportunity and then own his own business. Helbo couldn't figure out why Viserys would want to do that. He knew how much money Viserys had. That amount might be enough to maintain a relatively decent life. But if he wanted to do something significant, he should give up on it as soon as possible. And his so-called ideas? There were many people in Bravos with ideas, and more ideas came out every day than fish in the sea. What was his reason? Helbo thought that Viserys was ruining his own good today. But considering Viserys might, He could endure it for now. However, he then thought it might not be a bad idea. When Viserys had been rejected and lost all his money, he would be in a better position to deal with him. Besides, could he just see Phalia of Moonshadow whenever he wanted? With this thought, Helbo relaxed and turned to observe Morel's response with a relaxed attitude. After hearing Viserys' request, Morel's brows, which had just begun to relax, furrowed again. He thought for a moment and said, "I can introduce you, but Lady Phalia's schedule seems to be very full, and I've only met her 3 times. In fact, Morel had never met her in person. He had always negotiated with Phalia's housekeeper. Of course, if it was at a banquet, he had seen her from a distance once. Phalia has the title of Moonshadow, so she always wears a veil in public. Morel has seen Phalia's person, but not her face. Rounding off is the same as never seeing." Helbo chuckled a little, but didn't say anything. "No problem. Just remember to mention my name." Helbo sneered inwardly, thinking, "Mention your name? The Beggar King's name?" Morel stayed silent. He only knew that Viserys was on his side now. "Yes. When would you like to meet her? I'll let you know." The meeting had a relatively satisfactory outcome, at least for Viserys and Morel. Helbo undoubtedly prolonged the meeting, but Viserys went directly to the workshop with Morel afterward. Helbo saw them off at the gate, watching them leave impassively. The incident was not a big deal, but it was not a small one either. Of course, Viserys' might was a significant factor. Once they arrived at the workshop, Morel immediately found a suitable and tidy place for Viserys. All kinds of equipment were available, and Viserys was very satisfied. He first asked someone to buy all the materials for him, and then specially entrusted a patrolman to be the caretaker. Considering the issue of confidentiality, Viserys did almost everything himself. The others only had to help with the rough work. At first, Rabbi was a little curious, wondering what Viserys was doing with the blankets. But under his father's tutelage, he immediately got down to the business of making candles and didn't ask any more questions. Viserys planned to make some samples first, and the materials he needed were not many. Things like whale oil were taken directly from the warehouse, and Morel and his son didn't say anything. From morning to afternoon, Viserys was busy for most of the day and finally got results. Looking at the thick, mushy substance in the cauldron, which looked like thick rice porridge, Viserys knew he had succeeded. All that was left was to let it sit for a while. As for the subsequent drying process, it would take too long, so he would probably consider the more expensive drying method. Once his technology was recognized, he could standardize the process. Afterwards, Viserys asked about the value of the workshop, which was around 30,000 gold dragons. Lady Phalia had a 40% share. After some gentle prodding from Viserys, he learned from Rabbi that Lady Phalia seemed intent on keeping the candle workshop. It seemed that the workshop was also very important to her. This gave Viserys more confidence in meeting Phalia, who was known as the Moonshadow. Even if he used the drying method, Viserys estimated that it would take half a month to wait for the first soap to be formed. During this time, he mainly practiced water dancing. Dany learned the full set, while Viserys focused on mastering the steps. This allowed Viserys' sword skills to improve rapidly. Swordsmanship. Master 2164/10,000 plus. There are still more than 2 months, which is more than enough time, he thought. Recently, Viserys had not only maintained his sword skills, but also started to learn archery. With the help of the system's point cleaning function, he quickly reached the proficient level. One day, Viserys passively triggered dragon dreams. It seemed that the assassin had settled in a hotel in Braavos. In the past, Viserys' strength was limited, and he could only trigger dragon dreams passively when the enemy arrived, allowing him to escape. But now he had considerable strength. Looking at the entire Braavos, even the Sea Lord's escort swordsmen could barely match him in a fight. That night, Viserys donned his black cloak, glanced at Dany sleeping, and then disappeared into the night. Tonight, he was going to show the assassin what it meant to be a guest in his own home. Viserys' dragon dreams were not yet strong enough to be directly targeted. This time, the information he obtained through a passive dragon dream was not entirely accurate. However, while his magical abilities might be limited, his reasoning skills were not. Although Braavos is vast, certain key locations serve as transportation hubs and gathering points. By process of elimination, he could narrow down the possibilities. First, Purple Harbor, the largest seaport in Braavos, only allows local ships to dock. Its taverns and inns cater exclusively to locals unless someone particularly wealthy or powerful arrives. Given that the assassin had been at sea for more than 10 days, it was unlikely he would be found there. Thus, Purple Harbor was ruled out. The most likely place was Ragman's Harbor, adjacent to Purple Harbor, which specializes in receiving outsiders. Among the inns, there was the Inn of the Green Eel. In the original story, Sam, Jon Snow's good friend, had once visited it, as had Arya Stark. The inn was known for its diversity, with foreigners speaking various languages. It seemed the perfect hiding spot for an assassin who had come to kill Viserys and his sister. Viserys chartered an inconspicuous boat with a silver moon coin to take him to the vicinity of Ragman's Harbor. He was determined to go straight to the Inn of the Green Eel. As a bustling commercial city, Braavos had no concept of a curfew. The docks were always active, with porters working night shifts to earn more. Upon arriving at the docks, Viserys observed a group of porters hauling cargo ships. They shouted in unison, straining against the weight in the dark waters. From a distance, they seemed to be swallowed by the Black Sea. Viserys stepped ashore to the sound of the waves lapping against the shore. Near Ragman's Harbor was a place called the Cattery. Despite its name, it was not a house for cats, but a brothel with a feline theme. The employees wore fake cat ears and imitated the sounds of female cats, mating calls to lure in passers-by. Their voices could make a man's bones melt. Viserys quickly rubbed his face and left the area, muttering, "Normal reaction, normal reaction." He took several deep breaths of the sea air to calm himself before entering the Inn of the Green Eel. The Inn of the Green Eel was the largest inn in the area, with a spacious interior. Each pillar was adorned with 2 or 3 candlesticks, and the inn used whale oil candles, making it exceptionally bright. Most areas were clearly visible, and 5 or 6 female waitresses served wine. Some guests, notably the rascals, pinched them on the buttocks, but the waitresses did not resist, knowing such guests gave more tips. Viserys surveyed the bustling inn, noting the diverse crowd of at least 100 people. The clientele was a mix of locals, Westerosi, and even 2 Dothraki with curved swords at their backs. Judging by their short braids, the Dothraki appear to have lost more battles than they had won, indicating they were far from the fearsome warriors typically associated with their kind. Finding the assassin in such a crowd would be no easy task. Viserys noticed 3 main groups of people engaged in conversation, 1 speaking the common tongue and 2 speaking Valyrian. Dressed as a sailor with a brown turban, Viserys blended in well and did not attract much attention. He first approached the group speaking the common tongue. They were discussing the rebellion in the Iron Islands a few years ago, a topic unlikely to interest an assassin from Westeros. He then moved to the 2 groups speaking Valyrian, but they were engrossed in discussions about the upcoming 10-day celebration. Realizing the assassin would not be among those discussing local gossip, Viserys ordered a glass of wine and found a vantage point where he could observe the inn. He systematically evaluated the patrons, trying to identify anyone suspicious. 2 men dressed in flamboyant clothes, like roosters in a chicken coop, were clearly local water dancers and could be ruled out. Several vendors with large packages seemed equally unlikely to be assassins, given their demeanor and habits. Viserys quickly realized this method of identification was inefficient. A skilled assassin would be adept at camouflage. Deciding on a bolder approach, he chose to lure the snake out of its hole. Anyone showing an interest in the Beggar King would be highly suspicious. Viserys beckoned to a waitress, a girl of about 17. She had a slightly plumper figure than average and wore a knowing smile. Viserys took her hand, and though she pretended to pull away, he slipped her a handful of gold dragons. "Please buy everyone a drink," he said in a flirty tone. "Tell them it's a treat from the sailor Sinbad, who wants to hear stories about the Beggar King. The rest is yours." The waitress's heartbeat quickened at the sight of the little yellow treasures in her hand. She took another look at the sailor Sinbad and found the facial features behind his beard quite handsome. Her resistance melted away. She nodded, slipping a gold dragon into her sleeve, and made her way to the bar. The innkeeper, a bald man in his 40s with a prominent double chin from years of indulgent drinking, lingered behind the bar. Seeing someone pay for a round of drinks brought a gleam to his eye. It meant higher turnover. He took out a golden-colored copper cup and tapped it with a spoon. Ding, 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 ding. The spoon hitting the cup created a crisp sound, and the inn immediately fell silent as everyone turned their attention to the bar. The innkeeper pointed in Viserys' direction and announced, "Everyone, our sailor, Lord Sinbad, would like to offer everyone a drink. Let's raise our glasses to him. To Sinbad. To Sinbad." The patrons cheered. It was always good to drink for free, and they raised their glasses in the direction indicated by the innkeeper. Viserys nodded in acknowledgement. The innkeeper continued, "Lord Sinbad would like to know something about the Beggar King. I wonder if anyone can tell us about him." Ding ding. A similar sound of knocking came from somewhere in the inn. A young man, dressed decently, stood up. His cuffs were tight and neat, and his high, straight nose gave him an air of authority. "Everyone, I know a little about this Beggar King, Lord Sinbad," he said, raising his cup to Viserys before looking around the room to begin his story. The Beggar King, whose real name is Viserys Targaryen, is a descendant of the fallen royalty of Westeros. Many know this, and he is called the Beggar King because, almost a year ago, he sold his mother's crown and invited a group of sellswords to a banquet, hoping they would help him restore his kingdom. The young man paused for a moment, a hint of pride flashing in his eyes. The banquet was called the Banquet of the Crown, and I was lucky enough to be there. You see, sellswords are businessmen, and they didn't think that the poor Beggar King could fulfill his promise, so they laughed at him mercilessly. I remember the leader of the Fist sellsword laughing at him, calling him a child looking for milk everywhere. He smiled at Viserys, who forced a polite smile in return. Viserys thought to himself, "This is what it means to be a bully." Most people didn't know the details of that banquet, but now they do. Viserys chose to hold himself down accept this unpleasant matter, but soon the sound of clinking glasses was heard again. A short, stocky man stood up. Due to his height, some spectators in the distance didn't even see him at first. His neck was so thick that it was almost the same size as his head. "Ahem, Lord, what you said is all history. In fact, this Beggar King is actually quite capable," the short, stocky man said, standing on his tiptoes and waving at Viserys before beginning his tale. "I don't know if you remember the Fierce Fish Company, but this Beggar King almost single-handedly wiped out the entire group. It was a few months ago, and the Beggar King had no money, so he used his sister as collateral. His sister was very beautiful, so the creditor agreed. But when the time came and he couldn't pay, the creditor sent someone to collect the debt and wanted to take his sister away by force. After that, the Beggar King killed them all. It was said that the situation was very tragic, and the blood that flowed out overflowed the alley. "My goodness," someone exclaimed. "How many people did he kill?" Another asked. "Why wasn't he arrested?" Yet another wondered. Compared to the initial ridicule, the public's opinion of Viserys had changed somewhat. They were shocked by his brutality and disgusted by his behavior of not paying his debts. Most of those disgusted were locals. However, the two Dothraki were quite excited, thinking that such a person was a true warrior. And that is why the Beggar King has earned the name Fish Eater of the Fierce. The burly man continued, then told the crowd about how Viserys had worked in the workshop as a laborer. This burly guy seemed to like using exaggerated expressions. He said that the gutter had turned red. Although it was exaggerated, the voices that despised Viserys for not paying his debts disappeared, replaced by amazement that Bravos had produced another fierce man. The two Dothraki were even more excited. They pounded their chests and let out strange roars, attracting the attention of the others. The first two people had already said everything they could say, and Viserys thanked everyone and then got up to leave. In fact, while the short man was telling the story, Viserys had been observing the others out of the corner of his eye. He had noticed that because the two men were talking so vividly, he hadn't noticed anything unusual. He decided to hang around outside for a while. If the assassin was in the inn, he would probably follow him. If not, he would go to the next place. If the assassin understood the essence of reimbursement, he might have to go to the cattery. Viserys slowed down and walked down a small road with few people. After walking for half an hour without seeing anyone following him, he decided to go somewhere else. Just as Viserys was about to leave, an old woman wrapped in a grayish-blue shawl and hunched over appeared. At first glance, she looked like a giant prawn. As the old woman passed him, Viserys felt something was wrong, but couldn't put his finger on it. Watching her disappear around the corner, Viserys finally realized what it was. It was the smell. An old woman shouldn't smell so strongly of the sea. He thought back to the dream he had had, in which the assassin seemed to have been caught in a storm and had been adrift at sea for days. He hurried after her, only to find that the old woman had disappeared. She really was up to something. Just as Viserys was scanning the surroundings, he suddenly felt a gust of wind. His body instinctively dodged, and a sharp dagger slashed past him, leaving a bright afterimage. It was the old woman from before. Now, she stood tall and straight, her disguise shed like a snake's skin. "Who are you? Why are you following me?" Viserys demanded, his voice steady, though he was on high alert. The assassin's features were obscured by shadows, and she spoke in a deliberately altered, hoarse voice. "What makes you think I'm following you? Did Robert send you?" Viserys asked, his eyes narrowing. It must have been hard to be at sea for so many days, right? The old woman's eyes widened in shock. How'd he know about the storm? And the Zaline House ship? How'd he track me here? This sudden insight into her recent struggles unnerved her, making her feel exposed and vulnerable. The assassin, sensing the danger of the situation, turned and fled with the agility of a black cat. Viserys, remaining calm, drew his crossbow and fired in the direction she fled. Whoosh! Thud! A sound confirmed his hit. He approached cautiously and found the assassin lying motionless on the ground, as if paralyzed. The poison from the sea fish couldn't have worked this quickly, Viserys thought, flipping the assassin over just as she gulped something down. Realizing it was a poison pill, he swiftly punched her in the stomach, causing her to convulse and spit out a black, foul-smelling liquid. Seeing her suicide attempt thwarted, she tried to bite her tongue off, but the poison had already taken effect, weakening her jaw. Once assured she was no longer a threat, Viserys began to search her, his eyes widening in surprise. "A female assassin," he exclaimed. "Master, we bought 1,250 gold dragons worth of whale oil. After distributing the amounts for the other brothers, we have a surplus of 842 gold dragons," the young accountant reported, diligently calculating the profits for Hellbow. A small mountain of gold dragons shimmered in the light of the whale oil candles. Hellbow, feeling particularly generous, grabbed a handful of gold dragons from the pile and slapped it in front of the young accountant. "It's yours. Thank you, Master Hellbow. Thank you for your generosity." The young accountant was overwhelmed, his mind racing for words to further ingratiate himself with Hellbow. He couldn't help but think proudly that if Viserys had listened to him, they would have made even more profit. More importantly, he himself would have earned more. Because of Viserys' sudden defection, Hellbow had only managed to take 200 pounds of whale oil instead of the 350 pounds he had originally planned. However, another candle workshop had offered an excellent price, even higher than his ideal. Hellbow was in a very good mood, feeling like singing. He took a sip of wine, his eyes narrowing in pleasure. He had already decided to cut ties with Viserys. It was said that Dany's birthday was coming up soon. He planned to send a gift, but not go himself. Viserys should understand what he meant. Just as Hellbow was lost in his thoughts, a black object was thrown into his room through the window. When he looked closely, he realized it was a person. Hellbow remained calm, but the young accountant turned pale. "Is someone after me? How dare they, with Viserys still on my side?" Hellbow looked toward the window, his brain spinning with possibilities. But the next moment, a familiar figure jumped through the window. With silver hair, the identity of the person was unmistakable. Lord Viserys, this? An assassin, sent by the King of Whores, Viserys said calmly. The King of Whores referred, of course, to Robert, a VVIP of the King's Landing brothel. Thanks to his recent improvement in constitution, Viserys had been able to carry an 80 to 90 pounds man on his back and sneak into Hellbow's home without making a sound. This guy had even set up 2 sentries near his own home. There's a lot of space there, and there's Dany. It's not safe to take her back, so I'll let you keep her for now. No, are you sick? You and your sister think it's unsafe, but I'm supposed to be fine. Hellbow thought to himself, but dare not show it. He quickly put down his wine cup, grabbed the female assassin's ankles, and together with Viserys, carried her out. Go find some milk and bring it over, Viserys instructed the young accountant. Milk and other things could be used to dilute the toxins. He didn't want the assassin to die just yet. It would be best if he could make her vomit and contact Robert. This would buy him some time, at least until the end of the 10-day celebration. As long as Robert did not involve the faceless men, Viserys would be fine. However, with so many people attending the celebration, and if he participated in the sword competition, he might not be able to keep an eye on Dany. There is no cow milk left. Will goat's milk do? Yes. Meanwhile, Viserys and Hellbow carried the assassin to a dark room. It seemed that Hellbow really yearned for the life of a noble, as it was said that nobles like to have underground dungeons and the like. This underground room was quite authentic. Inside, there was a wooden bed with mechanisms to restrict a person's movement and some torture devices. However, upon closer inspection, these torture devices seemed to be more for fun. Threaded convex mace? What the hell are these? Viserys gave Hellbow a meaningful look, causing him to blush. The two of them tied the female assassin to the bed in a big shape and then let out a sigh of relief. In the dim light, Viserys realized that the female assassin was actually quite good-looking. Her facial features were soft and gentle, not at all what one would expect from an assassin. I'll leave first, give her some more milk later, and then starve her for a few days. Yes, Hellbow replied indifferently. After Viserys left, Hellbow took another look at the female assassin. He found her quite attractive, but she was still Viserys' prisoner, and he didn't dare to torture her. A few days later, when Viserys saw that his soap was almost dry, he asked Morel to arrange an introduction to Lady Phalia of the Moonshadow. Morel didn't object, as he had already agreed to facilitate the meeting. However, he understood that simply arranging an introduction didn't guarantee a meeting. To ensure things went smoothly, Morel bribed Phalia's maid to mention the matter to her mistress. The maid accepted the money, but made no promises, her attitude reflecting Morel's. Agreeing to introduce them didn't mean they would actually meet, and taking money didn't mean the matter would be resolved. On this particular day, Phalia was hosting a gathering on her private ship. Every notable courtesan in Bravos had her own ship, where they entertained guests and conducted business. The most esteemed courtesans were protective of their reputations and would only offer their bodies in exchange for significant gifts or favors. An unspoken rule among courtesans was that the more a courtesan did for someone, the less likely they were to give themselves fully to them, though they would occasionally offer personal tokens to keep their admirers hopeful and loyal. Phalia, as one of the top courtesans, was well aware of these principles. But today, her client seemed particularly persistent. Lady Moonshadow, please consider my proposal with mercy. I will never brag about it like those vain men, said the man in front of her. He had black hair, brown eyes, and a thin face, dressed in a blue shirt and purple bloomers of such fine quality that Phalia had to look away to avoid appearing too interested. The man, however, kept his gaze fixed on Phalia. Her thin but well-proportioned shoulders, half-exposed breasts smoother than whale blubber, and seductive curves tapering to a slender waist all captivated him. As his eyes traveled further down, they took in the sudden fullness of her hips, which made him feel parched with desire. Master Daxon, thank you for your kindness, but I can still maintain the workshop for the time being, Phalia replied, her voice steady. Daxon laughed, a hint of desperation in his eyes. Don't be ridiculous. Cooper has already cut the price to half of what it was last year. There's no profit to be made. I've heard that the workshop in Greenwater Town has lost many skilled workers. The candles they make are not only of poor quality, but also more expensive. Why bother going on? Please, give me your heart. I would be happy to die for it. Let alone that workshop, he said, his words growing more explicit as he leaned forward like a hungry jackal, poised to pounce at any moment. Calling out loudly for help is behavior deemed inappropriate for such a social interaction. It implies an inability to control the situation, signaling incompetence. As the young man in front of her slowly approached, Phalia felt her blood rushing to her ears. Was she going to suffer a loss today? Ahem. Just as the young man was licking his lips and closing in, a light cough interrupted his next move. Phalia let out a sigh of relief. Lady Phalia, our meeting time is almost over today, came the voice of Asha, Phalia's maid. The young man paused, his heart filled with resentment, but he dared not make any further moves. Causing a scene could bring trouble to his house unless the other party was willing to submit. Beauty is not a sin. I apologize for my rudeness. I'm truly sorry. Please forgive me, Lady Phalia. Phalia calmed herself and responded softly. You are too kind. In a certain light, this is also my honor. She breathed heavily after the young man left her cabin. These professional courtesans were just ordinary girls. They might be outstanding in appearance and temperament, but they lacked the means to protect themselves. Asha entered, her dark almond-shaped eyes full of worry. Lady Phalia, are you all right? Yes, I'm fine. Asha, with her Dothraki blood, almond-shaped eyes, and long braids, looked wilder than the ordinary Bravos girls. Her body had more impressive curves, and if anything serious happened, she would have to stand up for her master. For instance, if the noble young man hadn't relented, Asha might have had to offer herself to appease him. Fortunately, they had escaped unscathed. After the master and servant had calmed down, Asha tentatively said, Lady, Morel would like to introduce you to someone. His name is Viserys Targaryen. Despite the unsettling encounter, business had to go on. Viserys. Phalia couldn't immediately recall Viserys' identity. The Beggar King. As Phalia's personal maid, Asha knew a little about the important people in Bravos and even the free cities. Even she knew about someone like the original Viserys. What does he want with me? After the maid's reminder, Phalia remembered who the Beggar King was. But she couldn't understand why Viserys was seeking her out. She didn't have an army, and although she had a few swordsmen, they were merely her bodyguards. He said he wanted to talk to you about a good business opportunity. I thought he was going to ask for something else, Phalia thought to herself. It seemed the Beggar King wasn't aiming to restore his kingdom, but to amass a fortune first. She was wary of getting entangled with the descendants of a fallen kingdom. Viserys was constantly under threat of assassination, and any association with him could make her a target, especially if Robert suspected she and Viserys shared some untold secret. Phalia preferred to avoid the so-called good business. Just as she was about to refuse outright, she reconsidered. Such a direct refusal might not be appropriate, especially since Viserys had met the Sea Lord. No matter her status, it couldn't surpass that of the Sea Lord. Phalia thought for a moment and said, Just say that I'm not feeling well and it's inconvenient. If there's anything important, Ranch can handle it. Ranch was Phalia's housekeeper and manager. Understood. Asha replied and left the cabin, leaving Phalia alone. Reflecting on her situation, Phalia realized she might have fallen into a conspiracy. The winner of the 10-day celebration beauty pageant would not only gain a title and a reward, but also have the chance to elevate their status. They would get the opportunity to enter the high walls of Bravos' 3 great houses, potentially merging their lives and bloodlines with them. Even if they failed to achieve this ultimate goal, as winners of the triennial beauty pageant, they would become a symbol of Bravos, the bastard daughter of Valyria. They might even enter diplomatic circles, gaining influence far beyond their current reach. This was the dream of every socialite. But to become the champion, or even to participate in the beauty pageant, There was a stringent prerequisite: virginity. Braavos might be Valeria's bastard daughter, but it wasn't Valeria's little whore. The requirements for participation were exceedingly strict. But now Phalia faced another pressing problem. If she couldn't keep Morel's workshop running, she might fall behind in promotion by the time the 10-day festival arrived. If her workshop turned into a theater, it would be a serious blow to her reputation as Moonshadow. She was in a dilemma. If she committed to the young man, she might lose her chance to participate in the beauty contest. On the other hand, her life would be in his hands. Even if she managed to enter the competition by other means, she would be vulnerable to his future demands, which she might be reluctant to accept. On the other hand, if she chose to remain chaste, she would be at a great disadvantage and likely to lose. According to an unwritten rule, once a courtesan wins a competition, she tends to ruthlessly suppress her former rivals. The best Phalia could hope for in such a scenario would be to escape Braavos. However, for a maiden of 16 or 17, leaving Braavos meant becoming vulnerable and losing all her influence and security. She suddenly empathized with the situation of Viserys and his sister. She now had two formidable opponents, the poetess and the nightingale. The nightingale had already announced plans to build a new theater in Greenwater Town, making it clear who was behind her predicament. "We must save the workshop," Phalia resolved. She decided to instruct Ranch to contact Morel again to assess the workshop's situation. If it was truly dire, she would have to intervene to save it. Despite the seemingly luxurious lifestyle of a courtesan, maintaining such a life required considerable expenses. Maids, servants, and numerous relatives depended on her for their livelihood. Phalia might even have to consider selling some of her property or jewelry to keep the workshop running. However, she had no idea how badly Morel's workshop was losing money. Brother Viserys was in a good mood today and personally cooked a dish of shredded chicken for Dany. Since moving, Dany had rarely tasted Viserys' cooking. The reason was that Morel had told him that Phalia had agreed to meet with him at the Moonpool Theater near Purple Harbor. The siblings ate heartily, their fingers gleaming with oil, which made the maid on the side jealous. At the same time, she felt a bit ashamed that her cooking wasn't as good as her employer's. After they had finished eating, the maid brought a basin of water for washing their hands. Dany was about to wash her hands when Viserys stopped her. "Wait a minute." Dany watched as Viserys mysteriously took out a round object. It was oval-shaped and more like a goose egg with a light purple color. When she took it from Viserys' hands, she found it to be delicate and smooth, with a faint scent of gardenia. "Wet it and rub it like this." Following Viserys' demonstration, Dany became the first person in the world to wash her hands with modern soap. "How was it? Was it clean enough?" Dany looked at her hands in a daze and found that there was indeed no oil residue. In the past, even if she washed her hands with water for a long time, they would still be sticky after a while. But after washing them with this thing, not only did her hands not stick, but they also had a faint fragrance. The maid next to her also stared at the bubbles in the water with curiosity. "This thing is called..." "Damn, there's no word I know for soap in Valyrian." Viserys paused for a moment, then told her that it was soap. Dany remembered that day when Viserys excitedly told her, "We're going to have dragon eggs." But what did this have to do with dragon eggs? "Brother, are you going to sell this?" "Yes and no." Dany's face showed confusion. You don't need to worry about it. Just wait for my good news." After dinner, Viserys took a carriage directly to the nearby port and then boarded a boat to Purple Harbor. As he approached Purple Harbor, he could see the distant purple beach, resembling fields of lavender growing by the sea. In reality, it wasn't lavender but crushed snail shells drying in the sun. When the first refugees discovered Braavos, they quickly took advantage of its specialty, a purple snail. Braavos was developed by the pigment trade, and Viserys' soap was made with this pigment. Soon, he arrived at the Moonpool Theater. As he disembarked, he noticed the distant Sea Lord's palace. When Viserys first arrived in Braavos, he was received by the Sea Lord, who even became his witness not long after. However, now he no longer had the qualifications to meet with the Sea Lord. He thought, as long as this soap business succeeds, I can start acquiring dragon eggs. In the original story, Dany hatched 3 eggs, obtaining 3 dragons. It was these 3 dragons that earned her the title Mother of Dragons. Now, there are more than 4 years until the so-called Bleeding Star. If I can collect 8 or 10 eggs, Dany can hatch them and raise them. Then, in a few years, when the dragons are grown, I will return to Westeros and get revenge on those rebels. Viserys thought excitedly, already envisioning himself riding a dragon through the sky. I haven't ridden a dragon before. If I haven't ridden a dragon even after I transmigrated, then I would have wasted my time, he mused. Before he knew it, he had arrived at the Moonpool Theater. As the saying goes, the Purple Harbor area is full of powerful people, and many wore black or white clothing. Not long after Viserys got off the carriage, a servant in reddish-brown shorts and a yellow vest ran up to him. "Is it Lord Viserys? Lady Phalia is waiting for you. Please follow me." They walked on a smooth stone slab road and stepped onto a soft carpet. The servant led Viserys to the door of a box. "Lady Phalia is waiting for you inside," said the servant, opening the purple lacquered door for him. Viserys felt a mix of excitement and curiosity, eager to see what the famous Moonshadow Phalia looked like. In his opinion, these courtesans were somewhat like the courtesans of ancient times in his world. Many protagonists in novels had collections of courtesans, and he wondered if he might have the opportunity as well. Calming his emotions, Viserys entered the room. However, what he saw was a young man in his late 20s with jet black, slightly curly hair, meticulously combed. His azure velvet shirt was perfectly ironed. The man exuded a smart and capable aura, with his entire body appearing almost mannequin-like in its definition. "Huh, I thought I was meeting Lady Phalia." Viserys thought he had gone the wrong way and looked at the waiter with a questioning glance, silently asking how he could have led him so astray. Before the waiter could respond, the man with black hair spoke up, "Lord Viserys." Viserys hesitated, but then understood. He softened his expression, walked back into the room, and sat down in front of the young man. "I am here to meet you in place of Lady Phalia. You can say what you want to say now," the young man said calmly. Viserys glanced out the window. He knew when to lose his temper and when to hold it in. He needed Phalia's name to enter the competition at the 10-day celebration and win the dragon egg. He also needed her help to sell the soap. Since he was asking for something, he would hold back for a while and wait until the other party realized the value of what he had before he put on airs. However, he couldn't be too low-key. Viserys took out 3 egg-shaped soaps from his bag, 1 white, 1 blue, and 1 purple. The young man looked at the objects with wide eyes, clearly intrigued. "First of all, I want to say that I don't need money, and secondly, I'm the only one who can make these things. The raw materials for these come from whale oil and can save Morel's workshop," Viserys explained. He then picked up a pastry from the table that was covered in grease and squeezed it, getting his hands covered in oil. Although the young man didn't know what he was going to do, he maintained a calm demeanor. Viserys picked up one of the soaps and wet his hands with the teapot next to him. As he rubbed his hands together, a lot of white foam appeared. After rinsing his hands, Viserys got up and showed his clean hands to the young man. "I hope the price of this soap is 20 silver moons. You can take it back to show it to Lady Moonshadow," Viserys said. He then walked to the door of the room. "If Lady Moonshadow doesn't mind, I'd like to see Lady Nightingale and Lady Poetess as well. So I hope you can give me an answer soon." With that, he closed the door and left. He still had to see how the female assassin was doing today. The woman held the secret of the skin changers. Damn it, it was a fraud. Viserys muttered angrily as he left the theater, but he quickly regained his composure. He believed that Phalia knew what she was doing. Once she used the soap, it would become a necessity in her life. Viserys felt a tinge of pride, convinced that she would fall in love with the soap after trying it. Currently, the cost of producing a piece of soap was only 1 or 2 Bravos iron coins. If he sold it for 20 silver moons, his profit margin would be an astonishing 7,000%. Suddenly, a chill ran down Viserys' neck as he thought of something. Initially, the soap would be marketed to the upper class, the nobles. These wealthy individuals consumed rich foods daily, which would lead to oily skin. However, his soap was strong enough to dry out their faces after just one use. The more they used it, the oilier their faces would become, prompting them to buy more. It would create a virtuous cycle. Viserys didn't plan to exploit the poor. When the soap became more popular, it would eventually benefit the lower class as well. His mood lifted at the thought. It had been 5 or 6 days since Viserys had subdued the female assassin. Feeling that the time was right, he decided to check on her. By this time, Helbo had heard about Viserys' meeting with Phalia. Initially surprised, he was also somewhat relieved. It seemed that the Morel and Phalia were close allies. Fortunately, he had not pushed his plan too far. When Helbo learned that Viserys had gone to the Moonpool Theater, he chuckled to himself. After all his years in Bravos, he knew the rules for courtesans meeting in private. They never left their ships, only coming ashore for public events. In his opinion, Phalia would likely not appreciate Viserys' good intentions. That was fine by Helbo. Once the reckless young man had calmed down, he would be easier to manipulate. Imagine that, controlling a prince, a nobleman. Helbo couldn't help but fantasize. Just then, a servant announced that Viserys was visiting. Helbo hurried over to greet him, partly out of curiosity and partly hoping that Viserys would be taken away by Phalia. Living under the same roof as an assassin every day was unnerving. The assassin, who had not eaten for 5 or 6 days, had visibly sunken cheeks. To make it easier to feed her, Helbo had put a small device in her mouth. Viserys immediately recognized the device, and after a moment he realized what it was. "Where did you get the gag?" he asked. "Gag? What a great name." Helbo looked at Viserys, somewhat surprised, as if he had met a kindred spirit. The female assassin had no idea what they were talking about. She just hoped to be released as soon as possible. She saw her target take the candle from the slightly overweight man and hold it up to her face. Confirming the look, it was indeed the person she was supposed to kill. But now she couldn't even kill herself, let alone someone else. Over the past few days, she had seen the torture instruments around her and realized they would be used on her sooner or later. However, to her surprise, the young man did not act as she expected. Instead, he fed her some sweet soup. It's so sweet," the assassin sighed in her heart. At the same time, she discovered that her body seemed to be regaining some feeling. For a moment, it felt as if her brain, covered with rusty gears, had been lubricated and her thoughts began to turn again. "What does he want?" she wondered. The young man in front of her slowly said, "We are all pitiful people." The female assassin didn't expect him to say that. Although she couldn't speak, she thought to herself, "Pitiful? You were born a prince, and even in a foreign land, you would still be taken care of. You are pitiful? Then everyone is pitiful." Viserys continued, "Do you think I'm talking nonsense? In fact, I've seen everything about you." He began to recount the story he had seen in his dream. The ship you were on encountered a storm in the narrow sea. You were alone at sea for more than 10 days, surviving only on fish and shrimp. Helbo raised his eyebrows, thinking to himself that this assassin was no ordinary person, being able to survive at sea for more than 10 days. But he wondered why Viserys knew so much. "Since I arrived in Bravos at the age of 8, Robert has sent at least 7 or 8 assassins to kill me every year, but I have survived them all. Do you know why? Or don't you think it's amazing that I was only 8 years old at the time, with a baby sister in my arms, and yet I was able to survive Robert's assassins time and time again?" Neither the female assassin nor Helbo believed Viserys' story. However, Helbo knew that the Viserys siblings had indeed wandered alone for several years, and it was not easy to survive so many assassination attempts. The female assassin thought Viserys was just showing off, but the question still lingered in her mind. How did he know she had been shipwrecked? How did he know so much about her? Viserys then gave a very mystical answer. He leaned his face close to the female assassin, and the two could almost feel each other's breath. "Because the gods are warning me," he said. The female assassin narrowed her eyes, obviously not believing him. "We can make a bet. I'll let you go today, and you can go anywhere you want to start preparing again. but the result will still be failure. For 10 days, if you lose, you'll have to follow me. What do you say? Are you in or out? Viserys' voice had a certain seductive power, like the whisper of a devil. This offer left Helbo beside him dumbfounded. No, you're seriously ill. How could you dare to let go of the assassin who tried to kill you? What's the point? He thought. The female assassin didn't hesitate for a second, staring at Viserys with eyes that seemed to be challenging him. Viserys removed her gag and freed her limbs, smiling as he said, "You're free." When he actually let her go, the female assassin's face showed disbelief. Helbo, who was behind Viserys, leaned against the corner of the wall in case she tried to make a move. She walked slowly towards the door, looking back at Viserys hesitantly. "I'll let you leave, but on one condition. You tried to kill me. But not only did I not kill you, I also saved you. So you owe me 2 lives? I don't need you to repay them. You just can't hurt Dany." Viserys stared into her eyes and said in a firm voice. This seemed risky, but in fact the risk was not that high. Since his dragon dreams had advanced to the proficient level, he could predict danger even earlier. He could also use dragon dreams to locate her. How can I lose you with a mystical map? He thought. If he could subdue this assassin, not only would he be able to participate in the celebration without any worries 2 months later, but most importantly, he would be able to get the skin changer secrets from her. This may allow him to control multiple dragons at the same time after they hatched, preventing the dragon sons from becoming rebellious. "I swear by the gods that I will not harm your sister before I kill you," the female assassin said in common tone. This was the first thing she had said since she was captured. As he watched the female assassin leave, Helbo realized that the person standing in front of him was not an ordinary fool. He was a complete lunatic. He suddenly remembered a rumor about the Targaryens. Targaryen, they're either mad or great. When Viserys finished his meeting with the assassin, it had already grown dark. As he made his way home, the stars had appeared in the sky. Upon arriving, he noticed an unfamiliar carriage parked in front of his house. The carriage was adorned with a faint moon emblem, indicating it was a private and exquisite vehicle. The grand nature of the visit suggested it wasn't malicious. 2 figures stood next to the carriage. One was the maid Viserys had hired, and the other seemed familiar. Before he could take 2 steps, the familiar figure approached him. It was Ranch, the young man he had met at the Moonpool Theater. This time, Ranch's expression was noticeably friendlier and warmer, likely due to Viserys' meeting with Phalia, the Moon Shadow. Ranch walked forward, bowed slightly to Viserys, and said, "Prince Viserys, Lady Moonshadow has asked to meet you and hopes to speak with you." This time, Ranch was exceedingly courteous, trying to satisfy Viserys. The reason was that Phalia already knew about the dire situation at the Morel workshop. It was beyond saving, even with an infusion of 10,000 gold dragons. She had placed all her hopes on Viserys, having recognized the value of his soap immediately. Viserys was her last straw. Viserys sensed the change in attitude and understood the urgency. Lady Moonshadow's immediate request for a meeting indicated the importance of the soap to her. He wanted to leverage this to gain more influence in their dealings. If the soap wasn't crucial, she wouldn't have sought him out so urgently, even at night. "If it's about the soap, please leave. I already have a better partner to work with," Viserys said, trying to test her resolve and willingness to negotiate. Viserys knew that her interest in the soap was a significant opportunity. He wanted to see how desperate she was. He had a backup plan. If things didn't work out, he could sell the formula to the Iron Bank and secure some money. However, he hoped it wouldn't come to that. After all, who would kill a hen that lays golden eggs? Fortunately, Viserys' gamble paid off. As soon as he crossed the threshold of his house, he could already sense the urgency in Ranch's demeanor. "Lord Viserys." Ranch hurriedly stood in front of him. "You said you had a new partner, but why don't you come with me to see what Lady Moonshadow can offer?" Ranch's intuition told him that Viserys was bluffing, but he didn't dare to gamble. The Morel workshop was too important to Phalia, and he knew what losing it would mean for her. "Then let's hurry up," Viserys replied. "Okay, please get in the carriage," Ranch responded. The carriage was filled with a faint aroma, and the seats were adorned with soft velvet pillows, almost like a sofa. As Viserys settled in, he couldn't help but appreciate the comfort, indicating that Phalia usually rode in this carriage herself. After about 10 minutes, they arrived at a dock. Viserys thought he would have to disembark and transfer, but to his surprise, Ranch drove the carriage directly onto a boat. Once they arrived at the next port, Ranch simply drove off the boat and continued on their way. So extravagant, Viserys thought, realizing that he didn't even have a personal carriage. He sighed at the opulence. After another half hour or so, they reached a small lake. Several boats floated on the lake, resembling junk boats, but decorated in a style unique to this world. Lanterns hung from the boats, making them easy to spot in the dark. "Lord Viserys, we've arrived," Ranch announced. Viserys got off the carriage and took in the serene night. The crescent moon above looked like a small boat hanging in a black velvet sky, dotted with a few stars. Not seeing the familiar Big Dipper, Viserys was reminded that he was no longer in his original world. A moment of sadness washed over him, realizing he might never return. He quickly gathered himself and followed Ranch to the lake, where a small barge awaited. The boatman turned out to be a robust woman. As Viserys and Ranch boarded the boat, ripples spread out from the bottom, distorting the reflection of the crescent moon as they slowly sailed towards one of the boats. Halfway through the journey, a figure emerged from the boat they were approaching. She was less than 1.6 meters tall, but had an explosive figure. Even in the dim light, her silhouette was captivating. When they reached the side of the boat, Ranch made a gesture of invitation, indicating he would not be joining them. Viserys then saw the true face of the figure. She had spirited almond-shaped eyes and well-defined features. Her figure was undoubtedly an asset. However, Viserys knew from her attire that she was not Phalia. "Still," he said, "this is Lady Moonshadow. It is an honor to meet you." The maid was momentarily stunned, but quickly responded, "Lady Moonshadow's maid. She is waiting for you inside." "Sorry, my mistake," Viserys replied. At this moment, Asha clearly saw Viserys' appearance under the moonlight and couldn't help but feel a good impression. To Asha, such handsome boys were not common. Coupled with the amusing misunderstanding earlier, her heart softened. However, when she noticed Ranch's gesture on the boat, her expression grew more serious. Viserys, unaware of this, was preoccupied with what to say during the meeting. His earlier behavior was strategic, based on the saying, "It's easier to face the known danger than to deal with the unseen threat." If he could get along with Phalia's associates, it would make future dealings with her much smoother. Asha lifted the curtain for Viserys, and as soon as he entered, he was greeted by a scent similar to that in the carriage. He passed through a small door and found himself in what looked like a small living room. In front of him was a table with a few exquisite chairs on either side. A woman wearing a moon-white cloak sat behind the table, her veil concealing her face. She looked towards the door as he entered. At that moment, 3 crisp bells rang outside the boat, and Phalia's eyes flickered twice, once for the silver bells outside and once for Viserys' appearance. However, Viserys now felt slightly irritated. This woman was blocking his view entirely. Her figure was hidden by the cloak, and her face was covered by a veil. How ridiculous! But he reminded himself that the purpose of today's meeting was to discuss business and cooperation. If she didn't want to show her face, it wasn't necessary. Phalia made a gesture of invitation, indicating that he should take a seat. Viserys sat down with ease and said, "I don't know what cooperation plan Lady Phalia has, so please tell me directly." Phalia, behind her veil, gently raised the corner of her mouth and placed the soap that Ranch had brought back on a plate. She said, "Ranch told me that Prince Viserys is prepared to sell this for 20 silver moons. I think the prince may not understand the true value of this soap in Bravos. I believe it can be sold for 3 gold dragons, or even 5 gold dragons initially." Phalia's offer was far higher than Viserys' expectations. He had thought that selling the soap at 20 silver moons was already a great deal. Before moving into the rich district, the water vendor who lived near him had to work hard for 2 days to earn 1 silver moon. 20 silver moons was almost a month's income for him. One gold dragon could be exchanged for about 30 silver moons. Phalia's suggestion of 3 to 5 gold dragons raised the price by 4 or 5 times and hinted at a high demand. Viserys, trying not to show his shock, responded calmly, "Well, the ingredients for making soap are actually not expensive. Most of the materials needed are similar to those for whale oil candles. It's mainly the production process that is complicated and difficult." He subtly emphasized his point, glossing over the issue of underpricing. Phalia nodded slightly, understanding that the young man before her was strengthening his bargaining chip. It was her turn to make an offer. "If the prince is willing to cooperate, I think I can sell the soap for 5 gold dragons. However, if we want to reach more people, we may have to lower the price eventually. As for the distribution of profits, what are Prince's requirements?" Viserys thought for a moment and said, "Let's split it 20/80ths. Phalia was visibly taken aback. "You only want 20%? I think." "No, I get 80%. The atmosphere became tense. Viserys maintained a smile, feeling like a dragon lord returning in an urban novel, though he was simply raising the stakes in their negotiation. Although he had the formula, he wasn't planning to involve himself in the workshop or the publicity. His aim was to secure around 50%. Phalia was indeed a top-notch courtesan. First, she poured a cup of tea for Viserys, and then said, "I have some friends among the Moonsingers. They are all capable and wealthy businessmen. To maintain these friendships requires some thought." Phalia implied that selling soap would require paying off the right people, and the cost would not just be raw materials and labor. While talking about the Moonsingers, she unobtrusively removed her veil. "Holy shit, Angelina or Christina." Viserys was amazed, realizing that she was a combination of 2 actresses from his past life. The former was a Russian model, and the latter was known as the Rose of France. She was a courtesan, and she was very good at it. Phalia's realistic questions and her appearance became powerful arguments to convince Viserys. Although Viserys tried his best to restrain himself, he was discovered. There was nothing he could do. She was a professional. Viserys nodded in agreement. "Besides, if we want to maximize the profits from the soap, we have to work harder. But don't worry, Prince, I will hold more banquets to let more people see the benefits of the soap as soon as possible." Phalia took a sip of tea and frowned slightly. "I'm sorry, Prince Viserys, the tea may be a little cold." "It's fine," said Viserys. At that moment, a cool breeze blew in, making the warmth in the cabin even less. It's cold." Phalia wrapped her cloak around her body, revealing a thrilling curve that made Viserys' heart race. "Oh, wow." Viserys let out a soft sigh. Are you not feeling well, Prince?" Phalia asked. In fact, she did on purpose. "No, I mean the tea tastes good." Viserys covered up awkwardly. Phalia smiled lightly and didn't expose it. But this smile seemed as if it had been carved countless times in front of a mirror. Every expression was just right, making people's hearts sway. At this time, Phalia said, "I heard that Prince Viserys has a younger sister named Dany." Suddenly, Viserys, who had been full of springtime, suddenly became cold. It was as if he had awakened the sleeping dragon in his body. His eyes looked at Phalia with murderous intent, making her shiver. Oh, just a simple change in tone made the air around him chillier. Phalia didn't know why the young man in front of her had changed so drastically. She remembered what Ranch had told her about Viserys' notorious reputation, and her heart was in her throat. Forcing herself to remain calm, she took out a box from her side. I heard that Princess Dany was born in a storm, and the season with the most storms in the Narrow Sea seems to be August and September, but I don't know exactly when Princess Dany was born." She swallowed and gently opened the box in front of her, revealing a delicate necklace. "I don't know if Dany's birthday has passed, so if it hasn't, I'll give this to her as a birthday gift." The necklace had 7 precious stones inlaid on it, the middle one a deep purple and the 6 surrounding it a vivid green. It was obviously very valuable. Phalia looked at Viserys carefully, hardly daring to breathe. Viserys couldn't be blamed for overreacting. The so-called big shot who coveted Dany had not yet shown his face. If he was trying to use Phalia to make contact, then she would turn the tables on him. Once he realized Phalia's true intentions were innocent, he calmed down. He was impressed that she had deduced Dany's birthday from some rumors. His attitude softened, and he accepted the necklace on behalf of his little sister. Finally, the two sides reached an agreement. For every bar of soap sold, Viserys would take half the profits, but he would give 5% to Phalia for her work in marketing the dragon eggs. After all, dragon eggs were a rare commodity. In addition to the money needed to buy them, a lot of money was needed to gather information and make connections. In other words, Viserys would take half the profits, and Morel's workshop and Phalia would split the remaining half. Considering that the soap would initially be a high-end product, the first batch would only be 300 to 500 pieces. The second batch would be 1,000 to 1,500 pieces. By the time of the 10-day celebration, 3,000 pieces would be released. They agreed to change the name of the soap to Shadow of the Moon. The soap is the moon, and the foam is its shadow. After returning, Viserys sent all of his first batch of experimental products to Phalia for her to handle. The two also agreed that Viserys would participate in the festival as her poet 2 months later. In this way, the dragon egg would be taken care of. Meanwhile, when Helbo found out that Viserys had really met Phalia and reached a cooperation agreement, he was so regretful that he almost turned blue. "Oh, yes, Lady Dany. It seems that her birthday is coming up soon. I have to prepare something nice." He opened the secret compartment in his home and took out a handful of gold coins. He thought it wasn't enough and grabbed a few more handfuls. Ignoring the now noticeable dent in his pile, he immediately went outside to look for a gift. Just as Helbo was hurrying to meet Viserys, he found that Viserys was not at home. What made him even more upset was that none of the maids hired by Viserys would let him in the door. From afar, he could only see Dany practicing swordsmanship on the grass. He wanted to ask Dany where Viserys had gone, but she only waved at him from a distance. "I'm such a fool." Helbo cursed himself, realizing that Viserys seemed to be deliberately distancing himself. For more than 10 years, Helbo had not achieved his goal of owning a proper business, and he subconsciously thought that Viserys, the Beggar King, would not be able to achieve this goal so easily. In his opinion, Viserys was only good at fighting and not necessarily talented in business. But now it seemed he had completely misjudged. Meeting Moonshadow meant that Viserys' attempt had won recognition. With Phalia's guarantee, Viserys was able to do in a few months what Helbo had been unable to do in a decade. If Viserys had his own business, he would no longer be in the same class as Helbo. Realizing that Viserys might be an opportunity for him to move up in the world, Helbo went straight to the workshop. After all, Viserys' laboratory was there. What Helbo didn't know was that the reason he couldn't get in was because Viserys had seen his torture device. After Helbo left that day, Viserys instructed his maids not to let Helbo in if he wasn't home and not to let him near Dany. He also told Dany to greet Helbo from afar and not to talk to him. Meanwhile, Viserys, accompanied by Morel, was about to arrive at the famous Iron Bank. As anyone who has watched Game of Thrones knows, the Iron Bank is famous. Littlefinger became master of coin because he borrowed money from the Iron Bank, making it seem as if he could conjure up money with his 2 fingers. In reality, the interest on these loans was passed on to the common people of Westeros. Later, Westeros was in chaos, and Stannis Baratheon borrowed money from the Iron Bank, as did Jon Snow. Even further back in time, during the Targaryen era, there were kings who wanted to deposit money in the Iron Bank to earn interest. This shows how powerful it is. Of course, the Iron Bank can't just only have money bags. Otherwise, it would just become a target for others. It also has weapons, and if anyone dares to default, it will support their opponent with money or support the rebels. When the rebels or the defaulting opponent come to power, they have to take over the mess left behind by their predecessors. The Iron Bank got its name because its founder initially stored his money in an abandoned iron mine. But the Iron Bank, which has long since become big and strong, has moved its headquarters away from the mine. The current headquarters of the Iron Bank is more like a heavily fortified fortress. Prince, the Iron Bank is just ahead. Morel said with a newfound respect in his voice. Ever since Viserys had met with Phalia and struck a deal, Morel's admiration for him had grown. He had witnessed the magic of soap firsthand and knew his workshop was saved because of it. At Morel's prompting, Viserys stuck his head out of the carriage. In the distance, he saw the tall, heavy walls of the Iron Bank, with guards patrolling back and forth. The guards were well-armed and well-built, clearly well-trained and well-fed. The road was lined with barricades. An Iron Bank guard stopped their carriage for inspection. The guard wore a black cloak adorned with white dots, the symbol for money. After checking their identities, their carriage passed through 3 more gates. Beyond these gates, the 2 men were asked to disembark and continue on foot. "Prince, this is where the Iron Bank conducts its business," Morel said, gesturing toward the building. Viserys nodded. In front of him stood a tall, imposing structure that looked like a combination of a temple and a courthouse. Above the entrance was a statue of a woman with arms that transformed into wings. As they walked a few steps further, Viserys noticed something underfoot. He looked down and saw a line of relief text written in the common tongue, Dothraki and Valyrian. "The Iron Bank will have its due." Suddenly, Viserys felt the gravity of the Game of Thrones scratch up. Every faction with a name has a slogan that belongs to them. Fire and blood. A Lannister always pays his debts. Family, duty, honor. Growing strong. And House Stark's winter is coming. The 2 continued walking and entered the hall of the building. As soon as they stepped inside, Viserys felt at least 3 pairs of eyes on him. They weren't malicious, just observing. The hall was quiet, with only the sound of shuffling feet and the rustling of pens on paper. At that moment, an Iron Bank employee with a long beard and wearing a brown uniform approached the 2 men. "Lord, do you need to borrow, deposit, or withdraw money?" "Get a card." "Huh." The soul of the transmigrator couldn't resist a little joke before answering seriously, "Withdraw money." "Okay, please follow me." The employee took out a key from his breast pocket and led Viserys into a small room, leaving Morel waiting outside. The employee asked Viserys to take a seat and then sat across from him. "What is your name?" "Viserys Targaryen." The employee bowed his head and wrote something down, then asked a few more questions, appearing extremely serious. Viserys suddenly remembered that the original Viserys had also come to the Iron Bank to borrow money, but was rejected. The reason, of course, was that they did not believe Viserys could restore the realm. Although they did not have the technology to collect big data and check the flow of money like modern banks, they also had their own set of audit plans. "To confirm, you want to withdraw money?" "That's right. What is your account number?" Viserys told him the account number left by Illyrio. "The account password, please." "Fire and blood." When Viserys said the correct password, the employee's serious expression melted away and immediately became friendly. "You have 7,000 gold dragons in your account. How much would you like to withdraw?" 5,000. "Do you need an escort?" "No." How much does an escort cost?" The employee smiled and said, "We have 5 levels of escort service." "Okay, which one do you recommend?" After learning about some of the Iron Bank services, Viserys paid 100 gold dragons and chose a covert protection package. With the money, they left the Iron Bank. They had not gone far when the service proved its worth. The person being restrained by the Iron Bank guards looked familiar. It was Helbo. During this time, Viserys could sense Helbo's gradually cold attitude. However, he didn't care. Viserys believed that he could offer something so enticing that Helbo would be compelled to show his loyalty. "This is an acquaintance. Let him come up," Viserys said, and the plainclothes guards of the Iron Bank released Helbo. Helbo stretched his joints a bit and got into the carriage with a smirk. "Godman Helbo, what a surprise to meet you here," Viserys teased. "I heard that Lady Dany's birthday is coming up soon, so I wanted to ask where it will be held," Helbo replied. His excuse was pretty lame, but Viserys didn't call him out on it. In his previous life, he had heard a saying that some people have birthdays because they want to have them, and some people have birthdays because others need them to have them. Curious, Viserys asked, "Where did you hear about Dany's birthday?" Helbo's answer impressed Viserys. Ser Dary, who had fled with the siblings, had lived with them in the house with the red door. After Ser Derry's death, the servants in the house began to divide up his possessions. When Helbo and Viserys were still working together, Helbo had secretly found those people. Although he did not recover any goods, he was able to ask about the siblings' birthdays. He had originally planned to part ways with Viserys, but now he realized that he could use this information. Dany has suffered with me for many years, but there's no need to make a big deal of it. Let's just celebrate at my place, Viserys said. Hearing this, Helbo's heart finally settled. Us. Listen to that. It's a comforting word. At this point, Helbo didn't have any more extravagant wishes. He thought Viserys had fallen into Phalia's clutches and was just one step away from being completely influenced by her. To his surprise, Viserys handed him a white, shelled egg. What is this? Helbo asked. Moonshadow. This is the product of my collaboration with Lady Moonshadow. How much do you think this will sell for? Viserys replied. Helbo held the soap in his hand and felt it. It was smooth and slippery. But after touching it, there was no residue on his hands, and it felt fresh and clean. He sniffed it under his nose and noticed a faint aroma. This thing must be made from whale oil, right? It shouldn't be too expensive, Helbo thought to himself. He quoted a price he thought was relatively high. 5 or 6 silver moons. Viserys smiled and said higher. A dozen, higher, 20 or so. Gods! Morel, who had been watching Helbo's face, saw his expression gradually change to one of disbelief. Helbo, 1 moonshadow sells for 5 gold dragons. This is the lowest price. Hearing that it was 5 gold dragons, Helbo nearly dropped the soap. 5 gold dragons. Helbo was already regretting his earlier decision. If he could confront his past self who sold the whale oil, he would have beaten him black and blue. Seeing Helbo's reaction, Viserys decided it was time to make his offer. I have decided to give you 2% of the share as a reward for taking charge of the workshop's safety. What do you think? 2%? Yes. Master Morel will guarantee our transaction. Helbo was stunned. I've suddenly become a member of the bourgeoisie. I've done what even Bannergar couldn't do. Helbo felt dizzy, looking at the rapidly receding scenery outside the carriage. Everything felt surreal. The main reason Viserys was willing to let Helbo participate was to avoid wasting too much energy on managing the business. Strengthening his power, finding a way to obtain the skin changer technique, practicing the skin changer technique, and collecting dragon eggs were all very energy-intensive tasks. Spending some money to keep the soap business running smoothly was more important than anything else. His own energy and time were his most precious resources. Soon, the first batch of soap flowed into the market. Phalia truly had a head for business. After receiving the first batch of soap from Viserys, she immediately offered 50 pieces to the Temple of the Moonsingers. Given that Phalia was called Moonshadow and the soap was named Moonshadow, it struck a chord with the temple leader. Phalia was promptly given the title of Pure, becoming known as Pure Phalia. This newfound title immediately boosted her reputation, attracting more guests to her establishment. Consequently, the price of a bar of soap skyrocketed to more than 10, sometimes even 20, gold dragons. Naturally, this kind of success attracted envy. However, the current profits from the limited display of soaps were not enough to tempt the major players. This was a result of Viserys' deliberate control of production, ensuring that soap remained a luxury item. Viserys knew that if he flooded the market with soap, selling each bar for 10 or even dozens of silver moons across the free cities, the powerful factions lurking in the shadows would pounce, tearing his business apart like sharks smelling blood. In the end, he was still too weak. Constantly on edge, it felt as if he was walking on thin ice, never knowing if he would make it to the other side. In the theater, a young man held a bar of soap and asked, "Which workshop made this?" "We're still investigating, Lord Anderson," the clerk replied. "Still investigating? No need to investigate anymore." Anderson casually placed the soap on the table. Recently, Morel had become unusually stubborn, refusing to sell the workshop. Not only that, but they had the funds to buy new raw materials. Anderson guessed that the Morel Candle Workshop was the source of the soap. Additionally, With the workshop being associated with Thalia and the soap named Moon Shadow, while she was called Moon Shadow, the connection was clear as day. Find out who made this. I'll offer him a satisfactory price, Anderson commanded. Anderson hailed from House Freger, one of the three great families of Bravos. To him, money was just a number. As long as he could topple Thalia and ensure that the courtesan on his side won the beauty pageant, it would be worth it. Meanwhile, Viserys was unaware of these developments. The deadline he had set with the female assassin was approaching. If he could subdue her, he would gain the art of the skin changers. If he could control birds of prey like falcons, it would greatly benefit his future career as a sellsword. With no battlefield fog and one-sided transparent information, any well-educated general could dominate. It's almost time, he thought. After using dragon dreams to scout, Viserys decided that tonight he would definitely convince the assassin. As night falls, the idle nobles who have spent the day eating and drinking begin to stir. Their evening diversions, including beautiful women and fragrant carriages, are ready for them. Meanwhile, workers and vendors, exhausted from a day of hard labor, continue to endure the harsh realities of life. They are scattered everywhere, at the docks, on the hills, in the marketplaces, and in the workshops. In a small, somewhat dark and damp inn, a female assassin meticulously counts her equipment. She has spent her time observing Viserys' movements and found them quite predictable. He travels back and forth between the workshop and home, avoiding banquets entirely. His daily routine consists mainly of practicing swordsmanship or teaching Dany to do the same. This assassin admires his skill. Despite being under 16, Viserys' talent in swordsmanship surpasses that of many who have trained for 10 or 15 years. She acknowledges his potential to become a legendary figure like the Sword of the Morning if given time. So she decides to assassinate him at night, when he is unarmed and vulnerable in close combat, an area in which she excels. Yet, one thing makes her uneasy. The crossbow Viserys had given her, the same weapon that had once incapacitated her. It was small, exquisite, and lethal from 20 paces, a perfect weapon for an assassin. She couldn't fathom why Viserys would arm her with such a weapon. Did he truly have that much confidence in himself? Her unease grows when she recalls Viserys' precise recounting of her encounter at sea. He must not know my true abilities, she reassures herself. The assassin takes out a small cage containing several crickets. It was through these crickets that she had gained such detailed insights into Viserys' movements. By entering their consciousness, she had essentially planted a listening device in his home. Although crickets have poor eyesight and rely mainly on hearing, it was enough for her to track his movements. 1 cricket, 2 crossbows, 3 daggers, and 6 arrows. This was her entire arsenal for the assassination. She leans the 7-god wreath she had woven against the wall of the table, preparing to pray before the mission. But somehow, the wreath keeps slipping off the wall. In the end, she used the small stone from the table leg to hold the wreath in place. This small frustration further unsettled her. Could it be that the prince of the fallen kingdom is truly protected by the gods? Father, mother, smith, warrior. She prayed softly, finishing her invocation within seconds. After one final equipment check, she disguised herself as an old woman and left the inn through the window. As she climbed out, the garland slipped again. She left the hostel like a fish diving into the sea of darkness. To avoid detection, she had chosen a remote place to stay. Her first stop was the nearby pier. Boat? To Drown Town, to Greenwater Town, to Silta Town. Is there a boat? One more person needed. To Greenwater Town. Only 10 iron coins. Chartered boat. 20 iron coins. The boatmen at the pier were shouting like taxi drivers at a train station. The female assassin noticed a skinny old boatman with white hair. His boat was small and seemed barely able to carry many people. It was also unstable, which suited her needs perfectly. She wanted to travel alone to minimize the risk of exposure. After agreeing on the price, they set off. When they reached a quiet stretch of water, the old boatman suddenly spoke. "Hey, where are you going?" His voice was hoarse and unnatural. "To Bitterwell Town." "What town?" Bitterwell Town. Bitter what? Bitterwell Town. What town? Bitter. The female assassin's eyes grew cautious as she realized something was wrong. The old boatman was looking at her with a mocking expression. For a moment, she felt as if she were ensnared by a large net, her skin tingling with alarm. "Where are you going, little sister? Viserys will definitely send you there." She was suddenly startled. It was Viserys. Who else could it be? She immediately reached for her waist, activating her 2 crossbows simultaneously, but Viserys blocked them with his bare hands. No, not bare hands, a black weapon. His reaction speed was terrifying. The female assassin's pupils contracted in shock. This young man's reaction speed and close combat skills were formidable. She had thought she could defeat him in close combat. For a moment, she wanted to dive and escape. As if reading her thoughts, Viserys shouted, "Wait, we agreed that if you fail, you will work for me. Are you going to break your promise?" She glanced at Viserys and hesitated. Under her brutal training, her body instinctively urged her to flee, but her brain made a different judgment. Viserys had indeed spared her twice before, as he had said. They had an agreement. Additionally, her intuition told her she might not be able to escape at all. Seeing her hesitation, Viserys said, "Before you tried to assassinate me, the 7 gods already gave you a revelation. Are you still going to be so stubborn?" His voice echoed over the water, scattering fish and shrimp in fright. The female assassin's face twitched in disbelief, her mental defenses on the verge of collapse. Viserys threw the dragonbone dagger at her feet, where it quivered in the deck. She shuddered like a frightened rabbit. "Accept the will of the gods and follow me, or disobey the will of the gods and kill yourself." For a moment, she felt as if her body was being pulled in a strange way, like branches swaying in the cold wind. Finally, she made a difficult decision and sat down despondently. "My name is Kyla." Viserys rowed the boat to a relatively secluded spot. "Kyla, who sent you?" "King Robert." "Nonsense. I asked who gave you the order to kill me." Kyla seemed a bit dazed. "It was Lord Peter." Of course, Viserys thought. Varys wanted the siblings to be targets to attract attention, so it couldn't be him. Robert was a hands-off leader. With Jon Arryn as Hand of the King, Robert wouldn't be directly involved in this. Littlefinger hadn't yet become Master of Coin, so it made sense for him to engage in some small assassination activities as an achievement. "Does Peter know that you're a skin changer?" Viserys asked. "Skin changer?" Kyla looked confused. "Skin changer. Someone who can control animals." "You mean a circus performer?" "No, a skin changer. Someone who can put their consciousness into the minds of animals." "What is consciousness?" "Oh, another illiterate," Viserys thought. "I saw how you caught the fish and shrimp when you were drifting at sea." "With my hands." "Nonsense. I mean, why did they come to you?" "They didn't come. They swam." Kyla was genuinely confused and thought Viserys was a fool. The gods had chosen such a person? Viserys rubbed his forehead, pondering for a moment before speaking. "Can you show me how you catch fish?" Kyla looked up at the sky and then back at the water. Viserys widened his eyes, not wanting to miss any detail. After a few minutes, Kyla's brown pupils disappeared, making her resemble a ghost on Viserys' boat. It was eerie, especially at night on a small boat. Moments later, her eyes returned to normal, and she seemed to spring back to life. Her body swayed, and she reached out, grabbing a small fish with her hand. Yes, yes, yes. This is it. How did you do that?" Viserys asked excitedly. "My mother taught me," Kyla replied. "Tell me more." Using some persuasive techniques, Viserys coaxed Kyla into sharing her background. Kyla was from the Riverlands, her father a local man, and her mother from beyond the wall. Her mother was a true skin changer, able to control black cats to catch mice. This ability allowed her to guard the Lord's granary and raise Kyla after her father's early death. But during the Usurper's War, Kyla became an orphan, abducted by human traffickers, and trained to be an assassin. She excelled due to her ability to control insects and fish, though she never matched her mother's skill. "My mother told me to keep my abilities a secret. I'm only telling you because I think you're blessed by the 7 gods," Kyla confessed. Thanks, but I have another question. When you control fish at sea, your body shakes. Why is that? Oh, I'm shaking? Actually, I just feel a little dizzy at most. Okay, that matches up, Viserys thought. He didn't ask if she felt her brain was getting dumber, considering she didn't seem very smart to begin with. I hope you can teach me this skill. My mother said that not everyone can learn it. Viserys sighed inwardly, but pressed on. But you should be able to teach me. You have the favor of the seven. Kyla pondered for a moment before starting to explain. The key to warging, she said, was imagination. One had to imagine themselves as the animal they wanted to control, observe its behavior, and see the world through its perspective. As Kyla continued, Viserys found her explanations difficult to grasp, like listening to a baby babbling. He understood the words individually, but when she spoke, they seemed jumbled. He had to rearrange and combine them, using various analogies to establish effective communication. The two chatted for a long time until the sky began to lighten with the approaching dawn. If you succeeded in your assassination, how will you contact the person who gave you the order? Viserys asked, his voice calm but filled with curiosity. We don't communicate directly. If I succeeded, I would have to leave a mark at a predetermined location, Kyla replied. And if you fail, will there be a different sign? Yes, there is a sign for failure too, Kyla admitted, feeling a mix of intrigue and wariness. Viserys nodded, recognizing the cleverness of the system. Is there a sign for preparing? There is. I drew such a symbol some time ago. Viserys was pleased to hear this. It meant that no one in Braavos was aware of Kyla's presence or her intentions. As long as he kept sending the preparing sign, he could focus on participating in the tournament at the great celebration without worry. With only a month until the celebration, he felt reassured, knowing that Braavos was far from King's Landing and that his plan had time to unfold. Viserys decided he would release the news of his assassination later, then give Kyla a new identity to keep her close. His Dragon Dreams ability allowed him to target and locate those with active killing intent toward him. This ability only worked for those who were actively planning and moving against him, not for vague threats or passive wishes. For instance, Robert wanted him dead, but hadn't made any specific preparations. Similarly, Littlefinger, acting on Robert's orders, wanted to eliminate him, but hadn't taken concrete steps. Therefore, Viserys couldn't locate these threats. As he pondered this, Viserys realized that if his Dragon Dreams ability improved, he might be able to sense those with mere ill intentions, or even those who mentioned or thought about him. This potential expansion of his abilities excited him, as it could grant him an almost godlike awareness of his surroundings and enemies. A sudden realization hit Viserys, and he froze. He thought about the relationship between gods and their believers. Believers prayed, and gods responded. Could the advanced state of Dragon Dreams function similarly, allowing him to know all intentions directed toward him? The thought made him swallow hard, a mix of excitement and fear surging through him. A crazy idea formed in his mind. A long staircase appeared before him in his imagination, leading to a solemn altar at the top. The profits from working with Viserys during this period far exceeded Phalia's expectations. She gifted one of her ships to Dany on her birthday, naming it the Silver Girl. Although Dany couldn't handle the cargo ship and Viserys lacked the time to manage it, Phalia continued to run the ship, while the profits belonged to Dany. On this day, Viserys held a birthday party for Dany. The number of guests far surpassed his expectations. The spacious yard was nearly packed. Guests, aware of Viserys and Phalia's close business partnership, attended hoping to capitalize on it, not yet understanding the true value of the event. Carriages blocked the road, and the room overflowed with gifts. Dany was dazzled by the colorful boxes of all sizes, stacked like a small mountain. Phalia sent Ranch, and naturally, Morel and his son were present. Helbo, who had planned to bring many items, found it difficult to squeeze in. With a bright idea, he called in a dozen of his men to maintain order and his maid to assist. He also invited a singer to praise Dany's beauty, and guests danced to the music. Only then did Viserys and Dany finally appear. Seeing that it was almost time, Viserys asked his maid to call Dany down. Dany wore a necklace from Phalia, a silver dress, and a hair accessory that took 4 hours to make. She truly embodied the elegance of a Targaryen princess. However, when Dany saw the large crowd at her birthday party, she felt overwhelmed. The lawn where she usually practiced swordsmanship was packed with people, creating a vibrant tapestry of colors. It was clear the lawn would need renovation after the party. As Dany appeared, the guests turned to look at her, unable to take their eyes off her. They had never seen such a beautiful young girl, and their gazes made Dany even more nervous. She felt a tinge of post-traumatic stress disorder, remembering the infamous crown party her brother Viserys had thrown, which became the laughingstock of the city and tormented her for an entire year. "Don't be afraid. Just say hello to the guests," Viserys whispered. He wanted to pat Dany's head, but the elaborate hair ornaments made him hesitate. Glancing back, he saw a woman in a black mask nodding at him. It was Kyla. Since being captured by Viserys, she had become Dany's personal bodyguard, sleeping in the room next to Dany's and never leaving her side during the day. She had already informed her superiors by special means that she was looking for an opportunity to make her move during the 10-day festival. Viserys raised his wine glass and tapped it with a spoon. The guests, who had not yet seen the main character, Dany, looked over. "Thank you all for coming to my sister Daenerys' birthday party. To Dany's health. Cheers! Cheers!" The guests raised their glasses and drank. Many thought they should be toasting Dany's beauty. Viserys looked around and continued. "In addition, to thank you all for coming, I have prepared some gifts for you, which will be distributed by our Dany." "Wow, a gift! What gift?" the guests whispered, as a bald man carrying a large bamboo basket appeared. It was Regis. Regis's basket contained numerous exquisite boxes. He led the way, followed by Dany and Kyla. Dany handed the boxes to everyone personally, giving some the chance to admire her beauty up close. "Thank you for coming to my birthday party." "No, it's my pleasure." "Thank you for coming to my birthday party. It's the gods' favor to me." "Thank you." Even those who hadn't attended the party would think it worthwhile just to see Dany's beauty. Some guests carefully opened their boxes and found the moon shadow inside. Although it was only the size of a quail egg, it was enough to surprise them. What Viserys said next made their trip truly worthwhile. These moon shadows are all the scraps of the moon shadows offered to the gods. If they're used to worship the gods, it is disrespectful, but if they're used by mortals, it is a kind of grace. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone quickly took a look and then carefully tucked the gift into their arms. In this era of poor medical conditions, the moon shadow was more than just a piece of soap. With the blessing of the gods, it might be the elixir that brings the dead back to life in desperate moments. However, not everyone was impressed. Anderson pinched the soap with his fingernail, finding it greasy, and tossed it back into the box. His eyes never left Dany. She was even more beautiful than the first time he saw her, reaffirming his confidence in his own judgment. In fact, he had been the one to set the original trap for Viserys. Anderson's gaze shifted to Viserys, his brown eyes flashing with malice. "A stray dog that keeps getting in the way of my plans. Today, you will learn the meaning of the word obey." To him, the siblings were easy prey. After setting his sights on Dany, he hired a trainer from New Guys to prepare her as a bed slave, a plan only thwarted by Viserys' interference. However, this time his goal aligned with his family's interests, allowing him to pressure the Viserys siblings on behalf of House Targaryen. He gave his personal servant a discreet nod. The lean servant in his 30s, seemingly telepathic with his master, understood the request without a word. He nodded back and walked towards Viserys and the others. "Who is it?" Regis, serving tea and water to the guests, heard a knock at the door. He approached a bit impatient. When the person at the door introduced himself, Regis seemed to panic. Yes. Just a moment." Viserys and the others noticed Regis's strange reaction and looked at him with concern. "Someone from House Targaryen is here." Targaryen. The name rang in Helbo's ears, causing his hand to shake and the meat on his fork to fall. He glanced at Viserys, thinking the young man was being overly proud. While it was an achievement for Phalia to send someone to congratulate his sister, associating with such a powerful family was even more impressive. But remembering Viserys' former identity, it was not surprising. Old Morel and his son were also clearly surprised, but Morel sensed something was amiss when he saw Viserys' expression. Viserys himself was confused. He had no connection with House Frigger, except for a clue he had found earlier indicating that before Danglar left Braavos, he had gone to Moonzinger's, where the Frigars had the most concentrated family business. The other party did not seem friendly. Despite his lack of strength to refuse, Viserys agreed to let the visitor in. A moment later, a young man in his late 20s with a strong build entered. He surveyed the room, his manner presumptuous and eyes revealing contempt. When he looked at Viserys, jealousy flashed in his eyes. With such a face, it would be better to sell him to new guys to be trained as a bed slave. It is a great honor to have you attend my sister's birthday party, Viserys said as the host. But Anderson ignored Viserys' words and sat down uninvited. Morel and Helbo, sensing something was wrong, put down their knives and forks, sitting primly with their hands under the table and wearing flattering smiles. Anderson, however, paid them no mind and looked at Viserys. How is Prince Viserys doing in Braavos? Just as Viserys was about to respond, Anderson waved him off. Hey, a dog that has lost its home. How could it be doing well? Viserys was now certain that the man before him was the one who had set him up. He remembered that when the current Sea Lord was about to die, he transferred his power to the House Frigger. This meant that in the future, the Frigger family would likely win the battle against House Saline. Although Viserys had previously discovered that the person who set up the original Viserys might be from House Frigger, he chose to remain silent. But now that Anderson had made a bold appearance, Viserys realized he had little room to back down. Anderson's words caused Helbo and the others to gasp in surprise. His rudeness made them wonder when Viserys had offended him. The group dared not breathe, observing Viserys and Anderson's reactions. Viserys knew this was not the time to turn his back on them, nor did he have the means to do so. The original Viserys had died a violent death for not setting things straight. He told himself to endure for the time being. If he really wanted to vent his anger, he could wait until the dragon hatched. Then, even if he had a level Braavos, he would have a chance. Your words are indeed sharp, he responded in a neutral tone. Anderson was a little surprised to see that Viserys' expression had not changed. Leaning back, he looked around and said, "Where is Dany? Why is the main character of this banquet missing?" "She's upstairs opening her presents," Viserys replied. "Oh, I see. Dany is the most beautiful girl I've ever seen," Anderson said as the maid Jill served him with cutlery. Anderson grabbed a fork and rudely poked a large piece of meat off the lamb chop on the plate. "When Dany grows up, she will definitely be a beauty. If she becomes the courtesan of Braavos, she will surely win the beauty pageant and become the chief courtesan. Then countless men would throw gold at her feet just to spend a night with her. I believe that when Dany grows up, there is nothing she can't do if she just spreads her legs," Anderson said, looking at the lamb chop in his hand with a lewd expression. "I'm going to kill you." Viserys took a deep breath, immediately thinking of 9 ways to kill Anderson. Among other things, he could throw the fork in his hand and impale the man in the throat. But unfortunately, he couldn't act now. If he did, no one in the courtyard would survive. He couldn't let anyone else pay the price for his actions. Morel and his son were terrified, glancing at Viserys, afraid he might do something rash. Helbo was shaking with fear. Viserys had always impressed him as someone who could kill a man as easily as a chicken. He also knew that Dany was Viserys' Achilles' heel. Now that Anderson was about to exploit this weakness, could Viserys suppress his anger? They say a mother is a child's first teacher, and it seems the prince has learned his lessons from a good source, Anderson sneered, looking provocatively at the lamb chop in his hand. When Viserys spoke rudely to him, the ferocity in Anderson's brown eyes swept toward Viserys like a wolf's claws. But as their eyes met, Anderson felt a chill down his spine. Viserys' burning purple eyes, slightly engorged, were unnerving. The stainless steel knife and fork in his hand were twisted together like a metal twist. Anderson suddenly remembered that the young man before him was not just any mourner, but one with fangs. Dany was Viserys' only concern. If Anderson pushed too hard, he might not leave this room alive. Fearing Viserys' retort, the Morell and Helbo felt as if they had fallen into an icy pit. All they could think was, "Please stop." Viserys and Anderson's eyes locked like swords above the table, emitting a fiery glow. Suddenly, there was a loud crash. The maid Jill had fainted, her face pale and bloodless. Crunch, crunch, crunch. The knife and fork in Viserys' hand made a sound that set everyone's teeth on edge. Faced with such a cold atmosphere, Anderson couldn't stand it any longer. He said, "House Frigger is very interested in the shadow of the moon you invented." He stopped mid-sentence, his meaning clear. "Hand over the soap, and you'll be spared for now." "There are many interested parties," Viserys replied, leaving the rest unsaid. "Who do you think you are?" However, Helbo was screaming in his heart. "Give it to him. Please, give it to him." "Ha, very good." Anderson smiled as he responded to Viserys. To Helbo and the others, his smile felt colder than the harshest winter wind. The underlying message seemed clear. "Okay, fine. Just wait until it's your turn to die." Anderson stood and said, "What a pleasant banquet. I wish Prince Dany a happy birthday." He casually dropped the fork with the lamb chop and began to leave. "No need to see him off," Viserys called out, stopping Anderson in his tracks briefly before he continued walking. His fists were clenched, barely containing his anger. Morell and Helbo turned to Viserys in horror. They wanted to get up and see Anderson off, but their legs were weak and they were drenched in sweat. They struggled to stand, but quickly sat back down. Just then, Dany descended the stairs, having removed her hair ornaments with the help of her maid. Her hair was braided into thick braids, making her head look like a gourd. Seeing Jill fainted, she hurried over to check on her. "Brother, what's wrong with Jill? She's probably not feeling well. Let her go home and rest for a few days," Viserys said, giving Dany's maid a wink. The maid quickly helped Jill up and carried her away. "Prince, what should we do now?" Helbo asked. Morell and his son looked at him, hoping for a reliable answer. But Viserys didn't answer them. Instead, he looked at Dany and said, "Dany, a very powerful person is trying to hurt us. Are you afraid?" Their two pairs of purple eyes met, and Dany replied, "Is he stronger than Robert?" "Not even close." "Then I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid of anyone as long as I have my brother." "Good for you." Only then did Helbo realize that the siblings were accustomed to such threats. "You must be hungry. Come and eat," Viserys said, moving his chair to make room for Dany. As Viserys leaned over to Helbo, the man instinctively leaned to the side. Viserys wiped the blood from his hand and placed it on Helbo's shoulder, then said in a joking tone, "It's truly a dragon swimming in shallow water, being teased by shrimp." Helbo didn't know what to say. When he heard Viserys translate this into Valyrian, he thought it made sense. "Bullshit. You're about to die, and you call that being wronged? That's enough. You guys go back first. I'll figure this out," Viserys said, realizing that his plan to use Dany's birthday party to consolidate his connections had failed. Morell and Helbo now wanted nothing to do with him, and those who had hoped to use his connections to reach Phalia would likely scatter after hearing the news. As Anderson had said, the siblings were like dogs without a home. Although their residence was palatial compared to the homes of ordinary people, it wasn't truly theirs. It was unlikely that the Sea Lord would help them, and the three houses had no reason to fight for a lost prince who had been exiled. Now, Viserys had three options. First, run. Leave Bravos with nothing but the soap recipe. But that would be even more dangerous. If Robert didn't kill him, the Frigars would send someone after him, especially if they went to another free city, where they would be treated like pariahs. Their situation would only get worse. Second, hand over the recipe and beg for forgiveness. If Viserys handed over the recipe, he would be begging for mercy. He would also have to hand over his sister. If that were the case, he might as well take his chances and feed himself to the dogs. If neither of the first two options were possible, Then there was only one last option left. Show enough value to make the three families tear each other apart. And Viserys just happened to have that value. That night, Viserys took Dany and Kyla to the town of Wind Lake, where the pregnant noblewoman Zaline had told him to go. The town was named Wind Lake because it was home to Bravo's largest lake. Even though it was night, Viserys could see the shadow of the largest building in the town. It stood among the other buildings like the peak of a mountain, like the flagship of a fleet, very conspicuous. As they approached, Viserys saw the full picture of the fortress-like building. The walls were carved with ship patterns. This was the home of the House Targaryen. Before they got too close, they saw lights flashing on the wall. After a while, a person squeezed out of a half-man-high doorway next to the gate. The man was about the size of a child, barely reaching Viserys' navel, and not as tall as Dany. Upon closer inspection, they saw he was a bald little man. "Who are you, and what do you want?" the little man asked in a shrill voice. Viserys handed Dany's bracelet to him and said, "A lady gave us this bracelet and said that if we showed it, we would be able to see her." The dwarf took the bracelet and examined it, his impatience disappearing. "But why are you visiting at this time? The lady is already asleep." Hearing this, Viserys let out a sigh of relief. This dwarf looked like an ordinary servant of the Targaryen family, but he recognized the noblewoman's bracelet. It seemed the lady was someone of status, not just a kept woman. "It doesn't matter. Please introduce us to her tomorrow morning. We'll be waiting under that tree. Is that okay?" The dwarf looked at Viserys and then peered into the carriage on tiptoe. Seeing a little girl and a woman inside, he lowered his guard slightly. "Okay, you can wait there." He carefully tucked the bracelet into his bosom as if it were made of fragile glass rather than gold and precious stones. "Is there anything else?" "Yes," said Viserys, taking a letter from his bosom and handing it to him. "Give this to the lady when she wakes up." The dwarf glanced at the letter and then tucked it into his bosom as well. "Thank you for your hard work," Viserys said, indicating he had no further business. The dwarf nodded and then slipped through the small door. "Brother, what's in the letter?" Dany asked. Viserys smiled and said, "It's a secret for now. I'll tell you the whole story later." After that, Viserys instructed the driver to stop the carriage under the big tree, and the three of them waited quietly inside. Based on my observation of the noblewoman's complexion that day, she appeared to be a pregnant woman suffering from slow-acting lead poisoning. Combined with the information he'd gathered earlier, Viserys knew that the Zelenes had not had a healthy child in over a decade, a direct cause of their decline. Viserys estimated that the child in the lady's womb was also unlikely to survive. Additionally, there were rumors that the current Sea Lord's health was deteriorating, displaying symptoms typical of severe anemia. Among the three families, only House Frigger showed milder symptoms of lead poisoning. The reason was unclear to Viserys, but he speculated that either the Frigars were aware of the dangers and took precautions, or their regular diet helped expel lead from their bodies. If it was the former, their intentions were sinister. If the latter, they were simply fortunate. Viserys couldn't guarantee that he could cure the lady, but he could offer her hope. If she accepted his help, he wouldn't have to worry about the soap workshop. "Dany, go to sleep if you want. I'll keep watch." "Kyla, you should sleep too," Viserys said. "Lord, I'll keep watch," Kyla offered. "I'm not sure about your skills," Viserys replied with a hint of sadness. Kyla, who had always considered herself a bodyguard, started to disagree but realized Viserys was right. "Brother, I'm not tired. I'll keep you company," Dany said. "Close your eyes and recite the Song of the Moon. You'll fall asleep in no time," Viserys suggested, arranging for the two of them to sleep together, snuggled up close. The custom-made carriage was spacious, with blankets and pillows, allowing them to sleep comfortably. Meanwhile, Hellbow, upon leaving, began to technically lay off his employees. "Just tell everyone they've all worked hard recently, give them their money, and let them relax for a while." "Yes, m'lord." "Are you going somewhere else?" the young accountant asked, meticulously aware of Hellbow's financial situation. It was unusual for him to dismiss his staff when the soap workshop was doing well, making this move particularly strange. "Me? I also need to take a break. I've been spending most of my time at the Moon Pool Theater lately, Helbo said. By Moonpool Theater, he actually meant the area around Purple Harbor. Helbo had already converted most of his money into expensive gems, ready to flee any moment if House Freger made a move. Meanwhile, Morel and his son informed Phalia about the confrontation between Viserys and Anderson. However, Phalia didn't have a good solution. As a courtesan, she spent her days mingling in the upper circles, but without a solid foundation, they could fall at any time. Though the houses wouldn't act against them on a whim, she sensed something was wrong this time. Phalia couldn't blame Viserys for not being calm, and she didn't want him to hand over the soap recipe easily either. She needed the income from his soap just as much as Viserys did. For now, all she could do was take things one step at a time. Lady Phalia, why don't we go to the Great Grass Sea together? You're so beautiful, you'll definitely be noticed by Khal, and then you'll become a Khaleesi. Asha suggested, her dark, almond-shaped eyes serious and earnest. Phalia smiled and said nothing. Asha's thinking was too naive. Someone like Phalia might have some status in Bravos, but elsewhere, she would be an easy target. In places like the Great Grass Sea, she would be eaten alive. Let's wait a little longer. Didn't Viserys say he would find a way? Let's wait a little longer, Phalia said, more to herself than to Asha. She could read the swordsmen and merchants around her easily, but Viserys remained an enigma. Some time ago, she had asked Asha to gather information about him. In just 3 months, he seemed to have undergone a massive transformation. Most people believed Viserys had become ruthless, willing to kill without hesitation. But Phalia saw that his so-called ruthlessness was different. He spared Helbo, who was relatively weak, but killed Bannergar without mercy, using the terrifying method of tying a rope around his mouth to show off his skills. He even took on the job of being a henchman as a prince, a mentality not easily adjusted. Phalia had a feeling that this Beggar King, as others saw him, will be able to turn the tide of this crisis and perhaps even rise higher. With a roar like a titan, Bravos begins a new day. The sound emanates from the Titan of Bravos, one of the 9 wonders of the world. Although the Titan is a little far from Bitterwell, its roar is muted when the siblings are at home. Families like the Zaylines have carefully chosen their location, ensuring the Titan's roar is heard clearly. At this moment, the House Zayline Fortress also rings out with bells. The bells are long and short and very regular. Like a string of instructions, they make the ancient fortress come to life. Dany and Kyla, who had slept in their clothes, woke up quietly. It was as if they remembered that something important was going to happen today. As soon as they opened their eyes, they sat up. Viserys handed them each a damp towel. Wipe your faces. We should be able to get in soon. Looking out of the carriage window, Viserys saw figures moving on the battlements. They must be House Zayline's servants. The 3 great houses share the military power of Bravos, so it's possible these people are all in the army, Viserys thought to himself. Soon, the gate of the fortress creaked open, as if breathing the first breath of air each day. A woman emerged from behind the gate, the maid who had accompanied the noblewoman to the temple of the Moonsingers the other day. She walked with a straight posture, moving gracefully towards Viserys' carriage. The maid introduced herself as Pyrina. She wore a long, pale-colored dress with 3 red patterns on the sleeves, which gave the impression of some kind of status symbol. Pyrina recognized Viserys and his sister at a glance. She only refused to follow Kyla. "It's okay, you can just guard the carriage," she said. With that, the 2 siblings followed her into the fortress. As soon as they entered, Viserys felt as if he had opened the door to a fantasy world. The vibrant colors and exotic flowers made it seem like a painted canvas. The garden was adorned with coral decorations, their bright red hue, so intense it was almost blinding. Walking through a long corridor, they passed walls decorated with vivid murals, painted with gold leaf and precious pigments. Servants bustled about everywhere in the fortress, tirelessly running around like worker ants. Pyrina led the siblings through countless turns, and while Viserys was fine, Dany was starting to feel a bit dizzy. After about half an hour, they arrived at a side hall. The lady is still washing up, So you two can wait here for a while, Pyrenus said. No problem, Viserys replied. The siblings observed the so-called side hall, which was spacious enough to hold a ball. It wasn't exactly magnificent, but it was quite stylish. The room featured more than 20 bonsai-sized coral decorations, reflecting the family's fondness for coral. Viserys noticed that Dany seemed a little nervous. She sat upright, as if someone was supervising her. A little nervous? He asked casually. Dany shook her head shyly. It's nothing. You'll get used to it, Viserys reassured her. To him, the difference between those who had seen the world and those who hadn't was just a matter of experience. If the richest man in the world were placed in Viserys' world, he'd be overwhelmed too. Dany hadn't attended any formal social gatherings before, so her nerves were understandable. After another half hour, Pyrenus returned. Guests, the lady is waiting for you. The siblings got up, and Dany followed Viserys through the hallways until they finally met Lady Medes on a terrace, dressed in luxurious clothes. According to aristocratic custom, visits should be made in the afternoon or evening. Viserys and his sister had come early in the morning, which was rather rude. However, when Medes heard that they had been waiting outside all night, her slight displeasure disappeared. Pyrenus arranged for the siblings to sit down. Medes' eyes kept wandering over Dany, as if she had seen something she particularly liked, making Dany feel a little embarrassed. After a few seconds, Medes reluctantly looked away, then turned to Viserys and said, holding up the envelope in his hand, You told me you had a solution to these problems? I can't say it's a complete solution, but it can be greatly improved. At the same time, the probability of House Targaryen having a healthy child will be greatly increased. Medes looked at him seriously, revealing a hint of pressure. But Viserys, who had faced warlords before, remained unfazed. Lady, the problem is with the water you drink. Pyrenus, standing nearby, looked at him with contempt. This was water from the Sweetwater River, and the nobles of Bravos had been drinking it for hundreds of years without issue. To her, Viserys was simply exaggerating. Tell me, Medes said, his sincere expression prompting Viserys to continue. The Bravos healers like to call illnesses such as dizziness, insomnia, and easily fatigued noblemen's illnesses, but in fact these are all symptoms of lead poisoning. Lead? Poisoning? Medes repeated in confusion. Pyrenus, still skeptical, added, Prince, lead is considered a good medicine by many healers. It calms the nerves and helps people sleep. How can it poison people? Viserys didn't intend to mock her. He knew about lead poisoning, a knowledge that stemmed from the understanding of that era. In some historical plays, he thought, the sedative soup often mentioned is made by imperial doctors adding lead. Restless children? Sedative soup. Ladies struggling to sleep? Sedative soup. This has caused numerous cases of lead poisoning. It is a common misconception to talk about toxicity without considering the dosage, Viserys explained. People will die of starvation if they don't eat, but they can also die from overeating. The same principle applies to medicine. He continued, addressing Medes. The symptoms of the Sea Lord's palace's illness are typical of anemia. Although he has never disclosed his physical condition publicly, I am certain he exhibits all these symptoms. For example, shortness of breath, pale complexion, loss of appetite, and sensitivity to cold. Medes nodded thoughtfully. I haven't seen the Lord for a long time, but I can say that his demeanor varies significantly with the weather. Medes and Pyrenus exchanged a quick glance, silently acknowledging each other's agreement. Viserys caught the subtle exchange and decided to press his point. Lady, lead poisoning is especially harmful to children. At the mention of children, Medes' expression tightened. The subject was almost taboo within the fortress. Delayed mental development, resulting in a lack of intelligence, Viserys elaborated. Weak muscles, meaning they lack strength. Easily agitated, leading to bad tempers. If Viserys had only mentioned the first two symptoms, Medes might have dismissed him as a charlatan. But the third symptom struck a chord. For the past decade, no child in House Targaryen had grown up healthy. They were either slow-witted or frail and prone to anger. This was known only to those serving closely within the household. The healer's remedy for the children's bad tempers had always been calming soup, perpetuating a vicious cycle. Now Medes believed him. Then what is your solution? Viserys felt a surge of relief, knowing he was more than halfway to his goal. Eat more lemons, fish, and shrimp, and most importantly, stop drinking water from the Long Canal. Instead, drink directly purified water. He paused, then added with a serious tone, Lady Medes, I also have a plan that will make House Targaryen the sole master of Bravos. And it will be a victory without bloodshed. In fact, the plan Viserys devised was quite simple. Quietly replace the family's lead water pipes with safer alternatives. Over a few decades, House Targaryen would see an increase in intelligent and strong children, while the other two houses would naturally decline. According to Viserys' research on Bravos, it was likely the lead pipes that contributed to high-class mobility. The top tier's low fertility forced them to make way for the lower classes. This dynamic prevented the three great families from fully controlling Bravos, but also strengthened the city by broadening the talent pool. However, Lady Medes' intuition told her that if all positions were filled by her descendants, her family would become even stronger. She was momentarily entranced by the vision Viserys painted, her eyes shining with excitement. Yet, her high-status acumen quickly brought her back to reality. I understand why you are here, she said. Viserys nodded with a smile, unsurprised. The introduction of soap had already attracted the attention of many Bravosi nobles, including the three great houses. Medes was only slightly surprised that the soap's inventor was Dany's brother and had a hunch that Viserys might seek her out. Soon, Viserys and Medes reached an agreement. He provided the soap recipe, and House Targaryen would handle production and sales. His share was reduced from 45% to 10%. Although it was a significant reduction, with the Zelene's influence, soap would be sold throughout the free cities within half a year, and even Westeros and Slaver's Bay would soon see its introduction. Medes' husband, already over 50 and due to the family's decline, had to manage the fleet himself and was often away for years. Lady Medes essentially ran House Targaryen, giving her considerable influence. Having decided to turn their backs on House Frigger, they resolved to go all the way. The workshop would remain open as a decoy, while a new workshop would produce soap. Their agreement didn't need written documentation. Viserys' value lay in keeping the lead poisoning secret. If he couldn't sustain the profits in 2 or 3 years, his 10% share would be gradually absorbed. This outcome was much better than Viserys had anticipated. If all went well, the soap business would bring him at least 100,000 gold dragons in 2 or 3 years. Dany, observing from the side, witnessed power politics in action for the first time. She also realized that the crisis brought by the uninvited guest Anderson had been effectively neutralized. As the two were about to leave, Viserys asked, Lady, do you have any dragon eggs in your collection? Medes glanced at Viserys, trying to gauge his intentions. I know that if you do, they must be your most precious treasures. I just want Dany to see them. As a Targaryen, she has never seen a dragon egg. This is my failure as a brother. Medes' expression softened at his words. Of course, she replied, giving a wink to Pyrrhina. Pyrrhina nodded and went to fetch the egg. A dragon egg. Dany's eyes widened. As a true Targaryen, she had never seen one in person, only in Viserys' stories and paintings. Wait here for a moment, Medes said. The dragon egg will be here shortly. Thank you, lady, Viserys replied. A moment later, Pyrrhina returned to the terrace carrying a black wooden box. Here it is, a real, complete dragon egg. Viserys exclaimed, his excitement palpable. The last time he had only seen a fragment of a dragon egg, which had already provided him with 3 assignable points. How many would this complete dragon egg provide? The box was placed on the table with a dull thud. Pyrrhina's steady handling indicated she was well-practiced, which made sense. Medes, as the head of her household, wouldn't have someone clumsy handling such precious items. Pyrrhina opened the box to reveal a purple dragon egg, its size comparable to an electric kettle. The egg's surface was adorned with a scaly floral pattern and 3 silver streaks running through it like bolts of lightning. Dany stood stunned, the purple dragon egg gleaming like a large gemstone in the morning light. "Can I touch it?" Viserys asked, ready to pretend an accidental touch if necessary. Meaties didn't refuse, perhaps due to her fondness for Viserys or affection for Dany. Most likely it was the latter. "Go ahead," she said. Viserys reached out, his fingers trembling with anticipation as they brushed against the smooth, scaled surface of the dragon egg. "Be careful," Meaties cautioned. "Okay," Viserys replied. He carefully lifted the fossilized dragon egg from the box, feeling its cold surface. Pyrena's eyes remained fixed on the egg in his hands, ready to catch it if he dropped it. A complete fossilized dragon egg yields 10.5 assignable points. Holding it for an additional day will earn you an additional 0.5 assignable points. 10 points. Half a point per day. That's the value of a complete fossilized dragon egg, Viserys thought. "Here, touch it," Viserys said, holding the egg out to Dany. Dany cautiously extended her right hand, spreading her thumb and pinky while lightly touching the egg with the tips of her middle 3 fingers. It was as if the egg would shatter with any pressure. She touched it twice, then withdrew her hand. Viserys returned the egg to the box. "Well, today was a worthwhile trip. Please thank the lady for me." Pyrena closed the box and nodded. Viserys decided to keep this matter secret for now, not informing Phalia. Morel needed to continue the act, and Phalia couldn't stop either. Although the workshop was doomed, Morel and his son would benefit from gaining House Targaryen's friendship. Meaties would undoubtedly compensate them. Phalia, unaware of these sudden developments, would gain more support from House Targaryen when the celebration began. However, things were not going well for her. After her break with Viserys, Anderson quickly launched his campaign against her. After leaving the fortress of House Targaryen, Viserys immediately focused on enhancing his constitution with the attributes that had increased by more than 10 points. He signaled to Dany and Kyla to remain silent for the time being. Opening the panel, he saw that his constitution was already at 73.6. Adding 10.5 points would bring it to 84.1, the level of a first-class warrior. Although there was still a gap between him and the humanoid monsters like the Mountain or the tribal chiefs like the Horse Lord who rose to power through sheer force, he was already a rare warrior. Not only could he fully display his swordsmanship and combat skills, but he also had additional bonuses. After all, there's a saying that might makes right. With enough strength, he could perform any trick. Adding all the points to his constitution, he immediately felt a surge of power throughout his body. His muscles twitched continuously, like a swarm of snakes writhing under his skin. His bones cracked, and his head steamed like a kettle. Dany and Kyla had never witnessed such a scene before and couldn't help but worry about Viserys. They wanted to ask him about it, but his earlier request for silence held them back. From his expression, however, it seemed like he was enjoying the experience, with a smile on his lips and a light sweat on his forehead. If you didn't know better, you'd think he was in a sauna. As the two of them watched Viserys' transformation with curiosity, a strange smell suddenly filled the carriage. At first, they searched for the source of the odor, but soon it became so strong that their eyes watered. This can't be shit, can it?" Kyla asked, unable to hide her disgust. Why would the gods choose someone who shits in his pants? Both of them covered their noses and mouths, fighting the urge to jump out of the carriage. Soon they were retching. Finally, they arrived home, and both jumped out of the carriage as if escaping. The coachman was about to help them down, but saw them running more than 10 meters away from the carriage, panting heavily. Feeling puzzled, he turned around and looked through the curtain. The stench hit him like a punch, leaving his head spinning. "What the hell is going on in this carriage?" he exclaimed, about to speak but was stopped by Kyla. She warned the coachman not to spread what had happened. As the messenger of the gods, Viserys' embarrassing situation was not something to be shared. After about 10 minutes, Viserys opened his eyes. His senses restored, he jumped so high that he broke through the roof of the carriage. The closed environment and sudden gain of strength made him mistakenly think he had been hit by a tear gas bomb, leading to his uncontrolled leap. Dany and Kyla looked at him in horror. How could a person jump that high? He must be a monster. With the carriage in disarray, they stared at Viserys, who stood there like a statue. After a moment, he realized the unpleasant smell was coming from his own body. Without hesitation, he stripped off his clothes and rushed to the water storage room, moving so fast that his legs left a blur. If someone had measured his speed, they would have found it nearly reaching the limit of human capability. Grabbing a bucket, he poured water over his head, and gray-brown dirt streamed down to form a small river at his feet. Though a faint odor remained, it was quickly dissipating. Dany and Kyla, recovering their senses, followed him with deep concern. According to Dany, if a person stank, it usually meant they were injured, yet she couldn't recall Viserys being hurt. Kyla was equally puzzled, wondering if Viserys had been poisoned. But why was Dany unaffected? When they reached the water room, their doubts were replaced by astonishment. Viserys stood there, his body clean and flawless, resembling a sculpture of a god. The water cascading down his skin gave it a dazzling luster, and his muscles, shifting with each movement, seemed the work of a master artist. Both women were momentarily stunned. For over a decade, Kyla had known only training in combat, but now she felt something within her stir. If a god stood before her, this is what it would look like, she thought, rendered speechless. At that moment, the maid discovered the commotion and hurried to the water room. Upon seeing Viserys' body, her heart raced, her breathing quickened, and she felt dizzy as if she had taken some potent elixir. "Don't just look, bring me some clothes," Viserys instructed. The maid, realizing her embarrassment, turned away, her face flushed from her cheeks to her ears. "Brother," Dany said softly, as if afraid of startling him. "I'm fine. Don't tell anyone about what happened today," he replied. The two women nodded. After thoroughly washing with soap, Viserys headed to the lawn where he and his sister usually practiced martial arts. His constitution had now reached 84, allowing him to earn 0.23 assignable points daily. This meant that by the 10th day celebration in a month, his constitution would surpass 90. If I had such a reaction breaking through 80, what will happen when I reach 90? What if it reaches 100? If this continues, as long as I live long enough, I'll probably be as strong as Captain America, if not stronger. I could jump off a 10-story building and walk away with just a pat on the back, he mused, envisioning the possibilities. "Kyla, attack me," Viserys commanded, holding a two-handed sword effortlessly in one hand as he performed a casual sword dance. The weapon's formidable power was evident in the whirring sound it made slicing through the air. Kyla realized that he must have become even stronger. Could this be a gift from the gods? Drawing her sword, Kyla engaged Viserys in combat. The first blow made her arms go numb, a sensation familiar from dueling strong swordsmen. However, the second blow disrupted her balance, shocking her. As an assassin, her greatest strength was her agility. By the third blow, she was left speechless. Viserys had knocked the sword from her hand. As the weakest of the three, Dany couldn't discern much from the fight, but she knew her brother had grown even stronger. Viserys casually plunged his sword into the ground, where it sank halfway in. Despite having fought Kyla, he had used only 30% of his strength. He realized his current strength allowed him to wield a two-handed sword as a one-handed sword. Moreover, his left hand had become much more flexible, prompting him to consider dual wielding. With such power, he held an extra card in his hand. If his conflict with Anderson escalated uncontrollably, he could escape with Dany, protecting her in any free city. Viserys estimated that House Frigger would make their move in 2 days at most. Fortunately, with House Zaline backing him, his residence was well guarded, thanks to Mediis. Less than 3 days after Dany's birthday party, Ranch hurriedly approached him, looking very anxious. Even his usually well-ironed, neat clothes seemed a bit messy. "Prince Viserys, can you tell me what happened between you and Anderson on the day of Lady Dany's birthday party? Ranch asked anxiously. Huh? Didn't Morell tell you? Viserys replied. No, we can't get in touch with him at all. I snuck out from Lady Phalia, Ranch admitted, his usual grace replaced with evident worry. All right, here's the situation, Viserys began, still a bit surprised by how quickly House Frigger had acted. The day he returned from Mediis, he learned that workers in the workshop had been attacked. By the next day, more than half of them were injured, forcing Morell's workshop to shut down. This abrupt halt derailed Phalia and Viserys' original plan. Their methods were beyond Viserys' expectations. Coming from a world of law and order, he had assumed that House Frigger would apply economic pressure, perhaps cutting off raw materials like whale oil. He hadn't expected them to target the workers directly. Many citizens of Braavos were already on the brink of starvation, relying on their daily labor to survive. Now, injured and unable to work, their situation was dire. The once bustling workshop had fallen eerily silent, leaving Morell and his son devastated. Phalia, too, was suffering under Anderson's manipulation. She was constantly harassed, unable to meet with anyone, and effectively in semi-house arrest. Her protectors had mostly scattered. A few tried to seek justice for their Lady Moonshadow, but they quickly disappeared, as if swallowed by the city itself. The immense pressure made Phalia feel genuine fear for the first time. She had believed she could navigate the elite circles of Braavos, but now she saw the true power wielded by her enemies and felt powerless. Considering Viserys' status, House Frigger wouldn't directly harm him, so they sent Ranch to make contact. As Ranch listened to the details from Viserys, his eyes grew hollow. His body weakened, as if the weight of the news had drained the strength from his bones. After a long pause, Ranch turned to Viserys and said, You! How could you? That's House Frigger. He knew deep down that Viserys couldn't be blamed for this. Without the workshop, Phalia would still face failure. The only difference was that instead of a slow demise, it was a sudden death. If things continued like this, Phalia would sooner or later become Anderson's plaything, or even worse, a pawn of House Frigger. Ranch understood that Viserys had little choice in cooperating with House Frigger. Even if Viserys had chosen to cooperate, it would have meant betraying his allies. Phalia's fate would have remained the same, only delayed. Lady Phalia, I am incompetent, Ranch muttered in despair, sliding off his chair and falling to his knees. Do you think crying and screaming will stop House Frigger? Viserys said, grabbing Ranch's shoulder and pulling him up. Can you ride a horse? Let's go find Phalia together. Kyla, take care of Dany, he instructed. With that, Viserys and Ranch left swiftly. The situation on Phalia's side had deteriorated significantly. To confine her, Anderson brought over a dozen family guards disguised as his entourage and stationed them outside. No one could see Phalia, and sending a message out was nearly impossible. The flower boat was in disarray. Delicate glass vases lay shattered on the floor, creating sharp obstacles. The furnishings were overturned, and an incense burner had been knocked over, releasing dust into the air. Phalia's maid, Asha, was on the floor, clutching her stomach and trying to crawl towards her mistress. Anderson, losing patience, had stepped on Asha's hand. Even though his house had given him strict instructions not to use force, mindful of their reputation. Despite being a form of prostitution, the courtesan profession was highly respected in Braavos, which was famous for it. Ruining the reputation of the courtesans would encourage others to do the same, harming the courtesan economy that brought significant revenue to Braavos. Every decade or so, some fool would try to force himself on a courtesan, but they were always executed by the three great houses. This reinforced the importance of courtesan purity, not noble, but expensive. It was not in the interests of the three great houses to take the courtesans without paying a suitable price. Of course, it was possible to bypass this, provided one could conquer these highly trained women, who had seen countless men. But this was something the houses guarded jealously. Lord Anderson, she is only a servant girl. Please don't hurt her, Phalia pleaded, her voice trembling with anxiety. Asha, only a year or two younger than Phalia, had grown up alongside her, and their bond was deep. Seeing Asha in pain made Phalia desperate. "Oh, then please, Lady Moonshadow, take my advice. Give me your loyalty, and I will cherish it." "I promise you the protection of House Freger," Anderson replied, making his intentions clear. He was going to take advantage of her. Asha cried out in pain as Anderson increased the pressure on her hand. Phalia closed her eyes, a tear rolling down her cheek. "That's it. After today, I'll take Asha to another free city." She was resigning herself to her fate. She gently pulled down her veil, revealing a face that seemed sculpted by the gods. Anderson's eyes burned with lust as he finally saw the object of his desire. His thoughts raced. Next is Dany. If I can have both of them, I'll be more powerful than the Lord. Suddenly, a shout came from outside. "Lady Moonshadow, I'm here to keep our appointment." It was Viserys' voice. Phalia's hand, which was about to undo the button on her dress, froze. "He's here, but can he get on the boat with Anderson's men all around?" From the shore, Viserys called out again, "Lady Phalia, I'm coming aboard." Almost instinctively, Phalia tugged at the rope beside her, causing a silver bell on the flower boat to ring out clearly. This signal meant Viserys was coming for an appointment, not to assassinate her. Anderson glared at Phalia, then looked out to see Viserys fighting the guards he had stationed. He sneered, confident his guards, the best of the family, could handle a 16-year-old boy. But before Anderson could finish his thought, he saw his men being easily overpowered. Viserys was a whirlwind, tossing guards aside and even kicking some into the lake. The elite guards of House Freger were like papier-mâché dolls, torn to pieces by Viserys' onslaught. With a final look at Anderson, Viserys flashed a grin, revealing his dazzling white teeth, and leapt into the lake with a splash. From shore to Phalia's boat, it was only about 300 meters. Anderson estimated that Viserys would need at least 3 or 4 minutes to swim the distance. He decided to use this time to destroy Phalia. Ignoring the command not to use force, he rushed into the cabin, knowing that failing this task would likely ruin his chances of inheriting his house. Phalia, watching from the window, saw Viserys jump into the lake and disappear beneath the surface. She grew worried, thinking he might have gotten tangled in water plants. As her anxiety peaked, Anderson burst into the room, his eyes full of malice and desire. Asha tried to stop him, but he kicked her aside effortlessly. "Prince Anderson, what are you doing?" "Ah!" Phalia cried out as he pushed her hard, causing her to fall backward. Her brown blonde hair flew out, and her plump, snow-white breasts rose and fell with her rapid breathing. "Anderson, do you know what you're doing? Your house will get into trouble because of this," she shouted, trying to reason with him. But Anderson paid no attention. He reached out to grab her breasts, and though she tried to shield herself, he forced her hands away with brute strength. Tearing off her outer garment, he revealed her breathtaking curves. No wonder she's Lady Moonshadow, Anderson thought, willing to risk everything for such a beautiful woman. "Anderson, Phalia struggled desperately, but he was much heavier and stronger. Her desperate resistance only fueled his animalistic desire. Asha, still recovering from the pain, could only watch helplessly. Just as Anderson was about to make his next move, he suddenly felt a wet, iron claw-like hand clamp around his neck. He was lifted off the ground and thrown hard onto the floor. A silver light appeared before Phalia, a scene she would remember for the rest of her life. Viserys pressed Anderson to the ground and whispered in his ear, "Tell me, why are you targeting the workshop?" "Let me go," Anderson shouted angrily, confident that no one would dare hurt him. However, his arrogance quickly turned to regret as he heard a sharp crack and felt searing pain in his shoulder. The intense agony left half of his body numb. "Ah!" Anderson screamed, nearly tearing his throat. "Are you going to talk?" Viserys demanded. "You wouldn't dare kill me." Another crack echoed through the room, the pain so intense that Anderson almost passed out. But the next second, Viserys woke him up by pouring water on his face. He then sat on Anderson's back, holding his legs and bending them backward. Anderson felt a sharp pain in his back, as if it were about to break. Still not talking? If you don't talk, I'll break your spine. You'll be bedridden for the rest of your life. And once your spine is broken, your thing will never stand up again. Think about it. If you're a cripple, will Lord Fregger still give you his house? The thought of being bedridden for life filled Anderson with dread. What house? What mission? None of it mattered if he could keep his limbs and live in comfort. I'll tell you. I'll tell you. Anderson finally surrendered, revealing Fregger's plan to Viserys. After being helped up, Anderson noticed something wrong with his arm. He couldn't move it. My hand, he cried out. Viserys grabbed his left hand, twisted it, and then pushed it back into place. Another wave of pain surged through him, but Anderson found that he could move his hand again. This is witchcraft, he gasped, realizing that the young man before him was far more terrifying than he had imagined. To save his other arm, Anderson revealed everything about the House Fregger's plan. Each of the three families had their own courtesan. The current Sea Lord's family, House Targaryen, supported the poetess Talicia. However, the Antarians already held the position of Sea Lord, so their support for Talicia was moderate. The main competition was between the Fregger and Zaline houses. House Zaline, which supported Phalia, was not very competitive due to their gradual decline. The Nightingale, Gortave, who had considerable support, was relatively active. From targeting Morell's workshop to setting up Phalia with Anderson, House Fregger had been relentless. However, Viserys' invention of the soap had given Phalia a chance to turn the tables. House Fregger then gave Anderson greater support to use an out-of-the-box strategy to deal with Phalia, clearing the way for the Nightingale to win the beauty pageant. After Morell's workshop was shut down, Phalia's chances of winning seemed slim. However, by sending a batch of soap to the Moonsinger's temple, she had gained a reputation for purity. Despite the uncertain future, House Fregger sent Anderson to act as a double insurance. I'm asking you, was it you who had Danglar lend me money in the first place, trying to exploit me and then rob my sister? Viserys demanded, his voice sharp with anger. Phalia, nearly recovered from her illness, understood as she listened to Anderson's confession. No wonder Viserys had been so agitated when she mentioned Dany. It was all connected to this betrayal. She looked at Viserys, who seemed ready to devour Anderson alive, and recalled the events of that day. Anderson, accepting his fate, closed his eyes and nodded. However, instead of becoming angrier, Viserys let out a piercing laugh. Ha ha! He patted Anderson on the shoulder 3 times. You have a lot of ideas. I'll give you a piece of advice. Find a way, by any means necessary, to become the heir to House Fregger. Otherwise, I won't feel any sense of accomplishment when I kill you later. Viserys said this to sow discord within House Fregger. He had just demonstrated his extraordinary strength, and the fact that he was only a teenager made him even more terrifying. In Braavos, a city renowned for its assassins, Anderson would need to fortify his defenses and secure the protection of a house head to stay alive. Otherwise, soon, Viserys would come for his head. As Viserys contemplated what to do with Anderson, a threatening warning suddenly came from outside. Listen, assassins inside. Do not harm Prince Anderson, or you will be at war with Braavos, at war with the Sea Lord's palace. You will be punished by death. My ship is surrounded, Phalia exclaimed, looking out the window. She saw at least 6 or 7 ships and dozens of guards outside, all wearing blue cloaks, the Sea Lord's guards. The leader, a young man with brown hair, held a bow and arrow, confident he could kill the assassin with a single shot if he showed his head. As the 10-day festival approached, the security burden in Braavos steadily increased. The Sea Lord dispatched part of his own guard to reinforce the city's security forces, appointing Josian as the captain. Josian, a disciple of Caro Valinin, the first sword of Braavos, was responsible for securing the area. Besides his official duty, he had another role, an admirer of Phalia. Josian was acutely aware of Phalia's recent troubles. She was unable to speak, and no one could reach her. For 3 days, Anderson had visited Phalia's ship almost daily, causing Josian immense anxiety. He longed to keep a constant watch on her ship, but Anderson's power deterred him from acting. These days, sleep eluded him. Thankfully, no unusual sounds came from Phalia's ship. Otherwise, his heart would have shattered. When Josian heard an assassin had boarded Phalia's ship, his initial reaction was not worry but elation. It was finally an opportunity to see how Phalia was doing. He hoped to catch a glimpse of her, and even entertained the fleeting thought of eliminating both the assassin and Anderson. However, he quickly dismissed this notion, fearing the repercussions for himself and his teacher. People inside, come out. If you don't come out, we're going to board the ship, he commanded. Soon, two men emerged. One was short, with black hair and brown eyes, dressed in disheveled white clothes. It was Anderson, whom Josian had mentally killed 1,000 times. The other man, with silver hair, purple eyes, and striking features, seemed vaguely familiar but unrecognizable to Josian. My lord, I am here to keep an appointment, not to assassinate anyone. Lady Moonshadow can be my witness, Viserys said, smiling while keeping one hand on Anderson's shoulder, ready to use him as a human shield. A gentle voice then came from inside the boat. Is this Lord Josian? This is Lord Viserys. He is indeed here to keep an appointment. If Viserys hadn't killed Anderson's guards, Josian might have believed him. Seeing that Viserys was still wet, Josian declared, Lady Phalia, don't worry, I'll protect you. His tone was so earnest that one might believe he would rush to become Phalia's human shield if necessary. You said you were here for the appointment. Why aren't you on the boat? Because I can swim fast. Josian was puzzled. Question mark. I really came for the appointment. You can also ask Lord Anderson. Anderson's mouth went dry, and he opened it to speak but found his throat tight. Cough, cough, that's true. He did come for the appointment. Maybe my escort misunderstood. However, Josian still wouldn't relent. Let go of Lord Anderson. Lord Anderson, it seems this lord thinks I'm holding you hostage, Viserys said, slapping Anderson on the butt and squeezing it hard before stepping back a few steps. Men know best how to please men, and of course, they also know how to discuss men. Don't talk nonsense, and I won't either, Viserys whispered in warning. Anderson felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured into his stomach. His internal organs tangled together, but he couldn't let it show. At the same time, he felt a strong sense of humiliation. He didn't understand how the person he had so easily manipulated had suddenly become a threat to him. Now Viserys had the upper hand, and if word got out, it would be bad for the house. Whether for his own reputation or that of the house, he had to admit he had failed. Josian, put away your arrows. Viserys is my guest, Anderson said. Viserys, I remember now. He is the Prince of Westeros. I must have been mistaken. Although all the signs indicate that the situation is not normal, since Anderson has spoken, he has no choice but to believe them. Oh, is it Lord Josian, right? Lord Anderson is about to leave. You can see him off. Okay. Josian subconsciously responded and told his men to row the boat. His boat was about to reach Phalia's flower boat. Josian extended his hand and gently made a buffer, worried that his boat would damage Phalia's. After the boat had stopped, his hand still wouldn't leave, as if it was stuck to the boat. Anderson got off the boat, and only after he was seated did Josian let his hand leave the flower boat. First the palm, then the fingers, until the longest middle finger reluctantly brushed the bottom of the boat. Lord Anderson, be careful. Viserys waved at him, and Anderson forced a smile. Josian was truly confused. He had never seen anything like this before. Even after his boat had left a long way, he kept turning his head to look back. But Viserys, still standing on the boat, kept smiling and waving at Anderson from afar. Viserys did not enter the boat until they were about to land. Lord Anderson, are you all right? Anderson did not respond, but left on his own. It was clear this matter was more complicated than it seemed, yet it was beyond Josian's ability to interfere, so he had to let it go. Back on the boat, Phalia was applying medicine to Asha's hand. Asha's slender fingers were swollen like radishes, her black almond-shaped eyes filled with tears, whether from pain or feeling wronged. It was hard to tell. The two women looked like bullied kittens, snuggling together and tending to their wounds. "Let me take a look," Viserys said. Asha had witnessed Viserys' violent rescue and was deeply affected. A part of her heart that had always been introspective was now stirred. Though Viserys had offered to help, he was Phalia's guest, and despite their deep relationship, their statuses differed. She glanced at Phalia and, after receiving her consent, extended her hand to Viserys. Asha felt her palms burning with pain, but when Viserys' cool palm touched hers, the pain eased. He focused on her middle, ring, and little fingers, which were swollen and made his palm look a bit fatter. Somehow, Asha hoped Viserys would notice her other hand, slender and white, rivaling Phalia's. Viserys gently lifted Asha's middle finger and asked, "Does it hurt?" Asha shook her head. Next, he touched her ring finger. As soon as he did, a layer of fine sweat appeared on Asha's forehead. "Oh no, it might be a broken bone." "Broken bone," Asha whispered, as if it were a serious matter. Viserys looked around, but saw no suitable material for a splint. Thinking quickly, he pulled out a few Bravosi iron coins from his pocket. These square coins, with their sharp edges, could be used as concealed weapons. Since improving his constitution and increasing his strength, he always carried some. He tore a strip of cloth from his clothing, wrapped the coin in it, and then placed Asha's other hand on his shoulder. "It might hurt a little, so bear with it." Viserys pulled hard, and Asha immediately turned pale but didn't cry out. Her fingers were connected, and the immense pain made her lose balance, falling into Viserys' arms. The maiden's scent filled his nostrils, and he felt her body's elasticity, causing him to become momentarily distracted. "Take a deep breath," he instructed, placing his hand on Asha's shoulder to comfort her and calm himself. However, Viserys did not see that Phalia, sitting across the table, looked on with envy. She noticed that the young man before her seemed to have undergone some changes, making it hard to resist wanting to get close to him. Before she could be noticed, Phalia suddenly snapped out of it and tried to expel the thought from her mind. But it was like trying to drive away smoke with a stick, futile. After briefly treating Asha's injuries, Viserys began to talk to Phalia about the workshop. He explained everything that had transpired and also mentioned Dany, making Phalia feel like they were now in the same boat. Despite the dire situation, Phalia felt safer than ever. Her sense of security wasn't unfounded. Viserys shared some great news. The workshop is gone, but the production of Moonshadow soaps will continue. Don't worry about how it will be produced. All orders will be delivered on time after a month. But you mustn't show any signs of abnormality. We still need to keep House Freger people in the dark. Phalia knew it must have been very difficult for Viserys to accomplish this, but since he didn't want to elaborate, she didn't press him. She had been taught since childhood that what you cannot hold in your hands is not real. But if she couldn't trust the man who had defeated an entire guard unit to save her, who could she trust? Viserys had been talking since they arrived, and now that he was finished, the cabin fell silent. "I heard from Morel that you're going to participate in the tournament." Phalia asked. "Yes. Is it for the Valyrian steel sword?" "No. I have other considerations." "Do you have to participate?" Phalia seemed to be trying to persuade him. "I have to participate," Viserys said calmly but firmly. Generally, the participants in the tournament are the swordsmen of the three great houses or Sellswords. Phalia began to explain. In fact, the tournament is also a way for the three great houses to resolve conflicts and grievances without bloodshed among the participating swordsmen. So, Phalia was referring to the incident with Anderson, implying that if Viserys insisted on participating, he would definitely be targeted. "Thank you for your concern. I have anticipated this situation," Viserys replied with a confident smile. His master-level swordsmanship and over 90 constitution gave him confidence. Those with better swordsmanship were not as physically fit due to age, and those with better physical fitness, like the Mountain or a Horse Lord, were rare. Phalia considered this and realized it was true. The young man before her had just defeated a guard unit by himself. It seemed no one could persuade him otherwise. If that's the case, then you must be careful. It is said that House Freger is determined to win the championship of the celebration tournament. Thank you, Lady Moonshadow, for your reminder. Hearing Viserys call her Moonshadow made Phalia a bit dissatisfied, but she quickly composed herself and continued. Because of recent events, you're the only one participating in the poetry competition in my name. Phalia's flower-protecting swordsmen had all fled, and those who sought only to play a few songs and indulge in pleasures had long since disappeared. They wouldn't dare participate in the poetry competition under Phalia's name, fearing the wrath of House Frigger, which would jeopardize Phalia's chances of winning the beauty pageant. Without a propaganda campaign, she would be at a great disadvantage. Don't worry, I'm quite accomplished in poetry and music, Viserys reassured. Phalia shook her head. No, that's not what I meant. I meant that you can't do two things at once. I hope you can focus on the competition. Asha, standing nearby, shared similar concerns. On one side was Phalia, whom she had grown up with and held deep feelings for. On the other was Viserys, who made her heart flutter. It was really hard to choose. Viserys didn't know how to comfort her. He had at least 100 classics in his head, covering a wide range of themes and styles, including pop songs. While there was no need to perform them live, it was a good opportunity to gauge the market. As a courtesan, Phalia would be very familiar with this. Seeing Viserys still interested in the poetry competition, Phalia didn't protest, but patiently answered his questions. The upper class in Bravos always prefers soothing and elegant music, while the lower class enjoys something more cheerful. In fact, I find that the so-called upper class isn't genuinely interested in elegant music, but they have to pretend they like it. Viserys nodded, understanding. This was a common issue among the wealthy. In theory, the judges were all Bravosi nobles, but they also had to consider the preferences of the lower classes. If the winning piece wasn't conducive to singing, it would go against the festival's original intention. So, Viserys needed to choose music that appealed to both refined and common tastes. This meant excluding some highly artistic classics in favor of timeless old songs. Just as Phalia and Viserys were discussing Bravo's past works, Ranch's voice called from outside. Lady Phalia, are you all right? Ranch had set out with Viserys, but due to restrictions on carriages imposed by Anderson, they had to continue on foot after landing. Ranch felt like he was accompanying a monster. Viserys, despite having only 2 legs, ran faster than a horse. He could only watch as Viserys sped off into the distance, shouting at him not to rush. When Ranch arrived, all of Anderson's guards had retreated, leaving him feeling uneasy. Did Anderson succeed? He wondered, his heart sinking, already out of breath. The news of an assassin chilled him to the core. However, hearing Phalia's voice brought him a sigh of relief. Viserys, dressed in white and still wet, emerged from the cabin. Ranch, don't worry. Lady Moonshadow is fine. Please take me there. He swam here. Ranch marveled. At House Frigger Fortress, in the flower and bird garden, Tormo, the head of the family, sat in a small pavilion sipping sweet wine. The current Sea Lord had established a beast garden in the Sea Lord's palace, while Tormo had created a bird garden for himself. This forest covered several acres, with bird cages of various colors hanging from the trees. The bird cages housed birds with colorful feathers and beautiful songs. Despite the few white hairs on the sides of his head, Tormo's spirit was strong, and his gray eyes seemed capable of seeing through people's hearts. A guard with a black scarf brought Anderson to him. As Tormo's second son, Anderson was not highly regarded, and his recent failure left his future uncertain. Anderson looked at his father's back, waiting for him to turn around, but Tormo remained facing away. This made Anderson's heart even more uneasy. After a while, Tormo still showed no intention of speaking, and Anderson dared not move for fear of displeasing his father. Suddenly, the masked guard brought in a young man who resembled Anderson somewhat. Judging by his age, he was 2 years younger than Anderson, his younger brother, Tarth. The 2 brothers exchanged glances devoid of affection. "Father, we sent 12 swordsmen to join the cell's words, and 7 of them have returned. I have recorded their characteristics so that you can choose the ones you want for our house." Tormo replied indifferently, still not turning around. The two brothers stood by, waiting. After a while, a slightly older man entered. He was the eldest brother, Vitus, looking to be about 35 or 36, and appeared very shrewd. He glanced at his younger brothers with the same emotionless expression. "Father." Tormo finally turned around and looked at his three sons. "Look at the birds in the cage," he said, making Anderson tense up. His other two brothers also looked serious. They quickly observed the various birds as their father had instructed. "Look at the bird in that cage. It's from the woods of Sithorios. Look at its feathers. Aren't they beautiful?" Following Tormo's finger, the three brothers saw a bird with emerald green feathers and bright yellow wings. Its large beak looked a bit out of place, but the feathers were stunning. "Now look at the small white cage. It has a beautiful voice." They saw another small cage containing a drab-looking bird with an exceptionally beautiful voice, reminiscent of the tremolo in a violin. "You may not think that all the birds in my garden are beautiful, but each has its own strengths. Some may not look good, but they have a beautiful voice. Some may not have a beautiful voice, but they have beautiful feathers." Tormo looked at each of his sons in turn, finally stopping at Anderson. "You tell me, what are you good at?" "Father." Anderson's lips moved, but he didn't know what to say. "The only thing you're good at is playing with women. I thought you could at least handle that, but now you can't even do that well. Tell me, are you worthy to be in the same yard as my birds?" As he listened to Tormo, Anderson's face turned red and white in humiliation. "But father, what about Viserys? What about Viserys? A lost dog is the reason for your failure." Hearing his father's reproach, Anderson pinched his index finger with the nail of his thumb, trying hard not to lose his temper. "Since you can't do anything right, then pour the wine for me and your brothers." Tormo pointed at Tarth and Vitus with his chin. "Come on, sit over here." This move was almost telling Anderson that he was even further from the inheritance, though Tormo didn't say it explicitly, leaving a sliver of hope. Anderson poured the sweet wine for his father and brothers, the blood on his index finger inevitably touching the wine glass, but the three ignored it as if they hadn't seen it. "Father," our spy in House Targaryen reported that Viserys visited Mediis a few days ago, Vitus said. "Father, the Beggar King must be using Zaline to fight against us." Anderson spoke excitedly, but received a disgusted look from Tormo. "You are a servant who pours wine. Is a servant allowed to interrupt?" "I'm sorry, father." Anderson quickly lowered his head and stepped back, his molars clenched, eyes flashing with anger, and his body trembling slightly. With Tormo's permission, Vitus continued, "According to my investigation, it seems unlikely that House Targaryen has acquired whale oil and is prepared to fight us." Tormo nodded, agreeing with his eldest son. Their spies had long since discovered the ingredients for the soap. However, the recipe was still unclear, and their people were experimenting. What they didn't know was that whale oil was not necessarily needed to make soap. Lard, sheep fat, cow fat, and even, to minimize a disaster, Viserys hadn't told Mediis about the kind of animal. But sooner or later, someone would discover that the fat of any animal could also be used to make soap. In Tormo's opinion, House Targaryen would fall sooner or later. For nearly 20 years, no healthy offspring had reached adulthood, and now, although they were making a last-ditch effort, Tormo believed they would pray to him for a dignified end. From then on, they would withdraw from the ranks of the three great families. Therefore, the possibility of them fighting against him was low. The lack of whale oil acquisition further confirmed his conjecture. As for Viserys, Tormo had not yet taken him seriously, believing that Viserys was still alive today purely because his second son was too useless. In addition, according to reports from our contacts close to the Sea Lord, the topics for the song competition are likely these, Vitus said, taking a note from his breast pocket and handing it to Tormo. Tormo glanced at it and said, "Yes, send this to the Nightingale." "Yes, father." Tormo then turned to his youngest son. "Since some people can't handle Viserys, I'll leave it to you." Tarth sat up straight, like a soldier awaiting orders. "I remember he also participated in the tournament, right?" Yes, father. Well, you can arrange it. Since he dared to be an enemy of House Freger, he must pay the price. Understood. Tormo was determined to become the next Sea Lord. In his opinion, Bravos would one day belong to House Freger. The 10-day festival was of great significance to Bravos. If Viserys died before the festival, it would probably not affect the event, but would certainly be talked about. With the festival less than a month away, he decided to let Viserys be for now. Viserys had not left the house for some time. Almost everyone knew that he and House Freger seemed to be in conflict. As a result, the house was quiet, with only 2 maids, a stable boy, the siblings, and Kyla remaining. Even Helbo had not been seen for a long time. Viserys did not mind. He had been busy with other things. In front of him was a basin of water with a tiny tadpole in it, like a speck of ink. He was attempting to invade the tadpole's consciousness and control it. This would be his first attempt at warging. Viserys, came to this world with 3 goals: ride a dragon, and ride a dragon. But currently, I don't even have a dragon egg, and the magic tidal wave is still a few years away. Becoming a skin changer is a very good alternative. The Star Children can control direwolves and roam the wilderness. Some of the wildlings beyond the wall also possess this talent. Imagine invading the body of an eagle and feeling the power of the wind firsthand. In this era, such a talent is invaluable for a general. It's like having constant battlefield awareness, eliminating the fog of war. This is mastery at its finest. But I can't yet invade an eagle, so I have to start with a tadpole. The lower the intelligence and the less developed the brain, the easier the animal is to invade. So I chose the tadpole. It probably doesn't even have a developed brain, just a few nerves. Master, you have to imagine that you have entered the target's consciousness. Imagination is very important. Staring at the tadpole in the basin, I conjured up the experience Kyla had described. I imagined the sound of water flowing in my ears and that I had entered the basin. Suddenly, my eyes rolled back and I slumped to the ground. The next moment, I realized my vision had become extremely poor. There was only faint light and shadow in front of me, and a slight sound of water flowing around me. There was no sound at all when I moved through the water. I did it. I was excited to realize I had entered the body of the tadpole. I wiggled my tail and swam around the basin. I barely felt the basin walls when I touched them, indicating the tadpole's nervous system was not well developed. After the initial excitement, the limited vision and poor sensory feedback became boring and unsettling. To return to my body, I had to imagine it. I picture myself sitting on the sofa. Soon, my eyes returned to normal, and I moved my body, Viserys again. I opened my panel. My constitution was now almost 87.9. In 10 days or so, I would reach 90, giving me a better chance of winning the tournament. What should I name the sword if I win it? I wondered. Lost in thought for a moment, Viserys continued to review his other attributes. Spirit 100, Health 77, Magic 27.9. Thanks to his continuous chanting of the Moonsinger songs, Viserys' spirit was the first attribute to reach 100. It seemed to be the upper limit, as if restricted by something invisible. He had no idea what it was. His magic value had also increased significantly, from a dozen points initially to nearly 30 now. The Moonsinger songs were indeed useful. He had planned to visit the Moonsinger's temple for higher level chants or the temple of the Lord of Light for something like a Song of Fire, but various events had prevented him from doing so. He'd have to find another time. For now, he knew the value of these things and didn't need to worry. It seems that magic is consumed during warging, so it costs magic as well, Viserys mused, glancing at his stats. Sure enough, a new skill had appeared. Skin Changer, Beginner, 12 out of 100. He smirked, then looked at his other skills and started reallocating points. He hadn't improved his swordsmanship recently, so his other skills had naturally gained a lot of proficiency. After nearly 10 minutes of clicking, Viserys had accumulated more than 600 points of general proficiency. Skin Changer, Proficient 142/1000. As his Skin Changer skill improved, Viserys felt a deeper understanding of consciousness invasion. A small tadpole was no longer sufficient for him. He got up and walked to the small nest behind the door, where a wounded seagull that had nearly recovered was resting. He had found it at the pier, its leg broken by a child's stone. He had brought it back, nursed it, and developed a bond with it. As mentioned in the original tales, the ease of consciousness invasion is related to the closeness between humans and animals. Initially, the seagull, nicknamed Fries, had been resistant to Viserys. It was a free seagull, resistant to being tamed. However, food and shelter had softened its stance. Now, as soon as Viserys approached, the seagull nuzzled its head close to him, allowing him to stroke it. "Little seagull, I'm coming in." Viserys soon entered the seagull's body. Well, his consciousness did. Viserys looked at his own fallen body and thought, "Damn, I'm so handsome. A beautiful face in the prime of life." After admiring himself, he tried to take a few steps around the room. Because of his smaller size, the room now seemed much larger, transforming from a standard bedroom into a small theater. He instinctively spread his wings, feeling the power of the wind lift him. His body soared into the air, the white figure hovering in the room. What had once felt spacious now seemed a bit cramped from this new perspective. Viserys, now in the seagull's body, landed safely on the windowsill and looked out at the sky. It was clear and blue, with white clouds floating by and a few birds flying overhead. The sight made him feel happy and relaxed. "The sky. I'm coming." He flapped his wings, jumped forward, and his body drew a white arc in midair, then shot straight up into the sky. "Wow, take off!" He squawked, feeling exhilarated. It was like the first time Tony Stark put on the Mark I suit. The power to fly into the sky and dive to the ground made him feel invincible. After ascending a few hundred meters, Viserys looked down and saw Braavos from a bird's-eye view for the first time. Though it was called the City of 1,000 Islands, most were just small rocks and mounds. The city was primarily composed of 4 larger islands. He saw the long canal that ran through Braavos and the white temple of the Moonsingers. He continued to fly, passing the 3 great houses, the Blue Sea Lord's Palace, and the Red Rock Temple of the Lord of Light. The sights flashed by beneath him. "Aegon the Conqueror, is this what you saw?" he murmured, flying towards the Titan of Braavos. A journey that would normally take nearly 2 hours by carriage or boat took him less than 20 minutes. He flew straight up to the top of the giant statue. The gray-green statue's face was blurred, likely due to its immense height and lack of maintenance. Viserys soon arrived at the top, where a few seagulls were cooing as if conversing. One of the seagulls noticed him and moved closer. "This seagull is so annoying," Viserys thought. "Wait, could it be that I am a female seagull?" He glanced down at the seagull, then flapped his wings and flew away. However, the seagull seemed particularly fond of him and followed closely behind. As the 10-day celebration approached, Braavos grew busier with each passing day. Coachmen and boatmen worked tirelessly from morning to night, eating, drinking, defecating, and sleeping on their boats, all in a bid to make more money during this lucrative period. Prices of all goods soared, and the shrewd made a profit during the festivities. The temples and shrines saw an influx of visitors, adding to the city's bustling atmosphere. Although the sale of human beings was not allowed in Braavos, it boasted the most developed sex and theater industries. The theaters were packed, and the girls were making substantial earnings. The sewers of various brothels had become nutrient-rich petri dishes. This vibrant scene extended beyond the city to the numerous ports. The large and small sailing ships, adorned in various colors, black, white, purple, and green, seemed like lace on the land. When they lowered their sails, a forest of bare masts formed. Sailors and passengers moved back and forth on the ships, resembling fat maggots wriggling about from a distance. Some ships had particularly high bows, indicating they had come from Slaver's Bay, while others, bearing family crests, appeared more respectable, suggesting origins in Westeros. The seagull, having finally escaped his first suitor, perched on the mast of a ship, surveying the scene. he noticed a ship with black sails painted with golden skulls. The symbol of the Golden Company, a group of sellswords founded by a bastard son of Targaryen king. After the founder's death, his head was boiled, plated with gold, and hung on the company's banner, a tradition continued by his successors, creating this unique emblem. "A bunch of lunatics," the seagull remarked. He soon saw the banners of several other mercenary companies, such as the Company of the Cat, the Windblown, and the Second Sons. Each large mercenary company had its own ship. Though not always big, they were branded and recognizable. There were 3 reasons why these groups came to Bravos. The first was obvious. They came to have fun. Sellswords, who risked their lives to make money, naturally wanted to partake in the festivities. The second reason was to participate in the tournament. The third was to scout new recruits for their own mercenary groups, based on the performance of competitors in the tournament. Viserys also had such plans. If he could achieve a high ranking, the doors of all the major mercenary groups would open to him. If anyone dared to mention the Banquet of the Crown, they would fight. These mercenaries were a relatively pure bunch. They didn't care who the recruits were, commoners, nobles, or fugitives. They didn't care about a recruit's lineage or which house they came from. Their business was only one thing: heads. Brothers, can you kill? If so, the mercenary arena awaits. Viserys hadn't yet decided which mercenary group to join, and he had one major concern: Dany. He considered leaving Dany in Bravos with Mediis, but there were too many variables. Without him by her side, the risk of assassination attempts on Dany would increase. She was a key part of his plan, and losing her would be catastrophic. He might end up like Igor Rivers. Even if he had to abandon Dany, he couldn't bring himself to do it. In Bravos, he had no one he could trust. Even if House Zaline and the others decided to fight House Freger, Dany would never be safe. Therefore, he concluded that he would have to join the Sellswords with his family. As he pondered all this, the seagull heard a familiar voice in his ear. "Brother, brother, wake up. What's wrong with you?" The seagull looked around and realized it was a telepathic message from his main body. He tried to transfer his consciousness back. "Brother, brother, Lady Kyla, come quickly." Dany had remembered that Viserys was in the room, so she wanted to ask him a question. But no matter how hard she knocked, there was no response. Worried, she opened the door and saw Viserys lying on the ground. Her heart dropped. If she lost her brother, she would have nothing left. Her voice grew more urgent as she called out for Kyla. When Kyla saw Viserys collapse on the ground, she hurried over to check on him. "He's warging so fast." Kyla was shocked. She had managed to warg into a fish for the first time, but that was more than 3 years after she had first encountered warging. She looked around the room and noticed a basin of water on the table. She approached it and saw the tadpoles swimming inside. "Lady Dany, don't worry. Lord Viserys is in the basin," Kyla exclaimed. Dany blinked in confusion. Question mark. "I mean, his consciousness is in the basin, or rather in the tadpoles," Kyla explained. Dany was still baffled. Kyla, unsure how to make it clearer, shouted into the basin, "Lord Viserys. Lord Viserys, do you remember what I told you? You have to imagine it. Feel it." She overlooked one critical problem. Tadpoles have no hearing. Dany watched Kyla shout at the basin, finding her behavior incomprehensible. Helplessly, she called out to Viserys in her own way, over and over again. "Lady Dany, I have an idea," Kyla said, carrying the basin to Viserys. "What is it?" Dany asked, her face expressionless. Kyla propped up the back of Viserys' head with her knee and opened his mouth. She scooped up a tadpole from the water and put it into his mouth. "You this," Dany began, watching as the dark, candy-sized object disappeared down Viserys' throat. But after a long time, there was still no reaction. "Lady Dany, let's try pouring water into Lord Viserys' mouth," Kyla suggested. "Will this work?" Dany asked hesitantly. "Let's try it," Kyla urged. Dany, uncertain and out of options, followed Kyla's instructions. Kyla held Viserys' mouth open while Dany prepared to pour the muddy water in. Just then, Viserys' purple pupils returned to focus. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Dany holding a basin, ready to pour water into his mouth. Horrified, Viserys struggled to sit up. "What are you doing?" Dany, overjoyed to see him awake, burst into tears and rushed into his arms. I'm fine, Viserys reassured her, patting her back gently while looking questioningly at Kyla. Kyla, calm and proud, explained, "You must have received a psychic message from the tadpoles. I fed you the tadpoles, and you woke up." "What? Say that again. What did you feed me?" Viserys exclaimed in disbelief. After much effort, Viserys managed to vomit up the tadpole he had swallowed. The tiny creature, which resembled a speck of ink, twitched once before going still. Viserys felt its death instantly. As if sensing something amiss, he opened his panel and immediately saw the issue. Spirit, 99.8. The death of the tadpole, which had paired with him, had cost him 0.2 spirit. Viserys instantly felt his mind wasn't as sharp as before. If a mere tadpole caused a loss of 0.2 spirit, it was no wonder skin changers went mad if they lost their animal companions. If the seagull had died, he might have lost 7 or 8 points of spirit. Fortunately, the seagull had just reached adulthood and should live for a long time. Additionally, as long as they weren't paired for too long, their connection would weaken, and its death would have a lesser impact on him. For now, though, he needed to pair with it frequently for both spying and defense. Viserys quickly realized another problem. Kyla frequently killed her animal companions, even though they were lobsters with almost no intelligence. She had likely lost a lot of spirit as well. Maybe she should practice the Moonsinger songs to recover. Otherwise, her diminishing intelligence might influence Dany. Despite the tadpole incident, Viserys didn't blame Kyla. Instead, he decided to teach Dany how to warg. In both the original novel and the TV series, the dragons she hatched were sometimes disobedient. What if the dragon she hatched in the future was too violent and threw her out of the sky? She was just a little girl. Over the next few days, Viserys began instructing Dany in the art of warging. As the celebration approached, time seemed to fly by. In the blink of an eye, only 3 days remained. Some people, unable to contain their excitement, began wearing masks and parading in the streets. In the early hours of the morning, after practicing the Moonsinger songs, Viserys knew it was time. He opened his panel to check his constitution data. Constitution, 89.78. At some points, he thought. With experience from the last time, Viserys prepared a large bathtub. He jumped in and added the general attribute points he had earned to his constitution. Instantly, he felt his heart pounding as if it had taken an aphrodisiac. The blood in his veins raced, thundering in his ears. His normally pale skin began to glow, and the cool water in the tub warmed under the influence of his body temperature. Soon, white steam began to rise from his head. Fortunately, he didn't experience the unpleasant side effects he had before. After nearly an hour, the intense feeling of enhancement gradually faded. In addition to increased strength, Viserys felt significant improvements in his heart and lung function. He immersed himself in the bathtub, holding his breath for 1 minute, then 2, 5. He finally emerged after 25 minutes. This is definitely not my limit, he thought. He guessed he could hold his breath for 40 to 50 minutes and remain active underwater for more than 10 minutes. It was almost unbelievable when his body broke through to 80. The main improvements were in strength and explosive power. Now, breaking through to 90, the improvements focused on stamina and recovery, broadly referred to as endurance. With super endurance, he could launch fierce attacks on his enemies continuously. In other words, he could use his ultimate move without rest. Viserys looked down at his sculpted muscles and smiled contentedly. Although he had the speed of a fast type, he also possessed the strength of a power type. His tall stature suggested that a weapon like a hammer might suit him best, one blow to silence his enemies. Of course, he could also choose other weapons, such as a halberd, a weapon requiring immense strength and skill, capable of slashing, stabbing, chopping, and smashing. It is invincible, he thought. The next morning, a carriage stopped in front of Viserys' house. It was from House Targaryen, and out stepped Pyrrhina, Meaty's personal maid and bodyguard. Without waiting for Viserys to greet her, she walked straight into the living room. "Lady Pyrrhina, are you here to talk about the moon shadow?" Viserys asked. "That's right," Pyrrhina replied with a nod. "My lady instructed me to inform you that all the moon shadows will be delivered this afternoon, and all House Zaline shops will start selling them." Viserys nodded, understanding that House Zaline was preparing to compete with House Freger for the position of Sea Lord. In addition, Pyrrhina continued, "The money you are owed has been deposited in the Iron Bank for you by Lady Zaline. There are 20,000 gold dragons in total. Here is your account password and information." She handed an envelope to Viserys, sealed with the black lacquer of House Zaline. "Thank the lady for her generosity," Viserys said. He estimated that the initial wave of sales wouldn't amount to 20,000 gold dragons, so the extra was likely Medeiros' way of taking care of him, and perhaps for Dany's sake. He anticipated that within 3 to 5 years, others would start making so for profit, potentially impacting his business, but he would be satisfied with earning 100,000 gold dragons. "This is what you deserve. Additionally, my lady hopes you will reconsider participating in the tournament." "What does she mean?" Viserys asked, raising an eyebrow. "First, the House Zaline doesn't need further explanation, correct?" Viserys nodded. "Second, many Sellswords participating in the tournament are looking to take your life." Viserys quickly understood. Many likely had the idea of killing him to claim a reward from Robert. Although Robert hadn't ordered it, this was a rare and legal opportunity. Many Sellswords still harbored resentment from the Crown Banquet and were eager for another chance at him. Viserys smiled. "Thank you, my lady. I will remember your concern. But I will show them what it means to be the reincarnation of Lubu." "Who is Lubu?" Pyrrhina was puzzled. As the celebration approached, the workshop was also nearing its delivery deadline. However, their raw materials had been destroyed, and they were severely short of manpower. Faced with numerous demands for compensation due to breach of contract, the Morel's family had lost hope. Viserys' soap had been their chance for revival, but the outcome seemed bleak. At this moment, Morel sat tearfully with his son, a small bottle of poison from Lys in front of him, giving his final instructions. "Rabbi, my son, this is my last moment. If I drink this poison, I can buy you some time. With your reputation, you can borrow from the Iron Bank. Maybe in 10 or 20 years, we can pay off the debt. Remember, don't let our family name be disgraced." "Father," Rabbi wept bitterly. He thought that if it weren't for the so-called moon shadow, their family and the workshop could still be sold. They might not be rich, but they could at least live comfortably. But now even his father's life was at stake. But who could he blame? Viserys? Himself? House Freger? Does he even dare? "My dear boy, let me look at you one last time," Morel said, reaching out to touch his son's cheek. Just then, a shout came from outside. "Master Morel, the moon shadows arrived." Father and son looked at each other in shock and disbelief. The actions of House Zaline came as a significant surprise to Tormo. The moon shadow, which had remained silent for most of the month, had suddenly made a strong comeback. They had managed to keep a major secret from everyone. There were two key factors in the competition for the position of Sea Lord among the three great houses. The first was the attitude of the current Sea Lord. If he were to support one house over the others, either explicitly or implicitly, the likelihood of that house being elected would increase. The second factor was the opinions of the many merchants and bravos, which the three families had to consider. Previously, House Freger had been determined to secure the next Sea Lord position. However, both the current Sea Lord and the merchants had been somewhat aggressive in their attitudes and methods. Now, with House Zaline choosing to stand up and fight, many variables have been introduced. If the Zaline and Antirion families joined forces, it could shift the sentiments of other merchant groups. Tormo, realizing the potential shift in power dynamics, ordered his bodyguard, "Prepare the carriage. I'm going to see that old bastard Roth." Roth was the current leader of House Zaline. Purple Harbor, Bravos, the Sea Lord's Palace. The Sea Lord's Palace, one of Bravos' most iconic landmarks, boasts a design of extraordinary luxury. The entire building is painted a deep sea blue, and about a meter above the ground, The corners are inlaid with shells, conch, and coral. Through the blue gate, the orderly guards stand as a testament to the strictness of the place. As the bastard daughter of Valyria, the palace also incorporates dragon elements. A dragon statue lies at the center of the Sea Lord's palace, but this dragon has a tail as thick as a fish's fin and web claws. It is a fusion of dragon and fish, fitting the bastard daughter theme perfectly. The Sea Lord's palace has a lake connected to the outer waterways, where the Sea Lord's sailboat is moored. From bow to stern, blue smiling face masks hang in a long row, resembling a flower skirt that adorns the yacht. On ordinary days, Sea Lord is often on the boat. A middle-aged man with brown eyes and a serious expression walked into the palace. He was the Sea Lord's first sword, Caro Valenin. Handing a small scroll to the Sea Lord, took it and looked at it, a distinct smile spreading across his face, even adding a hint of red to his pale complexion. Caro read the note, and his already shiny forehead, which had receded significantly, seemed to shine even more. Lord, it seems that all of this is because of that Viserys. I thought that after the coronation banquet, he would be hit hard and might not recover for the rest of his life. I never thought that. This Targaryen is quite something, Ferrego said with a smile. In just 6 months, Ferrego had heard about Viserys Targaryen 3 times. The first was when Bannergar of the Fierce Fish Company came to him. The second was when he heard about the production of soap. And now the third time. When the invention of soap first emerged, Ferrego thought that House Freger would definitely be involved. But he never imagined that Viserys would not only remain unafraid, but also manage to contact House Zaline. He had even sent someone to find out about Viserys' condition. Since House Freger came knocking, it seemed Viserys had withdrawn into seclusion. Ferrego thought he had given in, but he had actually been planning a big move. But how did he convince House Zaline to help him against House Freger in just 1 month? Ferrego wondered, frowning as he thought it over. Unable to find an answer, he decided to put the matter aside for the time being. As the Sea Lord, he always had the initiative, so he would wait and see what happened. Although Ferrego was not in the best of health at the moment, he was confident he would remain the Sea Lord for at least another 6 or 7 years. At that moment, another official entered, carrying a wooden tray adorned with a dozen white shells. Lord, it's time to choose the topic for the poem. Ferrego responded, noting that 3 of the shells had been carefully placed in a more prominent position. His eyes flashed with understanding, but then, as if making a sudden decision, he shuffled the shells like playing a game. After a moment, he picked out 3 and threw them onto the table. He opened the shells to reveal a few words in Valyrian. When Helbo realized that House Freger didn't seem to care about him, he returned to his own residence. Learning about the dire situation of Morel and his son, he felt proud of his decision to cut ties with Viserys. Compared to their devastation, he had only lost some money. The 1% he had invested in the workshop now seemed like life insurance. Taking a sip of arbor wine, he sighed, "Damn, this wine is really expensive." As the celebration approached, wine prices in Bravos had skyrocketed. Selsward alone had increased the city's wine consumption by 40%, not to mention the influx of other tourists. What Helbo once drank casually was now a luxury. At least he could still sit and drink. Just then, Helbo's servant entered, carrying a heavy box. "Lord, this is your bonus from the workshop." "What?" Helbo exclaimed, bewildered. "The Morel workshop?" The servant nodded. "Yes, Lord, the Morel workshop. But how is this possible?" Helbo took the box, finding it unexpectedly heavy. Opening it, he discovered it was full of gold dragons, at least 400 of them. How is this possible? Helbo was stunned. He had visited the workshop, seen the workers fleeing, the raw materials gone, and the Morel father and son facing ruin. How did they deliver the goods? "I heard that the House Zaline's carriage brought the moon shadows to the workshop. After that, I don't know much more," the servant admitted, puzzled. "Zaline, Zaline, Zaline." Helbo muttered agitatedly, repeating the name. Could it be Viserys? How could he this? A figure quickly formed in his mind, but he didn't want to believe it. Yet, the gold dragons before him were undeniable. If Viserys had indeed secured the support of House Targaryen, the production of soap would remain unaffected, and Helbo should have been profiting from dividends. Realizing he hadn't just lost a few gold dragons, but potentially thousands, he felt a sharp pain in his chest. Hurry up and prepare a carriage for me. I'm going to see Lord Viserys. When Helbo rushed to Viserys' residence, he could only see Dany practicing swordsmanship on the lawn through the gate. As he attempted to get her attention, a voice from behind startled him. The voice was gloomy and cold, sending a shiver down his spine. Lady Kyla, I'm here to visit Lord Viserys. Lord Viserys is not here. What is your business? Kyla replied. As Dany's personal bodyguard, Viserys had instructed her to be cautious of Helbo, so her expression was wary and cold. Helbo's heart sank a little. Well, it's nothing important. I just wanted to pay a simple visit, he said with a forced smile. Lord Viserys has gone out. Oh, where? Helbo inquired. Kyla's cold stare remained fixed on him, offering no response. Realizing his rudeness, Helbo quickly apologized. When will Lord Viserys be back? I don't know. Faced with Kyla's frosty demeanor, Helbo felt a chill of dread. He had underestimated Viserys too many times. First, he thought Viserys wouldn't escape the Fierce Fish Company, only for Viserys to earn the moniker Fierce Fish Eater. Then he dismissed Viserys' soap venture, which turned into a huge success. Finally, he believed Viserys had doomed himself by offending House Frigger, only to see him align with House Targaryen. The faint spark of goodwill between Helbo and Viserys had been completely extinguished, but he still felt compelled to try once more. He took a small box from his pocket and handed it to Kyla. This is a small gift for Lord Viserys. Please give it to him. Kyla opened the box, revealing a black dragonbone ring set with a ruby. That's fine. If there's nothing else, you can go now. Oh, okay. Helbo returned to his carriage, dejected that he hadn't seen Viserys. As the coachman prepared to leave, Helbo suddenly said, Take the carriage to the locust tree in front. I'll be waiting there today. Yes, m'lord. That'll be 3 gold dragons. 3 gold dragons. Are your horses' hooves made of gold? Were the wheels made of gold? M'lord, you have to consider the time. If it were any other day, I wouldn't dare ask you for 3 gold dragons. Okay. 3 gold dragons it is. Helbo reluctantly handed over the 3 gold dragons. He was determined to wait there until Viserys returned. At this time, Viserys was on Phalia's ship, learning about the poetry competition. This competition was not as he had originally understood. It was more like a variety show, with contestants taking turns on stage and judges offering their evaluations. Poets and singers would submit their own songs, which would then be performed by the singers and musicians of the Sea Lord's palace. During the competition, musicians and singers would be spread throughout Bravos, with the highest concentration near the Titan of Bravos. The judging criteria were based on the number of performances each piece received, with votes cast by anyone willing to pay. If a song garnered enough performances, it advanced to the next round. Otherwise, it was eliminated. Essentially, it functioned like a recommendation mechanism, ensuring fairness even if someone wanted to spend a lot of money to support contestant. The 10-day festival's 3 competitions were interspersed throughout the schedule. The general arrangement was song, competition, competition, song, competition, competition, song, competition, competition, celebration. In other words, except for the first round's theme, which will be given a day in advance, the other 2 rounds will be announced the night before. Viserys asked. That's right. Bravos wants to see better works on the first day, so they provide more time, Phalia patiently explained. Asha watched Brother Viserys intently. Actually, I still suggest you give up, Lord Viserys. Participating in 2 competitions at the same time will be very tiring, Phalia advised. Viserys smiled crookedly. Lady Moonshadow, don't worry. The first round's topic is the sea, right? I think I've already written it. Already? Phalia was skeptical. She had just told Viserys the topic less than 20 minutes ago. Choosing her words carefully, she said, Master Viserys, if your song is too similar to existing songs, you may be disqualified. She almost said plagiarism. Viserys, pointed to the harp hanging on the wall. I'll play a song for you to hear. Okay. Phalia nodded, but Asha didn't move to get it. Asha, Asha, lost in thought while staring at Viserys, quickly recovered. Oh, okay. Realizing her distraction, she blushed and handed the harp to Viserys. Viserys examined the harp, noting its resemblance to a guitar or ukulele. Plucked instruments were familiar to him. He had practiced extensively while chasing girls in school. As he tuned the instrument, Phalia and Asha watched with anticipation. I'm going to start now. Okay. Viserys took a moment to compose himself, then began to play the prelude. The sound evoked images of a vast sea and sky, with lingering notes suggesting a story about to unfold. Music, Xinyu/Heart Rain by Jackie Chung, Zhang Shuiyo, and Su Rue. Bitter Sand, the feeling of pain blowing against the face. Like a father scolding, a mother's crying, forever unforgettable. As Viserys played and sang, the two girls began to envision a young man running along the beach. He was filled with longing and hope for the future, but he also faced the harsh blows of reality. At a crucial moment, a determined sailor with a strong physique encouraged him to keep going. Bolstered by the sailor's encouragement, the young man set sail on the winds of life. However, he inevitably lost his way on the sea of existence. The sailor then reappeared to guide him back on course. Viserys' voice and the melody of the song naturally spread beyond the cabin. Although Josian, patrolling the lake at a distance, couldn't hear the lyrics, the tune reached his ears, invigorating his men. Some of the more sensitive guards even found tears welling up in their eyes. You are worthy of Lady Moonshadow, Josian thought with emotion. But then, noticing Viserys' attire, he wondered if the song was his own creation. No way. Absolutely not. Josian quickly dismissed the thought. When Viserys finished his song, Phalia and Asha had a different look in their eyes. The guarded walls around their hearts had loosened considerably. As they gazed at Viserys' warm smile, they couldn't help but think that spending a night with such a man might be a very good idea. In the afternoon, Viserys left Phalia's ship. Asha stood on the bow, watching him depart for a long time until the silver-white figure disappeared from view. You seem to have a good impression of Viserys, Phalia said teasingly. Yes, it would be nice to marry a man like him, Asha replied straightforwardly, making Phalia pause. She remembered that Asha had Dothraki blood. I want to lie with him on the great grass sea. Asha continued, her excitement growing. Him riding on top of me, or me riding on top of him, under the stars, in the morning light, in the setting sun. Her cheeks flushed as she spoke, her enthusiasm bordering on madness. Okay, stop, Phalia interrupted, though the vivid scene had already formed in her mind. The Dothraki worship the sky and believe that all important and sacred things should be done under its presence, whether it is birth or death. They also see reproduction as a sacred act. To be united with one's loved one under the open sky is a wonderful and happy thing. Recently, Viserys had been able to switch his consciousness quickly between his body and his animal familiar, a skill honed through relentless practice. It now took no more than 2 seconds. His warging was more pronounced, enabling him to return instantly if something happened to his body. No longer did he worry about being stuck with a mouthful of tadpoles. The sun was setting and dusk was approaching, but there was still enough light. Once he was in the carriage, Viserys transferred his consciousness to the seagull. The seagull flapped its wings, and, after about 10 minutes, he spotted their home. He began to descend, noticing 3 carriages parked in front of the house and a crowd of people pushing and shoving. Viserys' seagull had a bad feeling, so he accelerated and landed on the roof of one of the carriages. He quickly recognized a few familiar faces among the crowd, including Morel, his son Regis, and Helbo. Their presence wasn't surprising. It was likely a matter of gratitude and flattery. However, something seemed off about the situation. Helbo and the Morels were standing at the gate, trying to prevent another group from entering. This group consisted of 5 or 6 rough-looking individuals with brutal faces and equally rude behavior. "You can't go in," Morel insisted. "I heard this is the home of the Beggar King." "We're just here to visit," retorted the yellow-bearded leader, trying to force his way in. "But Lord Viserys isn't home," Regis interjected. "It's okay, we can wait. Besides, how can you make guests wait outside?" The leader pushed forward, but Regis and Morel blocked him. Viserys' seagull flew up to get a better view inside the house. He saw Dany leading Kyla out. Several members of the rough-looking group noticed Dany, and their expressions shifted from surprise to greed. "My lords, my brother is not at home. If you have any business, you can speak to him when he returns," Dany said firmly. The yellow-bearded man sneered. "Oh, this is the Beggar King's sister, Dany, right? If your brother isn't here, you can come with us. Our captain will treat you as a VIP." Dany felt a wave of nausea at his lecherous expression. This yellow-bearded man was from the mercenary group called the Company of the Cat. Their captain, Bloodbeard, was notorious for his cruelty and bloodlust. Few knew his real name. He despised peace, reveled in war, and had a notorious appetite for beautiful women, good wine, and banquets. Bloodbeard had just arrived in Bravos when House Targaryen approached him with an offer, caused trouble for Viserys in exchange for a handsome sum. The opportunity to indulge his vices while getting paid was too tempting. He assumed that Dany, as a princess, would be a prize, so he sent his men to find her. The laws of Bravos forbade human trafficking, but Bloodbeard and his men saw this as an invitation, not an abduction. With House Targaryen backing them, they could always flee if things became difficult. Moreover, Robert Baratheon was offering a reward for the capture of Viserys and his sister. They planned to take Dany by force under the guise of an invitation, hoping to lure Viserys out of hiding. "Sorry, but if there's an invitation, you will have to wait until my brother returns," Dany said, her voice steady despite her nerves. That won't work. Our captain doesn't like men," the yellow-bearded man retorted, his companions laughing heartily behind him. "Get out of my way. Do you want to die stopping the Company of the Cat?" Yellowbeard threatened, his tone menacing. Helbo hesitated, his urge to retreat growing strong. He was part of a vibrant social group at best, while Yellowbeard and his men were hardened criminals who lived by the sword. But then he thought of this as his chance to repair his relationship with Viserys. Despite his fear, he stood his ground. Unlike Helbo, the Morel and his son were resolute. They knew that without Viserys, they would have been long dead. They owed him a debt of gratitude, and now was the time to repay it. "Get rid of these meddlers," Yellowbeard ordered. He had brought the best fighters with him, and Helbo and the others were no match. They couldn't use weapons, but their fists were just as deadly. In a matter of moments, they had knocked most of the defenders to the ground. Only Regis, who had learned a few moves from Viserys, managed to put up a fight, but he was soon overwhelmed as his companions were quickly beaten down. Realizing the danger, Kyla tried to drag Dany away. "Don't let them get away," Yellowbeard shouted. He and his men began slamming against the wooden gate, which groaned under the impact and would likely not hold for long. Viserys regained consciousness and quickly assessed the situation. He pulled out a few gold dragons, leaned out of the carriage, and waved them in the driver's face. "Run as fast as you can. Do you understand?" "Yes. Go." The driver, feeling the heavy weight of the coins, raised his whip high. The carriage suddenly accelerated, causing the ride to become more violent as pedestrians scrambled to get out of the way. "Company of the Cat, I'll deal with you first," Viserys muttered, a flame of anger blazing in his eyes. His heart pounded with adrenaline. Today, he wouldn't rest until he had smashed a few heads. Kyla is merely an assassin, not suited for frontal combat, much less protecting Dany. As the gate threatened to break under the attacker's pressure, she swiftly took Dany upstairs and locked the door. "Kyla, use your head. You need to climb over the wall." Viserys' seagull squawked in frustration at Kyla's futile efforts. A loud crash followed. The iron gate gave way, and Yellowbeard approached the front door with his men, shouting, "Prince Dany, we have prepared a carriage for you. Come with us. Our captain is waiting for you." Viserys' seagull, perched on the wall, mused that a parrot might be a better companion next time. Still, he was relieved when Dany calmly retrieved her crossbow and a poisoned arrow from under her bed. No longer just a simple wooden arrow, it now had an iron tip. Seeing this, Viserys' seagull sighed in relief, almost smiling like a human. The child has grown up, he thought. Dany calmly leaned out of the window and aimed at the mercenaries below. Haha, it seems Prince Dany is a bit impatient. Yellowbeard taunted, but was silenced by the swish of the crossbow. He felt a foreign object in his throat and, clutching at it, realized a bolt had pierced his neck through his fluffy beard. Well done, Viserys' seagull thought, wanting to give Dany a thumbs up. As Yellowbeard fell, the remaining mercenaries sought cover. However, Dany and Kyla were relentless, leaving only 2 mercenaries standing, one wounded in the leg. We're leaving. Don't shoot, one of the mercenaries shouted, shocked by the little girl's composure. Outside, Morell and his son were equally stunned. Dany was no longer the shy girl she had been. Elbow, who hadn't seen Dany for over a month, was also surprised by her transformation. But the most satisfied was Viserys. The time he had invested in training her had paid off. Although Dany wasn't a natural killer like Kyla, she had grown much stronger through her training. Viserys' goal was never to make her a killer or assassin, but to sharpen her mind. After a while, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from outside. A group of Bravo's guards entered the courtyard. After the onlookers and Helbo recounted the events, the Yellowbeard men were arrested. Just as they were about to leave, Viserys' carriage arrived. He jumped out and addressed the only still conscious mercenary. Tell your captain that Viserys Targaryen is waiting for him in the swordsmanship competition. Tell him to send every one of you, and I will kill you one by one. He then held up a finger and mimed slitting his throat. The mercenary shuddered, as if his head were truly about to be cut off. The guards, understanding the situation and knowing that House Targaryen supported Dany, did not make things difficult for her. After a brief discussion, the matter was settled. The injured Helbo and Morell were carried home by Viserys. Seeing the harmonious relationship between Viserys and Morell, Helbo felt a twinge of envy, hoping it would soon be his turn. However, Viserys did not immediately talk to him. Instead, he turned to Regis and asked, "How are you? Is it serious?" "I'm fine. Lord Viserys, I'm very strong," Regis replied, showing his resilience. Despite several bruises, he appeared unfazed. "Now it's my turn, right?" Helbo, sitting on the sofa, looked on with longing, even stretching his neck a little. But Viserys still didn't seem to want to talk to him. "Thanks to everyone, we were able to keep the bandits out. I thank you all on behalf of my sister," Viserys said, bowing to the group. Although injured, they struggled to return the bow. Meanwhile, Helbo's heart sank. "If you ever need help in the future, my son and I will do our best to assist you," Morell said to Viserys. Both he and his son were genuinely puzzled about how Viserys had managed to connect with House Targaryen. Viserys, however, saw them as useful allies, willing to let them assist him, a reward in itself. With House Targaryen's protection, Morell and his son could face any future challenges with more confidence, even if they lost their soap business. "I don't think you'll need my help anymore," Viserys remarked, piquing everyone's curiosity. After the celebration, "I plan to join the Sellswords," he announced. "Why is that?" Helbo interjected, unwilling to give up. "It's easy to live as a wealthy man, but Robert and Tywin have the blood of my closest relatives on their hands. As the last male heir of the Targaryens, I can't let this go." Viserys' tone grew cold, reminding everyone that they were in the presence of a prince who had lost his kingdom. The atmosphere turned solemn. Helbo realized that, to Viserys, even the 3 great houses of Bravos seemed insignificant. "If you want to join the mercenaries, let us make you a suit of armor as a gift from us," Morell offered, knowing the high cost of plate armor, which could easily reach several hundred gold dragons. "Thank you, Master Morell, but just find me a good blacksmith." "I have a special weapon in mind," Viserys replied. As the evening drew to a close, Morell and his son departed, leaving only Helbo, who was determined to speak with Viserys tonight. He would not leave until he was dismissed. "Ah, Helbo, we've known each other for a long time, and I have something to tell you. Viserys finally addressed him. Helbo's heart leapt with joy, his entire being filled with excitement. This is music to my ears, he thought.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.